Chapter 81, Dual Cultivation of Space and Time. Gao Xiang, who had just broken through the illusion, saw the axe in his hand fly out, heading towards the neck of the fox-masked woman. The fox-masked woman merely turned to the side, dodging the axe. The axe circled in the air like a boomerang, flying once again toward the fox-masked woman's back. The fox-masked woman reached out with her slender arm and grabbed it with a backhand motion. The axe, which had been spinning wildly and possessed immense power just a moment ago, actually landed in her hand. With what seemed like a gentle toss, the axe in her hand spun like a top, flying toward Gao Xiang's head. Prairie fire. Countless blades flew out from behind Gao Xiang, all heading toward the fox-masked woman like a dense swarm of bees. The group of blades converged above the fox-masked woman, transforming into a sky full of blade rain. At this moment, every blade was burning, turning a dazzling red due to the high temperature. This is the ultimate application of the law of fire on weapons. King Dili saw the trick to it. From this, it can be seen that Gao Xiang has already reached minor achievement in his comprehension of the law of fire, about 15%, still some distance away from the 30% recognition. That was just a small test. The fox-masked woman's voice was delicate and charming, and her slender arms fluttered in the air, as if she were performing a graceful, exotic dance. A soul attack had unknowingly landed outside of Gao Xiang's soul. Soul attacks are colorless, odorless, and ethereal. Ordinary armor cannot defend against them, and even hiding inside a sturdy spaceship will not prevent them from penetrating. Back then, the powerful master of Yunmo planet was killed by a soul attack even while hiding inside an F-grade spaceship. On the surface of Gao Xiang's soul, there was a pyramid protecting it. The pyramid had 5 corners, with a protective shield on each corner, and a reinforced barrier on every surface. Therefore, if a soul attack wanted to enter the depths of Gao Xiang's soul, it would have to penetrate his 3 layers of soul defense. When the opponent's soul attack penetrated the 3 layers of defense, only half of its power remained. Gao Xiang only felt a headache, but he quickly recovered. "You actually resisted my soul attack." The fox-masked woman found it incredible. However, it was merely incredible. Her most powerful method was illusion. As long as one's willpower is strong, one can be immune to illusion effects, and even if one enters an illusion, one can quickly break through it. After the illusion attack landed on Gao Xiang, who had just been fighting, instantly turned into an immobile wooden statue. Now was the time. The fox-masked woman's fingertips were like sharp claws, reaching out toward Gao Xiang's throat. It would take less than 0.01 seconds for her to finish Gao Xiang. However, her most prized illusion was broken just as she was about to get close to Gao Xiang. "Your illusion is too weak." Gao Xiang's large axe fell. At the same time, a 100-meter prairie fire surrounded the fox-masked woman completely. Under Gao Xiang's dual attacks, the fox-masked woman had nowhere to hide and could only be burned to ashes by the flames. 6th level, cleared. Heavenly Bridge, 7th level. Gao Xiang saw the martial artist appear in front of him. He knew he didn't have the slightest chance of winning. However, it would be good to gain some experience. The savage held his axe with both hands and slashed from afar in Gao Xiang's direction. Suddenly, a stream of light flew over. Gao Xiang felt as if he had stepped into mud, unable to move at all. In an instant, he was split in 2. 7th level, failed. King Dili crossed his arms and analyzed. The spatial stasis on the 7th level is very powerful. Only by mastering 108 essences of space is there a slight possibility of success. King Suppressing Heaven nodded and replied, "Yes. This little guy, no matter how talented he is, cannot master 108 essences of space within 30 years in Primordial Chaos City." Lord Ba Fen. After Gao Xiang was teleported out of the Heavenly Bridge Island, he bowed to Ba Fen once again. Just a moment ago, Ba Fen had forwarded the email about Gao Xiang clearing the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge to over 900 geniuses. Some geniuses had already died while hunting chaos beasts. How is it possible? This guy is actually so strong. Upon receiving the news, Kazan immediately stood up, but soon sat back down powerlessly. He was dejected for a moment, but quickly adjusted himself. Gao Xiang is already leading by a wide margin. My primary task now is to catch up to Chao. Nowadays, Gao Xiang has become an existence that Kazan looks up to. The envy and jealousy he once felt have turned into admiration. Not bad, not bad, he actually cleared the 6th level, it seems I need to clear the 4th level sooner. Chao patted his chest, which was covered in chest hair, with his large fist. Not bad, how interesting. Cicely had just finished an illusion trial, and she said with a smile, next time, let me test your willpower. As a talented illusionist, Cicely had great confidence in her illusions. Just as Gao Xiang was preparing to leave the heavenly bridge plane, he received an email. Lord of Ganwu, disciple, I have already watched your heavenly bridge video. Come to the Ganwu continent in the virtual universe to see me immediately. Virtual universe, Ganwu continent, core area. This was the second time Gao Xiang had met the Lord of Ganwu. The two hadn't spent much time together, and Gao Zheng's familiarity with the Lord of Ganwu was far less than that of the latter's two champion disciples. Disciple greets teacher. No need for formalities. The Lord of Ganwu looked at Gao Xiang with satisfaction. Gao Zheng's current performance had already begun to shine in Primordial Chaos City, and it is believed that before long, once he becomes a world lord, his growth speed will be even faster. Disciple, do you have any questions regarding your comprehension of the law of space? The Lord of Ganwu was a space venerable, and his comprehension of the law of space was at an absolutely authoritative level. At the same time, he also had some insights into the law of time. Gao Xiang shook his head and said, I don't have any questions for the time being. Hearing this, the Lord of Ganwu didn't know how to respond for a moment. He had thought that Gao Xiang would have many questions regarding the Tao of the law of space, and he could take the opportunity to help him answer them. Who knew the other party would be so arrogant? The actual situation was indeed so. Gao Xiang had good comprehension ability, and when he encountered questions about the law of space, he would flip through Dragon Whale King's basis of space comprehension for a while and quickly find the answer. The main factor currently restricting Gao Zheng's comprehension of the law of time was a matter of time. Fortunately, the Lord of Ganwu summoned Gao Xiang this time mainly to offer suggestions for his future cultivate direction. Do you know that after becoming a world lord, the speed of law comprehension is 1,000 times faster? I know this. However, the Lord of Ganwu thought for a moment, although it is 1,000 times the law comprehension speed, there are conflicts between laws. For example, if you have comprehended the law of fire and then go to comprehend the law of water, because of the conflict between water and fire, the speed of comprehending the law of water will be greatly reduced. I know this too. But, there is not much conflict between comprehending the law of space and comprehending the law of time. In other words, when you reach the World Lord stage, you can completely dual cultivate both time and space. Chapter 82, Kazan secretly buys wine. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Gao Xiang more or less understood what the Lord of Ganwu meant. The Lord of Ganwu saw that Gao Xiang was comprehending the law of space at a very fast speed, so it was not impossible for him to comprehend two supreme laws together in the future. Merely comprehending one supreme law would at most reach the level of a venerable. However, simultaneously comprehending two supreme laws gives a great chance of becoming a universe lord in the future. The Lord of Ganwu did not tell Gao Xiang the secret of how to become a universe lord because he felt that Gao Xiang was still too weak and that it was still too far away. As for whether to take the path of law fusion, the Lord of Ganwu did not say anything. The path of a powerhouse must rely on one's own choices. The Lord of Ganwu could at most only offer some suggestions. After saying goodbye to the Lord of Ganwu, Gao Xiang returned to the rooftop of his small building in Primordial Chaos City. A flying blade appeared in his hand. There were many patterns carved casually on the rooftop. At this moment, Gao Xiang manipulated the flying blade in his hand and began to carve onto the surface of the hard materials. After continuing for 3 days, Gao Xiang finally stopped, looking at the picture under his feet with satisfaction. It was the image of a golden bronze battle blade. This drawing contains my understanding of the 48 essences of space. I hope it will be helpful to those who come after. There are many types of carvings on the rooftops of the small buildings in Primordial Chaos City. Some people leave behind text, some leave behind traces of weapon attacks, and others leave behind drawings. After finishing the carving, Gao Xiang prepared to go and comprehend the Chaos Monument. He still had 6 chances to comprehend the Chaos Monument. Once he left Primordial Chaos City, it might be a very long time before he could return, so he must not waste these opportunities to comprehend the Chaos Monument. Gao Xiang. When Gao Xiang appeared in front of Kazan, Kazan saw him immediately. Kazan had already been here for 3 days. While waiting, he took the opportunity to comprehend the law. Kazan. Gao Xiang responded simply, "Little guy, there is still someone inside the giant axe chaos steel chamber. You will have to wait another day," Kandri said with a smile. No rush. Gao Xiang took a table and chairs out from his world ring and placed a bottle of fine wine. Using virtual universe technology, he could project the virtual fine wine onto the table on the table. Although this wine is spicy, the more I drink, the better I find it. Kandri sat down without hesitation. He picked up the wine bottle and began to pour wine for both of them. He looked at Kazan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground nearby, and waved gently. "Little guy Kazan, do you want to come and have a few drinks with us?" Kandri had guarded the Chaos Monument for hundreds of millions of eras. It would be a lie to say he wasn't bored. He could multitask. While guarding the Chaos Monument, a wisp of his consciousness could do anything in the virtual universe. But after such days went on for a long time, he would still get tired of it. Therefore, when Gao Xiang took the initiative to find him to drink and relieve his boredom, he was naturally happy. On the other hand, this Kazan was only focused on cultivating. If his talent was outstanding, that would be one thing, but his talent was only average, and he was unsociable, which was really boring. Kazan remained motionless, using his actions to indicate that he would not participate. Gao Xiang raised his wine glass. "I'll finish mine first. Drink slowly, don't rush, be careful of getting drunk." Kandri was worried that Gao Xiang would drink too much and get drunk. The virtual universe's virtual reality could simulate drunkenness, so he wanted the other party to slowly savor the fine wine. The spicy heavenly centipede wine went more and more to his head the more he drank. "Thanks to this heavenly centipede wine, every time I drink it, my law comprehension and chaos monument comprehension can improve by a large margin." After saying this, Gao Xiang poured the freshly filled cup of heavenly centipede wine into his stomach in one gulp. This was actually an exaggeration. Even if Gao Xiang didn't drink, it wouldn't delay his cultivation and comprehension. However, after drinking, he would become exceptionally excited, as if he had turned into a berserker, only wanting to fight. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Kazan, who had been motionless on the side, twitched one of his ears. He remembered what Gao Xiang had just said. Virtual Universe, Yushang Mountain Public Area, 9 Heavens Bar. The booths in the bar were full of people drinking, and Kazan stood blankly at the entrance of the bar. This was his first time coming to a bar to drink. The last time Sicily asked him to drink, he refused because he didn't want to delay his cultivation for the sake of drinking. Watching the customers coming in and out, Kazan had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk in. He stood at the bar, his eyes fixed on the wine cabinet behind the counter. The bar counter was filled with wine bottles of various shapes. A beautiful staff member stood behind the bar. Seeing Kazan's gaze on these wine bottles, she quickly knew that this was Kazan's first time in such a place. People who could come here were either servants or staff, or core members of the Virtual Universe Corporation. This staff member knew that Kazan was a customer busy with cultivation. She had seen many such customers. Many core members, before entering the Virtual Universe Corporation, cultivated desperately without any entertainment or leisure life. After they became core members of the corporation, facing various temptations, they might become a bit slack, or come here to drink to relax. "Excuse me, do you need a booth?" "A booth?" Kazan pondered for a moment, then quickly shook his head. "I want to drink." "Then what kind of wine would you like to drink?" "Heavenly centipede wine." "Very well, first grade is 30,000 points per bottle, second grade is 3,000 points per bottle." "So expensive." Kazan felt a bit incredulous. Second grade heavenly centipede wine actually cost 3,000 points. When he first entered the Virtual Universe Corporation, he only had the initial 10,000 points. At that time, Kazan didn't understand anything and immediately bought an axe technique worth 8,000 points. Now, Kazan had only passed the second level of the heavenly bridge, gaining a total of 3,000 points. Adding his initial points and deducting various expenses, he only had 3,500 points left. Should I buy it? Kazan hesitated in his heart. He prepared to give up. But thinking of what Gao Xiang had said, he had no choice but to grit his teeth. I'll buy a bottle of second-grade heavenly centipede wine. Very well, here you go. Kazan held the bottle of heavenly centipede wine in his hand, feeling it particularly heavy. Don't look at it as only costing 3,000 points, it was actually very expensive. A set of floating blood, secret techniques, if placed in the outside world, could absolutely serve as the treasure of an undying family. Here, it only cost 800 points, and primitive mystical region members could even get a discount. Kazan did not want Gao Xiang in reality to know that he had also bought a bottle of heavenly centipede wine. He opened the wine bottle and poured the wine into his mouth. A small wine bottle, but it contained a universe within. It actually held about 30 kilograms of fine wine, enough to drink for a long time. Kazan didn't think too much and drank more than half of it in one go, his belly feeling like it was about to burst. So spicy, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Kazan was just a little universe rank guy. The heavenly centipede wine simulated by the virtual universe would still produce the dizzy feeling of being drunk for him. Not long after, he had no choice but to return to the primitive region of Yushang Mountain to rest for a while. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the heavy bronze door opened, the cultivators who had been comprehending the giant axe chaos steel were driven out, and only then did Gao Xiang and Kandri stop drinking. Chapter 83, Epiphany. You two little guys, you may enter now. After the enlightenment time was up, Kandri would open the bronze door of the Chaos Monument Chamber and forcibly teleport out the practitioners who were still reluctant to leave. Gao Xiang stepped into the already opened bronze door. Kazan was sitting cross-legged not far away, and as one practitioner after another passed by him, they all looked at him with strange expressions. Time in Primordial Chaos City was extremely precious. Everyone would sit on the ground while waiting for their turn to enlighten, either comprehending the law or studying secret techniques. Once the bronze door opened, they would get up immediately. Kandri frowned as he looked at Kazan, who was sitting motionless on the ground. He called out again, "Little guy, you may enter now." However, Kazan remained motionless. Gao Xiang, who had already entered the Chaos Monument Chamber, saw that Kazan had not come in, and the bronze door had not closed yet, so he walked out. He patted Kazan on the shoulder. Kazan remained motionless, looking like a dead corpse. "I'll send him a call request." Half a minute passed, and Gao Xiang shook his head. Kazan didn't answer the call request. In Primordial Chaos City, as long as one did not leave the city to hunt chaos beasts, there was no need to worry about personal safety. Gao Xiang was not worried that Kazan had suddenly died just like that. He guessed that perhaps while Kazan was waiting to enlighten on the Chaos Monument, he had entered a wondrous state similar to an epiphany. He couldn't worry about so much, so he could only enter the chamber alone. Kandri flicked his hand, and Kazan, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, was lifted up by his force and flew into the chamber. Gao Xiang looked up at the third picture of the giant axe chaos steel. The axe force technique had long since introduced the first 4 pictures of the chaos diagram in detail. This was a lifelike picture of a giant beast. The giant beast opened its bloodthirsty mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. It had 6 long, pointed ears, 8 long, narrow eyes, and an oval head. Its body resembled that of a wicked dragon from ancient Western European mythology, and on its back, it also had a pair of large wings covered in scales. The axe force technique did not provide any explanation regarding the species of the giant beast. But based on Gao Zheng's knowledge, he guessed that this giant beast was very likely a type of beast god. Every part of the giant beast contained immense power. For instance, Gao Xiang stared at its 2 rows of teeth. Although the teeth were merely carved, they released a powerful aura, as if they could turn into real teeth at any moment. Not only were they extremely sharp, but they also carried an unparalleled murderous intent. Staring at the giant beast picture to enlighten is much more efficient than directly comprehending the axe force technique. Enlightening on the chaos monument was definitely the most precious cultivate resource within the human race, a privilege that only a very small number of people in the human race could enjoy. Gao Xiang watched, mesmerized. On the third day of entering the chaos monument chamber, Qiulong finally opened his eyes. He looked around in a daze and discovered that Gao Xiang was looking up at the front. He suddenly snapped awake, stood up, and also looked at the huge chaos monument in front. When did he enter the chaos chamber? His smart assistant told him that he had already been in the chaos chamber for 2 whole days. In other words, he had wasted 2 whole days of time. Qiulong thought to himself, I hope the 2 wasted days can be compensated for by the medicinal effects of the heavenly centipede wine. Little did he know, no matter how expensive the fine wine in the virtual universe was, it could at most simulate the drunkenness and taste, its special medicinal effects could not be imitated. Otherwise, why would anyone need heaven and earth treasure for cultivate? They might as well just synthesize everything in the virtual universe. When 5 days had passed in the chaos chamber, Qiulong stared at the second picture, still feeling confused. Enlightening on the first picture of the giant axe chaos steel was the easiest. When Qiulong first entered the chaos monument chamber, he had already comprehended most of it. In the late stage, by combining it with the supporting enlightenment secret techniques, he quickly fully comprehended the first picture. However, when it came to the second picture, the speed of enlightenment instantly slowed down by more than 100 times. He had exchanged for the supporting enlightenment secret techniques, but it was still like looking at flowers through a mist or trying to scoop the moon out of the water. Why did drinking the heavenly centipede wine have no effect at all? Qiulong discovered that his speed of comprehending the chaos monument was the same as usual, with no significant improvement, which made him very regretful. Possessing a certain level of authorization, before buying the heavenly centipede wine, he had already checked through his smart assistant that the fine wine simulated in the virtual universe did not have any special auxiliary effects, which was why the price was only 1/10 of what it would be in reality. But he still listened to Gao Xiang's casual remark and decided to take a gamble. He looked at Gao Xiang's back, feeling a faint impulse in his heart. Forget it. He was now a poor man with only 500 points. If he didn't pass the 3rd level of the heavenly bridge, he feared his subsequent strength improvement would be severely delayed. Calm down, calm down. Why can Gao Xiang immerse himself in it, but I can't? Qiulong's heart was a bit chaotic. He had wasted 2 days of enlightenment time for nothing, and also wasted 3,000 points to buy a bottle of heavenly centipede wine that he wasn't used to drinking. This made his heart feel completely disordered. Conversely, Gao Xiang, who was by his side, was motionless at this moment, as if his entire soul had already entered the chaos monument to roam. That's it. After staring at the second picture for a long time, Qiulong finally entered the state. The giant axe savage in front of him seemed like his own incarnation, currently fighting with the giant beast ahead. Time is up. Suddenly, he heard a sound like an electric shock in his mind. As it turned out, the 7 days of enlightenment time were up. Before Qiulong could even stand up, his body had already passively floated up, and after a while, he had been forcibly teleported out. He clenched his hands, feeling very unwilling. At this moment, Gao Xiang slowly walked out of the chamber and walked to the front of Kandri. A table and a few stools appeared there once again. One was kicked out, while the other walked out on his own. Comparing the two, the gap was huge. Qiulong's heart felt somewhat unbalanced. Qiulong, the enlightenment of the Chaos Monument has ended. Care to have a few drinks? I just had an epiphany and urgently need to go back to comprehend it a bit. Qiulong had indeed just had an epiphany, but he had been unwillingly teleported out. Lord Kandri, Gao Xiang, this is for you two to drink. As Qiulong was about to leave, he decided to give the unfinished heavenly centipede wine to the two of them. The wine bottle was placed on the table, simultaneously attracting 2 pairs of gazes. Didn't Qiulong not drink? When did he buy a bottle of heavenly centipede wine? Qiulong didn't explain anything because he was thin-skinned and embarrassed to explain. As he was about to leave, he heard Kandri's voice from behind. Little guy, although the time for enlightenment in Primordial Chaos City is extremely precious, taking an hour or two to relax your mood might actually be more beneficial to your cultivate. Chapter 84 Hunting Chaos Beasts. Kandri had guarded the Chaos Monument for countless epochs and had seen all sorts of geniuses. There were many who possessed even greater talent than Gao Xiang currently did. But what was the final outcome? The vast majority of them ultimately ended up perishing. Even if they didn't perish, at most they only reached the level of a universe exalt. Wanting to become a universe lord was nearly impossible. Gao Xiang poured a glass of fine wine into his stomach and immediately chimed in, "Lord Kandri speaks the truth." Kazan, who had been hesitating just a moment ago, finally stopped and walked to the front of the two. A chair automatically moved behind him. After sitting down, Kazan picked up a glass of fine wine. "You two, I'll finish this first as a sign of respect." This bottle of fine wine had cost Kazan his entire life savings. If he didn't finish it, he would surely feel distressed, so he might as well drink it with these two. Kazan wasn't a bad person at heart, he was just used to being the #1 genius. After arriving at the Virtual Universe Corporation, he discovered that being a genius was merely the entry threshold, and he had never managed to adjust to the mindset he should have had. Outside Primordial Chaos City, Gao Xiang stood in the desolate land outside the city, watching the floating mountain peaks in the distance, upon which colorful rays of law light shone. In this special and marvelous place, as long as you kept staring at the sky, your comprehension of the law would be much faster than in the outside world. This was the subtlety of the law being manifested externally. However, Gao Xiang standing outside the city today was not to find a more convenient place to watch the colorful rays of light in the sky. His goal was to hunt chaos beasts. Primordial Chaos City had 3 treasures. The first treasure was the manifested law. The second treasure was the Chaos Monument. The third treasure was outside the city. Outside Primordial Chaos City, there lived a special kind of creature. These creatures had no intelligence, existed only outside Primordial Chaos City, and would release chaos essence after being killed. After absorbing this chaos essence, one could strengthen their soul. Therefore, almost every enlightener who came to Primordial Chaos City for the first time would go outside the city to hunt chaos beasts. Although chaos beasts had no intelligence, their physical body strength was immense, and their overall strength far exceeded that of an enlightener at the same realm. After each genius competition ended, many geniuses would perish outside Primordial Chaos City. Without exception, they were all killed by chaos beasts. I only need to operate in the vicinity close to Primordial Chaos City. The strength of chaos beasts was divided into 3 levels. The area closest to Primordial Chaos City contained universe-ranked chaos beasts, further out were territory lord-ranked chaos beasts, and the outermost perimeter contained world lord-ranked chaos beasts. Since undying chaos beasts had no effect on the soul of an undying, once any chaos beast reached a breakthrough to become undying, powerful individuals would step in to completely eradicate them. Hunting chaos beasts could not only increase soul strength but could also be used for real-life life and death combat, which was far more effective than simulating life and death combat in the virtual universe. Within the giant axe chaos lineage, many enlighteners often chose to leave the city to engage in real life and death combat in order to enter a berserker state. In a desolate wilderness area over 2,000 kilometers away from Primordial Chaos City, a man and a woman stood back to back, facing a group of chaos beasts. Just a moment ago, the two of them had joined forces to kill a universe-ranked chaos beast. Even among universe-ranked chaos beasts, there were differences in strength. The weak ones might be at the level of an average human universe rank level 5 or 6. The strong ones might already exceed the strength of a universe rank level 9 starry sky giant beast. After killing one chaos beast, it would quickly attract surrounding chaos beasts. Therefore, after killing a chaos beast, the two had to immediately absorb the chaos essence and then retreat rapidly. However, they were unlucky this time. Not far from the chaos beast that had just been killed, there happened to be a large group of chaos beasts. Before the two had time to finish absorbing the chaos essence, a large group of chaos beasts had already rushed over. "Liang Shang, hurry up and release the spaceship." the woman shouted anxiously. Liang Sheng nodded heavily, and at the same time, released the spaceship stored inside his spatial ring. A huge spaceship appeared above them. It was a C-ranked spaceship. The spaceship's hatch opened, and the two turned and flew toward the spaceship's passageway. Roar! The moment the spaceship appeared, a powerful chaos beast that looked like a lion jumped onto the top of the spaceship. Immediately after, dozens more chaos beasts jumped onto the top of the spaceship. At the same time, the chaos beasts on the ground did not give up on chasing the two. Hurry up and close the hatch. The woman shouted just as she entered the hatch. The hatch closed quickly. Dozens of chaos beasts went berserk and actually began to ram the spaceship with their heads or strike it with their front paws. Bang, bang, bang. Although the C-rank spaceship was very sturdy, under the strikes of the reckless universe-ranked chaos beasts, the metal shell actually began to dent. Before the propulsion device at the bottom of the spaceship could erupt with thrust, it was smashed by the reckless chaos beasts. Activate backup power. Liang Sheng was so scared that his hands began to tremble. He ordered the AI assistant to control the spaceship and prepare to activate the backup power. Activate the laser guns. The woman beside him also helped control the spaceship. This C-rank spaceship was equipped with 4 C6 rank laser cannons. The laser cannons, which had been motionless just a moment ago, began to rotate after receiving the woman's command. The barrels turned slowly, and before long, they were aimed at 4 different chaos beasts. Charging tilde. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before the laser cannons could finish charging, a large group of chaos beasts pounced, striking at the laser cannons with several blows. At this moment, the spaceship's mechanical voice sounded, "Warning, warning, the laser cannons in the east, south, and west directions. The directions here are not distinguished according to Earth's east, south, west, and north, but according to the orientation of the control console, have been damaged." The only remaining laser cannon finished charging. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the barrel of the laser cannon. The light instantly pierced through a chaos beast in front. Charging approximately 5, 4. The only remaining laser cannon prepared to charge again. Backup power system is activating tilde. Backup power system activation complete tilde. Backup power system has been damaged tilde. Upon hearing that both of the spaceship's power systems were completely destroyed, the two turned ashen-faced. It seemed that today, the two of them would follow in the footsteps of those 100+ geniuses. Northern laser cannon has been damaged tilde. With the last laser cannon destroyed, the two had no ability to resist anymore. Bang! With a loud noise, the spaceship's hull, which had been able to defend against the chaos beasts outside, now had a large hole ripped through it. Alarm, alarm, internal damage to the spaceship, the intelligent control system is about to shut down tilde. A huge chaos beast head poked inside, and it used its sharp claws to frantically destroy the interior of the spaceship. At this moment, several more holes appeared in the interior of the spaceship one after another. Just then, the spaceship shook violently. Standing inside the cabin, the two actually fell to the ground. The chaos beasts that had been frantically trying to get in just a moment ago were now actively leaving. Activate panoramic simulation. Liang Sheng ordered. Chapter 85, Territory Lord Rank Chaos Beast. Because the spaceship was severely damaged, it could only simulate the scenery directly above the two people at this moment. The two looked up. Gao Xiang stood on top of the spaceship, gripping a blood-red broadsword in his hand. This broadsword was not a force weapon, but one of the 9 great divine weapons, the Blood Edge God weapon, a telekinetic weapon. Gao Xiang held up the Blood Edge God weapon, and the blades behind him scattered like a swarm of blood-colored bees. Wherever the blades swept, the heads of the chaos beasts were pierced through. After the chaos beasts died, their bodies became ethereal, turning into visible chaos essence. Gao Xiang frantically absorbed this precious chaos essence. As strands of chaos essence entered his body, Gao Xiang could visibly see the transformation of his soul. This feeling was truly wonderful. No wonder some geniuses would risk death just to hunt chaos beasts. Gao Xiang absorbed the chaos essence while controlling the Blood Edge God weapon to kill the chaos beasts. As a psyker master, his efficiency in hunting chaos beasts was very high. After continuing for more than 10 minutes, Gao Xiang slaughtered all the chaos beasts. Are you two all right? I suggest you leave quickly, don't lose your lives for nothing. Thank you. Gao Xiang, thank you. After the two expressed their gratitude, the woman took a spaceship out of her storage ring. After the two boarded the spaceship, it started up and flew toward primordial Chaos City. Hunting chaos beasts was very dangerous. Even with the protection of a spaceship, there was still a certain risk of death. I need to leave as well, otherwise more powerful chaos beasts will appear later. In just over 10 minutes, he had slaughtered 63 chaos beasts. The death of 63 chaos beasts in a short time was very likely to attract hundreds or thousands of chaos beasts, some of which had strength comparable to starry sky giant beasts, which Gao Xiang would not be able to handle. A spaceship stopped above primordial Chaos City. Liang Sheng and his companion got off the spaceship, looking at the area outside the city with lingering fear. Just a moment ago, the two had walked through the gates of hell. If Gao Xiang hadn't appeared in time, they would have been completely dead. This Gao Xiang is too strong. Not only is he an amazing martial artist, but he is also an amazing psyker master. The woman admired Gao Xiang immensely. Liang Sheng also nodded repeatedly, dealing with so many chaos beasts alone, yet he was still at ease, without any pressure. He is at the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge, his strength is comparable to the Territory Lord rank. When the woman thought about Gao Xiang being on the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge, she instantly felt that everything made sense. Gao Xiang did not know that the two geniuses he had just saved were still shocked by his strength. He boarded his D-grade spaceship and continued to fly toward the outskirts of primordial Chaos City. Having slaughtered 63 chaos beasts just now, his soul strength had reached saturation, making it impossible to continue absorbing chaos essence. However, he had other purposes for this trip. The D-grade spaceship stopped on a barren piece of flat land. Gao Xiang walked out of the spaceship. He put the spaceship into his storage ring. Roar! Just then, a chaos beast discovered Gao Xiang. This chaos beast was more than 3 times the size of a universe-rank chaos beast, standing over 10 meters tall, and the ground shook when it ran. Gao Xiang stood in front of this chaos beast like a little chick standing in front of a vicious wolf. Mountain Opener. Gao Xiang had once relied on this move to pass the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge. After switching to using an axe, Gao Xiang discovered that the axe was not a simple and crude weapon, but a very complex and precise one. There were tens of thousands of force-exerting techniques, and each one was different. From the secret manual, Axe Force Technique, Gao Xiang had learned hundreds of different axe techniques. Now, if he didn't care about quality, he could create hundreds of secret manuals far superior to the 9-layered Thunder Blade, with a flip of his hand. However, at Gao Zhang's level, he had a deeper pursuit for creating secret manuals. Secret manuals below the Undying level were called unranked. The double feather blade technique that Gao Xiang had created previously, although powerful enough that learning the third blade would be enough for a genius to take first place in the genius competition, was still an unranked blade technique. Only secret manuals that reached the threshold of the Undying level could be called common. Gao Zhang's goal now was to create a common-level secret manual. A front paw the size of a small car landed on Gao Zhang's head. Gao Xiang struck back with an axe. The axe struck the chaos beast's front paw, producing dazzling sparks and a crisp metallic sound. Obviously, Gao Zhang's axe had not broken through the other party's skin and flesh. A Territory Lord rank chaos beast was much stronger than a Territory Lord rank powerhouse of the same level. Gao Xiang was very confident that his axe strike just now would have at least severely injured a Territory Lord rank early stage powerhouse, if not killed them. Gao Zhang's spaceship flew out from his storage ring and hovered in the air. Sandus, you enter the spaceship and control it. All right. Under Sandus's control, the spaceship gradually flew upward, and before long, it was 300 meters above the ground. These chaos beasts could not fly, but they possessed powerful jumping abilities. Universe-rank chaos beasts could easily jump 50 or 60 meters high. And Territory Lord-rank chaos beasts could easily jump over 100 meters high. Help me monitor the nearby chaos beasts. Received. The D-grade spaceship activated its detectors, which could easily detect movement within a radius of several dozen miles. Gao Xiang did not want several powerful chaos beasts to suddenly appear while he was sparring with a chaos beast. One-on-one was already very strenuous. If a few more came, he might end up in trouble. Master, there are 2 territory lord rank middle stage chaos beasts rushing over from the east. Received. Gao Xiang leapt up and flew toward the open cabin door. The spaceship turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Master, there is only 1 chaos beast here, feel free to spar. After receiving the reminder from Sandus, Gao Xiang got off the spaceship again. The sparring lasted for a full 3 months. Gao Xiang's self-created secret manual, Mountain Opener, had begun to take shape. However, it still had not reached the level of a common secret manual. There were already 5 territory lord rank early stage chaos beasts that had died at his hands. When he encountered a territory lord rank middle stage chaos beast, Gao Xiang would exchange a few blows and then leave quickly without lingering. A D-grade spaceship flew over the wilderness, and down below, ferocious chaos beasts roared at the spaceship overhead. Gao Xiang sat cross-legged in the cabin, with a 360 degrees simulated exterior view, allowing him to clearly see the scenery below. Master, Jifeng is fighting down below. Stop. Gao Xiang opened his eyes. Since entering Primordial Chaos City, he hadn't been in contact with Jifeng for 10 years. It was said that she had already passed the 2nd level of the Heavenly Bridge, and was already on par with Kazan. Below, Jifeng held a sharp blade and wore a purple-gold suit of armor. At this moment, she was a female god of war, fighting against 3 universe-rank chaos beasts. Jifeng, who was fighting frantically, naturally noticed the spaceship above. Chapter 86, First Public Lecture. It was a D-grade spaceship, and the owner of the spaceship should be a territory lord rank powerhouse. Primordial Chaos City forbids killing one another, even the wilderness is strictly monitored, so Jifeng was not worried about anyone killing her to seize her treasures. She stopped paying attention to the spaceship above and instead aimed at the weakest chaos beast in front of her. Jifeng has grown quite a bit over these years, she is already on par with Kazan. Gao Xiang was somewhat curious about Jifeng's growth rate. This fellow, she's really catching up from behind. Prepare the laser cannon. Understood. After Sandus received Gao Xiang's command, it responded, I have already targeted Jifeng. Please fire, Master. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Aim at the most powerful chaos beast for me. Gao Xiang was somewhat speechless. If his spaceship were to kill Jifeng, a giant palm would likely appear in a moment and smash him into meat paste. Oh, alright, I was just joking. As an intelligent life form, although Sandus had its own independent consciousness, it still strictly executed Gao Xiang's commands and would not have scenarios like in the movies where it betrayed its master. The 2 sides that had been evenly matched just moments ago, as time passed, Jifeng's force battle armor was struck by the chaos beast one after another. Even with most of the power reduced, the attack still caused Jifeng to cough up blood. Master, this Jifeng is too arrogant. Dealing with 3 powerful chaos beasts alone, she's courting death. Gao Xiang remained motionless, staring at the battle below. Oh no. Jifeng discovered that the chaos beast behind her was already less than 3 meters away. At such a close distance, the opponent was highly likely to completely tear her force battle armor to shreds. Just at this moment, a man holding a large axe descended from the sky. The man's blood-red hair fluttered, and he was dressed in blood-red gilded battle armor. Mountain Opener tilde. The blood-red blade light, like 2 seas of blood being cleaved apart, exploded in an instant. Jifeng's pupils constricted violently. She mistakenly thought that the territory lord rank powerhouse above was taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on her. However, she quickly felt completely relieved. Gao Xiang's axe fell. The chaos beast that had been dominating just a moment ago was actually split apart by Gao Xiang as if it were tofu. Fragments splattered everywhere. After Gao Xiang killed 1 chaos beast, he did not continue to attack but instead watched Jifeng fight the remaining 2 chaos beasts. Before long, Jifeng killed the remaining chaos beasts. I didn't expect to run into you here. Jifeng looked up at the D-grade spaceship in the sky. With a casual wave of her hand, a D-grade spaceship appeared behind her as well. She had a powerful spaceship for self-preservation. She was confident she could retreat unscathed from the dangerous situation just now, though it was highly likely she would have suffered some minor injuries. I just came back from outside and happened to run into you on the way. Let's go, let's head back together. Jifeng took the initiative to invite Gao Xiang into her spaceship. Gao Xiang put away his spaceship and entered Jifeng's spaceship. After entering Primordial Chaos City, Jifeng said, I'm going to challenge the Heavenly Bridge in a bit. Once I pass the 3rd level, I plan to go listen to King Haiwu's public lecture. I didn't think you still remembered. Back then, when Gao Xiang learned that Jifeng had chosen to comprehend the 9 Universes Chaos Steel, he suggested that Jifeng go to the 9 Universes Tower to try her luck. Jifeng smiled and said, of course. King Haiwu will begin her first public lecture before next month. I didn't expect that King Haiwu, who hasn't given a lecture in hundreds of millions of eras, is finally going to give one. Are you going to go listen as well? King Haiwu will be teaching the basic course on the law of space, not the 9 Universes Chaos Steel. Oh, then I can go and listen. Gao Xiang had now cleared the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge and possessed the qualifications to attend public lectures, but he had never attended one. Then we'll see each other next month. After saying goodbye to Jifeng, Gao Xiang did not take this matter to heart. He had spent 3 whole months training outside this time, and it was time to comprehend the Chaos Monument. A month passed. Gao Xiang arrived as promised and prepared to set off for the 9 Universes Tower. The 9 Universes Tower was a massive tower located in the southern part of Primordial Chaos City. King Haiwu and Zan Yan King were both known as the top-tier king rank masters of the 9 Universes Chaos lineage. However, for hundreds of millions of eras, King Haiwu had never taken any disciples, nor had she ever given lectures, so her reputation was not as great as King Yanlong, King Tongnan, and other king rank masters of the 9 Universes Chaos. Wow, I didn't expect the 9 Universes Tower to have such a unique interior. Sandus was an intelligent life form that had seen the world, but after seeing the scale of the interior of the 9 Universes Tower, it was still very shocked. The interior of the 9 Universes Tower was very spacious, with exquisite and huge statues of exotic beasts situated along the edges of the tower. These exotic beasts were all carved based on the exotic beasts within the 9 Universes Chaos Steel. Although they did not have the same charm as the exotic beasts within the Chaos Monument, being the work of a king rank master, they were still very good objects for comprehension. I feel like the effect of comprehending these exotic beasts is much better than comprehending the 9 Universes Chaos Steel. I think so too. That's for sure. The Chaos Monument is for our human race's top geniuses to comprehend. If your comprehension ability isn't up to par, the effect is actually not as good as comprehending these exotic beasts. The chattering voices made for quite a lively scene. So many undying powerhouses. There are even some marquee-level immortals. There are even thousands of territory lord rank and world lord rank powerhouses. This public lecture was the first public lecture in King Haiwu's life. Therefore, there were quite a few students who came to show support, seek knowledge, or even wanted to become her disciple. As the students attending the lecture arrived one after another, the venue was packed to the point of being impassable. There were a full 6,432 people. Gao Xiang. Jifeng sat cross-legged on the cushion beside Gao Xiang. She stared ahead, her eyes shining as if they were glowing. She attached great importance to this public lecture. After she parted ways with Gao Xiang last month, she successfully cleared the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge and obtained the qualification to attend the public lecture. Coincidentally, this public lecture was also the first time in Jifeng's life that she was attending a public lecture by a king rank master. As soon as the scheduled lecture time arrived, a sexy woman wearing a black gauze dress and a black gauze hat crawled onto the lecture platform. Yes, she crawled onto the lecture platform. Because King Haiwu was actually in the appearance of a sexy and enchanting young woman of the Snake People race. The Snake People race is a very powerful branch of the human race, with thousands of different types. They have an upper body like a human's and a lower body like a snake's, relying on the writhing of their lower bodies to move. Today, I am going to talk about the 108 essences of space. King Haiwu started with a bombshell right from the beginning. It made some students frown instantly. However, some world lords and undying powerhouses, because they had the foundation, listened with great interest. Not bad, it's quite helpful to me. Gao Xiang still had 60 essences of space that he hadn't fully comprehended. King Haiwu's first lecture was average in terms of teaching skill, but she had her own unique insights regarding the essences of space. After listening to it, Gao Xiang benefited a lot. This lecture lasted for over a month, which was 2 to 3 times longer than other king rank masters. But not a single person left throughout the entire process. Gao Xiang did not know that among the more than 6,000 people present, over 1,000 had come just to show support. Just as everyone was preparing to disperse, Qifeng, who had been motionless just a moment ago, suddenly stood up. The direction she was walking in was different from everyone else. She was actually walking in the direction of King Haiwu. This scene successfully attracted the attention of the students who were about to leave. King Haiwu sat on her lecture platform, her gaze following Qifeng as she moved. This fellow really doesn't know her own strength. She actually wants to take King Haiwu as her master. Chapter 87, Cultivating World Lord Rank Plant Lifeforms. What kind of strength does King Haiwu have? At the very least, she should be accepting a genius like Gao Xiang. What a pity, Gao Xiang is cultivating the giant axe chaos steel. Whether it was this batch of geniuses including Gao Xiang, some of the older students, or even students from factions like the Giant Axe Chaos Steel or the Universe Mercenary Alliance, they all felt the urge to take her as their master. But what was King Haiwu's status? These people all had self-awareness and knew that they couldn't possibly succeed in becoming her disciple, so they didn't dare to go up and ask to be her disciple in front of so many people. Qifeng held her head high and walked with slow, measured steps. She didn't care about the gazes around her and just walked up in front of King Haiwu. King Haiwu tilted her head back, her 2 slender arms propping up the lecture platform. Qifeng knelt before King Haiwu, her head touching the ground, and said in a clear, loud voice, "Please accept me as your disciple, King Haiwu. Please accept me as your disciple, King Haiwu. Very well. From this day forward, you are my, King Haiwu's, first disciple." Once these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap, causing an uproar among the crowd. King Haiwu was an invincible king-level powerhouse from the same era as Zhanyan King. The latter had already accepted nearly 100 disciples, and those disciples had also accepted many, truly filling the world with his disciples and grand disciples. Among the many people present, quite a few wanted to be King Haiwu's mountain opener disciple. Many of them had already pulled strings and sought out acquaintances, hoping to become King Haiwu's mountain opener disciple. But King Haiwu had rejected them all. Qifeng's success made everyone realize that it was actually possible to succeed in becoming King Haiwu's disciple. A sexy woman with 2 bull horns, purple skin, and bull hooves walked out. She also knelt on the ground and said in an extremely respectful voice, "Disciple Su Li wishes to take King Haiwu as a master." Just as Su Li finished speaking, a male who was also kneeling appeared beside her. Disciple Ake wishes to take King Haiwu as a master. Qifeng and the other 2 were like a fuse, prompting those eager students to take action. Before long, the area in front of King Haiwu was filled with students kneeling and wanting to become her disciples. King Haiwu ignored these students who wanted to become her disciples. She turned around and left towards the back door behind the lecture platform, while softly saying, "Qifeng, follow me." Failed. Why? On what grounds? Many people didn't understand. Why did King Haiwu choose Qifeng when they were all more talented than her? When Gao Xiang was preparing to leave the 9 Universes Tower, he sent an email to Qifeng, asking why King Haiwu had agreed to accept a disciple. Before long, Qifeng replied, "You suggested that I go to the 9 Universes Tower to try my luck, and I actually went. There is an illusion within the 9 Universes Tower, and I stumbled into it by accident. After I cleared it, King Haiwu told me that once I passed the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge, I could choose her during the first public lecture." Opportunity. Qifeng had stumbled upon an opportunity by accident. Looking at the entire human race, an opportunity like Ji Feng's could only be considered slightly better than when Luo Feng obtained the Yunmo planet legacy. Your Highness. A tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared respectfully before Gao Xiang. She was Catherine, a world lord rank powerhouse, and currently the guard general of Gao Xiang's estate in the primitive mystical region. Since Gao Xiang was not currently in the primitive mystical region, he could only meet with Catherine in the virtual universe. Have the items I ordered arrived? They have arrived. Once Your Highness returns to the small building, you can sign for them. All right, thank you. A month ago, Gao Xiang had asked his guard general and housekeeper to help him exchange for many treasures within the company. They were mainly some life fruits, lock divine water, special ores, and special spirit wood. Your Highness Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang opened the door to his small building, and a powerhouse wearing black armor appeared in front of him. Although the other party's aura was well concealed, the slight aura that was released still made Gao Xiang feel oppressed. Undying. I am a delivery person for the Virtual Universe Corporation. You just need to leave your force imprint on this box. As expected of the Virtual Universe Corporation, even the delivery personnel were undying powerhouses. Gao Xiang took the box and left his force imprint on it. Before long, the box opened, revealing a space ring inside. Gao Xiang used his telekinesis to investigate, then nodded, the items inside are correct. Then we shall take our leave. This batch of goods was ordered by Catherine on Gao Xiang's behalf last month. Since transporting goods from the outside into the primal universe required waiting for the passage to open, it took some time. This batch of goods cost me a full 1 billion points. Gao Xiang stared at the batch of goods in front of him, feeling quite pained. In order to help his star-eating grass and cloud-caressing vine evolve to the world lord rank sooner, he had spared no expense. He currently possessed 1 astral rank cloud-caressing vine and 1 territory lord rank star-eating grass. The cloud-caressing vine was a gift from his teacher, Carlo. He hadn't had the time or resources to cultivate it, so it had only reached the astral rank. The star-eating grass was a gift from his second senior brother, Dragon Whale King. It was already a finished product when he received it, with its strength reaching the astonishing territory lord rank. According to the optimal plan, calculated by Sandus, for both the cloud-caressing vine and the star-eating grass to reach the strength of a 9th stage world lord rank in 30 years, he needed to prepare materials worth at least 1 billion points. 1 billion points, even a world lord rank Your Highness from the primitive mystical region might not be able to scrape together that many points before breaking through to become undying. Fortunately, Gao Xiang had the 20 billion points gifted by his chief teacher, Lord of Ganwu, as a safety net, allowing him to spend money like water. Gao Xiang's initial plan was to have the cloud-caressing vine and the star-eating grass evolve directly to the undying level. But after Sandus checked the information, she learned that it was extremely difficult for plant-type lifeforms to evolve to the undying level, and it might take a considerable amount of time. On the contrary, becoming World Lord rank was 100% achievable as long as there were enough resources. After leaving Primordial Chaos City, Gao Xiang was destined to return to the primitive mystical region to cultivate. At that time, he would need to complete missions, such as going to the Shuiluo continent for training. The greater the rewards of a mission, the higher the risk of death. Without any means of self-preservation, it was better not to venture into them lightly. Not everyone had heaven-defying luck like Luo Feng. However, even for Luo Feng, he didn't rely solely on luck. He also had his 2 powerful clones, as well as the formidable external items he carried with him. For example, when Luo Feng was on the Shuiluo continent, he encountered 2 late-stage territory lord rank envoys from the Immortal Temple. If he hadn't switched to his powerful demonic killer race clone to kill the 2 envoys, he would have undoubtedly died with his weak human body. Gao Xiang had no clones, could not buy restricted E-grade laser cannons, and only had 1 life. Therefore, he had to try every possible method to improve the strength of his 2 plant-type lifeforms. Let's start by soaking you in some lock divine water. Gao Xiang dripped 2 drops of lock divine water onto the cloud-caressing vine and the star-eating grass. After the leaves of the 2 plants came into contact with the lock divine water, they began to dance about as if they were animals. Chapter 88, Venerable Liguang. Obviously, they knew that this special treasure had a unique effect on them. Loch divine water is an extremely expensive treasure. Not only can it be used to cultivate plant-type life forms, but it can also be used to assist in cultivation. It is a rare and highly sought-after item. Thanks to Gao Xiang being a core member of the primitive mystical region, he was qualified to exchange points for resources that could not be bought on the outside. This is for you. Gao Xiang tossed 10 tons of cloud mother ore to the star-eating grass. Star-eating grass in the wild is extremely rare. For the sake of survival and evolution, they will frantically devour surrounding ore. As its body size gradually increases, eventually, it can even devour a planet, which is how it got the name star-eating grass. After the ore appeared, the hundreds of vines of the star-eating grass, like the tentacles of an octopus, actually began to sway frantically. It was very excited. Delicious ore. It used its vines, which were over 1,000 meters long, to wrap around the ore, and then, remaining motionless, began to frantically digest the ore. Both plants have limited appetites. One needs to replenish resources promptly after they are full to achieve the optimal solution for evolution. If one wanted to save expenses, they could completely adopt the worst method, spending only 1% of the resources, but the time required to reach the World Lord rank could be thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Gao Xiang could not afford to wait that long. For the next 20 years, my goal is to fully comprehend the remaining 60 essence of space. The path of analyzing the essence of space is too difficult and too tedious. When Gao Xiang encountered a difficult problem and truly could not think of how to solve it, he would go to consult the Dragon Whale King. I am Venerable Liguang. Suddenly, Gao Xiang heard a thunderous voice in his mind. It was the voice of Venerable Liguang. Venerable Liguang was the person in charge of Gao Xiang's batch of the Genius Competition. Every session of the Genius Competition is hosted by a Universe Exalt. Logically speaking, after the training period for this batch of geniuses ends, they would all belong to the lineage of Venerable Liguang. Unless it was geniuses like Gao Xiang or Ji Feng who had already taken a master along the way, they could choose the lineage of their teacher. There are many powerhouses within the Virtual Universe Corporation, and factions are numerous. To have good development prospects internally, besides one's own talent and strength being very important, one also needs a powerful faction. Currently, Gao Xiang belongs to the faction of the Lord of Ganwu. The Dragon Whale King, King Zuwei, and King Shui also belong to the faction of the Lord of Ganwu. Venerable Liguang in his mind continued to say, "Your batch actually had over 100 people die. It is truly disappointing to me. You are simply trash." Venerable Liguang has a violent temper. He speaks very harshly and does not give his subordinates any face at all. You only have one last month before you leave Primordial Chaos City. Those who should attempt the Heavenly Bridge should go do so, and those who should contemplate the Chaos Monument should hurry up and do so. After Venerable Liguang finished speaking, the ears of Gao Xiang and the others became quiet again. Inside a luxurious mansion in Primordial Chaos City, Venerable Liguang, surrounded by lightning, sat on a high platform. 5 powerhouses sat on each side of him. These 10 powerhouses were all king rank masters. Upon learning that Venerable Liguang had arrived in Primordial Chaos City, they immediately hosted a banquet for him. Among this batch of geniuses, are there any with outstanding performance? Although Venerable Liguang is the Universe Exalt responsible for this genius competition, he had never paid attention to the growth of this batch of geniuses, nor did he know which geniuses had performed excellently. To him, hosting a genius competition was just one of the simplest tasks of the Virtual Universe Corporation. He has lived for countless eras and has hosted too many genius competitions. He had long since become numb to it. So what if they are geniuses? Can they even become a Universe Exalt? Venerable Liguang has hosted over 1,000 genius competitions, but he has never produced a Universe Exalt from the genius competitions he hosted. Universe Exalts are too rare, and many of them are like the Lord of Ganwu, old Universe Exalts who appeared when the human race first rose to prominence. Quite a few king-level powerhouses have appeared among his subordinates. Reporting to the Venerable, the most dazzling genius of this session is still Gao Xiang. Still him. Venerable Liguang put down his wine glass. he frowned slightly, as if he did not want to hear this result. Venerable Li Guang knew that the genius competition only screened out the 1,000 most talented people. There are quite a few geniuses who have been born for a short time and have not had time to display their talent, so their rankings would be very low. But 30 years after entering primordial Chaos City, they might catch up from behind, or even far surpass the first place. Gao Xiang had already taken the Lord of Ganwu as his master in advance, causing him to lose a disciple for nothing. Naturally, Venerable Li Guang did not want to hear the news that Gao Xiang was still in the lead. Every time Venerable Li Guang hosts a genius competition, if he encounters a good seedling, he will take them as a disciple and invest a large amount of resources to cultivate them. Tell me, how is this Gao Xiang a genius? 20 years ago, Gao Xiang had already passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge. And now, passing the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge at the universe rank is already a very prodigy-like existence. But, Venerable Li Guang, who has seen many geniuses, was long since accustomed to it. He has not attempted the Heavenly Bridge for 20 years. This little guy has good heart nature. Venerable Li Guang has seen too many geniuses, they would go back to attempt the Heavenly Bridge every few years to prove themselves. Not attempting the Heavenly Bridge for 20 consecutive years, this endurance can be described as extremely powerful. Who else is there? Venerable Li Guang had already given up on looking for suitable disciples among this batch of geniuses. In his eyes, except for Gao Xiang being suitable to be taken as a student, the other geniuses were all very mediocre, and their future achievements would at most be merely marquee level. For geniuses with the potential to become a champion, Venerable Li Guang would take an extra look, and if they were pleasing to his eye, he would take them as disciples. As for geniuses with marquee-level potential, Venerable Li Guang might not necessarily look up to them. Ji Feng has suddenly risen in the last 10 years, and now she has already passed the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge. Ji Feng. Venerable Li Guang was very unfamiliar with this name. At this time, a king rank master explained, Ji Feng and Gao Xiang are fellow countrymen, both coming from the Ganwu universe country, but now she has already taken King Haiwu as her master. Oh, I didn't expect that King Haiwu would also take a disciple. However, as a king rank master from the Great Axe Battleground, she actually came to snatch a genius from our Virtual Universe Corporation. The Virtual Universe Corporation does not have a mandatory rule that their geniuses cannot take king rank masters from other forces as their master. But for King Haiwu to do this, it is ultimately not good. We don't know either, but I see that the two of them, master and disciple, are of one mind, they are practically like mother and daughter. Forget it, are there any other geniuses? With outstanding performance, Venerable Li Guang did not care about a mere Ji Feng. Chao has performed well and is now at the 4th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Also, Sicily, Kazan, and Lei Jia have all passed the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge. Chapter 89, Venerable Investment. Gao Xiang finished cultivating and ordered Sandus to apply to challenge the Heavenly Bridge. It is about time. Before I leave, I should go to the Heavenly Bridge one more time. I must not waste the opportunity for 10 times the points. Although he still had over 10 billion points, who would complain about having too many points? Venerable, Gao Xiang is challenging the Heavenly Bridge. A king rank master suddenly said. Among these king rank masters, quite a few had already made arrangements with Ba Fen to notify them immediately once Gao Xiang challenged the Heavenly Bridge. Because Gao Xiang had already become a disciple of the Lord of Ganwu in advance, Ba Fen did not forward the email about Gao Xiang challenging the Heavenly Bridge to Venerable Li Guang. Venerable Li Guang immediately sent an email to Ba Fen, asking him to authorize him to watch the live broadcast of Gao Xiang on the Heavenly Bridge. A giant screen appeared in front of the group. In front of an armored savage holding a great axe, he said with great disdain, "Little guy, it has been 20 years. Do you actually think you can pass the 7th level? We shall see once we try." Gao Xiang did not know that many king rank masters were currently watching his challenge broadcast. There was even a universe exalt. Mountain opener. Gao Xiang's seemingly ordinary axe strike actually possessed surging power, enough to destroy any universe rank powerhouse. Even an early stage territory lord rank powerhouse could not parry mountain opener. So fast. A white-bearded king-rank master stroked his aged cheek. After only a short exchange, Gao Xiang had actually chopped the opponent to death with one axe strike. It seems Gao Xiang has already grasped quite a lot of the 108 essence of space. The 8th level of the heavenly bridge. Gao Xiang still chose the martial artist. After gaining insights from the giant axe chaos steel, Gao Xiang preferred close quarters combat. A martial artist opponent was the most suitable for close quarters combat. Little guy, you are courting death. The guardian was a savage holding a large axe. He clenched his fist with one hand and brought the axe down toward Gao Xiang's forehead. Gao Xiang wanted to dodge, but he found that his feet felt as if they were stepping into a quagmire, and his movements became very sluggish. This was the most rudimentary spatial stasis. Break for me. Gao Xiang did not understand what spatial stasis was. He was merely a little guy who had completely comprehended the 108 essence of space. Relying on brute force, rough insights into the law of space, and the 9th level of his fire domain acting on his surroundings, he forcibly shattered the opponent's rudimentary spatial stasis. I never thought the spatial stasis on the 8th level could be broken. A king-rank master was somewhat incredulous. As a king-rank master in the spatial lockdown branch of the law of space, he knew the difficulty of breaking spatial stasis. It is not strange, this guy must have already comprehended the 108 essence of space, another king-rank master analyzed. How is this possible? It has only been 30 years, and he has already fully comprehended the 108 essences. This speed is too fast. Comparing people only leads to frustration. Even Kidi, the disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, was not this heaven-defying back in the day. That is for sure. Being able to comprehend 108 supreme law essences in 3,000 years is already considered a super genius. Gao Xiang is in danger. At this moment, some king-rank masters began to shake their heads. Once a genius like Gao Xiang is discovered by alien races, they will definitely try everything to assassinate him. The assassination methods of alien races are unexpected. For example, soul control, leaving him unable to ever be reincarnated. Or draining his life force completely, cutting off any hope of resurrection. When Gao Xiang broke the opponent's rudimentary spatial stasis, the scales of victory tipped toward him. It did not take long before Gao Xiang killed the opponent. The 9th level of the heavenly bridge. This time, the opponent used spatial stasis again, and its intensity far exceeded that of the 8th level. Gao Xiang could not break the opponent's spatial stasis, and the final result was naturally a failure. Have Gao Xiang come see me immediately. Venerable Li Guang's voice was like thunder. He had already made a decision in his heart. Congratulations, Gao Xiang, on passing the 8th level of the heavenly bridge. Ba Fen, in his black star robe, looked at Gao Xiang with a smile. Champion Long Yu just sent me an email, saying that you should go see him. Oh, very well. Gao Xiang replied without thinking too much. Champion Long Yu was the top king rank master under Venerable Li Guang and was the actual administrator of this genius competition. Champion Long Yu was mainly responsible for reporting the cultivation results of the geniuses just now. Greetings, Venerable. Greetings, Champion Long Yu. Gao Xiang entered Champion Long Yu's residence and soon discovered a universe exalt sitting inside. He had only seen Venerable Li Guang once during the genius competition. When Gao Xiang and the others took a spaceship to Primordial Chaos City, Venerable Li Guang did not appear. Instead, a marquee-level immortal under Champion Long Yu was responsible for escorting them. Gao Xiang, your performance in Primordial Chaos City has been good. I have a treasure to give you. After speaking, Venerable Li Guang threw a fist-sized jade pendant to Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang caught the jade pendant and discovered it was carved with a dragon. This thing is called Dragon Soul. It can resist soul attacks from below the undying level and nourish souls below the undying level. Here, take this as well. A black metal plate appeared in front of Gao Xiang. This was a metal plate made of B-grade metal. This metal plate contains my divine power imprint. If you encounter danger you cannot solve, you can crush it, and I will rush over to save you immediately. However, I must remind you that once you use this opportunity, everything in the future will depend on yourself. The Virtual Universe Corporation system for cultivating geniuses is very strict. Geniuses must experience life and death trials. Strong powerhouses cannot bestow treasures upon geniuses at will, otherwise, what is the point of life and death trials? Back then, the primordial Chaos City Lord had too many concerns and followed the corporation's rules too rigidly, failing to bestow enough treasures upon Kiti, which led to Kiti being captured by alien races and eventually going missing. After experiencing Kiti's death, the primordial Chaos City Lord had a change of heart. Not only did he bestow various cultivation resources upon Luo Feng, but he even gifted him a supreme treasure before Luo Feng prepared to go to the outside territory battlefield. When a supreme treasure appears, not only will king-level powerhouses go crazy, but even a universe lord would enter the fray to fight for it. This scene was seen by 10 king-rank masters simultaneously. Venerable Li Guang wanted to protect Gao Xiang openly in front of these people. Gao Xiang put the dragon soul into his space ring and thought to himself, with the dragon soul, when I go out for training at the universe rank, as long as I do not encounter an undying, my safety will basically be worry-free. With the dragon soul for soul defense, the cloud-caressing vine as armor for his physical body, and the star-eating grass for offensive assistance, ordinary world lord rank powerhouses would not be able to kill him. Thank you for the gift, Venerable Li Guang. I will certainly continue to work hard. Gao Xiang knew that Venerable Li Guang was doing this to invest in his future. A month passed quickly. A whale-like spaceship appeared above Primordial Chaos City. This was an F9 grade biological spaceship. It not only possessed defensive capabilities to withstand attacks from king-rank masters but also had powerful regenerative abilities. Venerable Li Guang stood at the command console inside the spaceship, looking at the holographic projection in front of him. Chapter 90 Universe Rank Mission. The spaceship had already passed through the passage of the primal universe and appeared in the primordial universe. The spaceship is accelerating. 1 times the speed of light. 2 times the speed of light. ... 90 times the speed of light. The spaceship entered the dark universe. Outside the primitive mystical region. As members of the primitive mystical region, who held the most esteemed status after the genius competition, Venerable Li Guang prioritized sending Gao Xiang and Kazan to the primitive mystical region. The primitive mystical region is a massive universe secret realm that, after being renovated by the Virtual Universe Corporation, has now become a safe secret realm. Within the secret realm, there are over 1,000 giant islands. The diameter of each island exceeds 50 million kilometers. Gao Xiang, your residence has arrived. A staff member pointed to an island below. The giant island with the number 83,002,541 has a diameter of 6,800 kilometers, and in the middle of the island, there is a giant manor with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Inside live 1 World Lord Rank Guard General, 10 Territory Lord Rank Guards, 100 Universe Rank Guards, and over 1,000 servants. These people are all here to better serve the, Your Highness, of the island. Just then, a beam of light flew over from afar. The light beam landed beneath the biological spaceship. Gao Xiang flew out from the spaceship and floated in front of Catherine. Catherine, we have finally met in reality. Catherine is a World Lord rank powerhouse from the Apocalypse Secret Region. Serving as a guard for Your Highness of the Primitive Mystical Region is one of the optional missions in the Apocalypse Secret Region. Being a guard in the Primitive Mystical Region is actually very safe. One will almost never encounter assassinations by alien races, and some of the Your Highnesses themselves are also very powerful, so there is not much they need to do. They can enjoy the best cultivate environment in the Primitive Mystical Region, which is much better than in the Apocalypse Secret Region. Therefore, many geniuses in the Apocalypse Secret Region are willing to fight for such a cushy job. A slight blush appeared on Catherine's tender cheeks. She lowered her head slightly, her voice sounding very pleasant. Your Highness, we have met several times in the virtual universe, but I didn't expect that seeing you in person, Your Highness would be so gentle and considerate. Gao Xiang has the right to change guards at any time. Catherine did not want to offend Gao Xiang and cause her cushy job to go down the drain. Let's go, let's head down. When Gao Xiang landed on a plaza within the manor, thousands of people were already waiting for him in front. The weakest among these people are all astral rank. The primitive mystical region is a magical place. If you just throw an ordinary person in here to be a servant, after several years, they will at least become astral rank. Welcome, Your Highness. The voices were surprisingly uniform, and thousands of gazes looked at Gao Xiang respectfully. From now on, Gao Xiang is the master here. I will go to cultivate first. Do not disturb me unless necessary. If there is anything, you can talk to Catherine first. Although this island is very large, the entertainment facilities inside are almost zero. It is nothing but cultivate. Your Highness. In the cultivate room, Catherine placed her hands on her lower abdomen, lowered her head, and stood by Gao Xiang's side. Help me apply for a nutrient capsule. Should I apply for one up to universe rank level 9, or directly to territory lord rank level 9? For a genius in the primitive mystical region, a breakthrough to territory lord is never a difficult task. As long as Gao Xiang is willing, he can become a territory lord in a short time. But after becoming a territory lord, he will lose the opportunity to do universe rank missions. He is not willing to become a territory lord so quickly. Missions like Qiulong Continent, Demon Mountain, and Qiulong Star, besides the surface level points, all hide immense opportunity. There are many areas that can strengthen life genes, spiritual force amplitude, strength amplitude, soul, and willpower. If these missions are missed, the loss would be huge. Sandus, help me query universe rank missions. Okay, Master. Gao Xiang has now entered the primitive mystical region and is also at the universe rank, so he has the qualification to accept universe rank missions. Soon, Sandus stated the information it had found. Universe rank stage missions are divided into 5 difficulty levels. They are safety level, ordinary level, difficult level, dangerous level, and desperate level. Their mortality rates are 0%, 10%, 20%, 50%, and 90% respectively. Master, the Virtual Universe Corporation has explicitly stipulated that members of the primitive mystical region can accept at most 12 universe rank missions within 100 years. The highest beginning mythical region is 10. Furthermore, the company does not strictly stipulate that one must do missions. The difficulty of the missions can also be freely chosen. However, the higher the difficulty of the mission, the richer the points reward. Is it just purely points? Gao Xiang knows that on the Qiulong continent, one can not only earn points but also collect blood river crystals. No. For example, the mission on the Qiulong continent, although it is difficult level, one can still obtain benefits. Collecting one blood river crystal can be kept for oneself or handed over to obtain 10,000 points. If one absorbs 3 blood river crystals, obtains the blood warrior title, and gets the blood luo medal, one can obtain 100,000 points. Can you query what benefits will be obtained after fusion with the blood river crystal? Sandus shook its head. Sorry, I do not have permission regarding the benefits of fusion with the blood river crystal. All right. Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. Gao Xiang knows that after fusion with the blood river crystal, one can obtain an increase in gene multiplier, which is a huge opportunity. Even Luo Feng did not know this before he first entered the Qiulong continent. Help me query whether I am qualified to purchase or apply for the blood river crystal. Sorry, Master, I still do not have permission. It seems I still have to go find my teacher for this matter. Gao Xiang quickly thought of the Lord of Ganwu. The other party has lived for countless epochs and is also a universe exalt, he must know more than himself. Greetings, teacher. Virtual universe, Ganwu continent, core area. Gao Xiang knelt in front of the Lord of Ganwu. The main hall where the Lord of Ganwu is located is spacious, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. However, such a spacious main hall now appeared exceptionally empty. Unlike the last time Gao Xiang came here, some ornaments and sculptures had already disappeared. Disciple, get up. You were looking for your teacher. Is there some doubt regarding your cultivate? The Lord of Ganwu believed that he had already given enough in terms of material gifts. 20 billion points are enough for Gao Xiang to walk all the way to Undying. Disciple wants to participate in universe rank missions, but I have always had a doubt about these missions. The Lord of Ganwu raised an eyebrow. Oh. Thus, Gao Xiang stated his doubt. I cannot conveniently tell you what exactly can be improved. However, what I can tell you is that many universe rank missions can not only earn you points but also improve your own strength. The Lord of Ganwu knows the rules of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and he knows even more that Gao Xiang's current permission is not enough, and he is not yet qualified to know these specific benefits. Being able to discover valuable missions from among many is also a form of opportunity. How about this? I will send you a list. As long as you complete these missions and have enough opportunity, your strength will be improved in all aspects. Thank you, teacher. Gao Xiang understood that the Lord of Ganwu must know a lot, but due to his permission, it was inconvenient to say more. Chapter 91, 2 World Lord Rank Plant-type Lifeforms. After Gao Xiang left the virtual universe, he soon received an email from the Lord of Ganwu. Gao Xiang, if you have enough opportunity for these tasks, you will be completely reborn. They are Shuiluo Continent, Qiulong Star, Demon Mountain, Abyss of Purgatory, and Cloud Palace. Master. Sandus's voice was anxious, and she grew worried. Demon Mountain, Abyss of Purgatory, and Cloud Palace are all death-level tasks with a mortality rate as high as 90%. Please consider this carefully. Gao Xiang had long since prepared himself mentally. Since he wanted to obtain opportunity, he had to take risks. However, he was not simply taking risks, he would only venture out if he had the means to save his own life. The 90% mortality rate was calculated based on all the geniuses who participated in the tasks. Before I go to perform these tasks, I must at least ensure that both the cloud-caressing vine and the star-eating grass have reached the World Lord rank 9, and that my soul defense is sufficient to be immune to soul attacks and illusions below the undying level. It would only take 10 years for the 2 plant-type lifeforms to become World Lord rank 9. As for soul defense treasures, he had the dragon soul, and he was also learning a powerful soul-type secret method. It is a pity that we do not have a clone, otherwise, we could completely send a clone to complete the tasks. Even if the clone fell, at least I would not truly die. Gao Xiang shook his head, starting to feel a bit envious of Luo Feng. The golden horned beast. Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, Gao Xiang had used his privileges as a member of the primitive mystical region to specifically have Sandus check for the latest information on the Master of Yunmo planet. Sandus could not find out whether the Master of Yunmo planet had fallen. But she found that the last time the Master of Yunmo planet appeared was over 30,000 years ago. In other words, the Master of Yunmo planet might have already fallen over 30,000 years ago. With another 10 or 20,000 years, it would be enough for Gao Xiang to become a champion or even a venerable. He could not afford to wait for the appearance of the golden horned beast. After becoming undying, the soul and physical body merge, and there is no longer any possibility of possession. Gao Xiang wanted to check if he could exchange for a special lifeform's physical body for possession, but he still did not have the authorization. Wanting to find a physical body with the ability to create clones was, for the current Gao Xiang, an almost impossible task to complete. He could not even check which races possessed the ability to create clones because his authorization was insufficient. Why not go and ask my teacher again? Gao Xiang believed that with the knowledge of his teacher, the Lord of Ganwu, he would naturally know many races that possessed the ability to create clones. Very quickly, Gao Xiang drafted an email to the Lord of Ganwu. The Lord of Ganwu would not reply so quickly for the time being, so Gao Xiang decided to first go and feed his 2 plant-type lifeforms. Cloud-caressing vine, are you hungry? Gao Xiang looked at the cloud-caressing vine, which possessed 108 vines, and gently stroked its green branches and leaves. The cloud-caressing vine used the tips of its vines to perform an action similar to nodding. At the same time, as Gao Xiang's plant-type lifeform servant, it could convey its thoughts to Gao Xiang through telepathy. Gao Xiang poured a large bottle of locked divine water over the branches and leaves of the cloud-caressing vine. The cloud-caressing vine was very happy after receiving the locked divine water. Its vines, which were over 10 kilometers long, were actually swaying left and right, dancing gracefully. Looking at the cloud-caressing vine, which had already reached World Lord rank 7, Gao Xiang was very satisfied. After the cloud-caressing vine entered the World Lord level, the number of vines was used as a reference for its strength. The more vines it had, the more powerful it was. At the same time, the more vines it had, the more powerful it would be in the future after breaking through to undying. Gao Xiang had wanted to evolve the cloud-caressing vine to the most perfect 360 vines. However, he discovered that wanting to evolve the cloud-caressing vine to 360 vines not only required more time but also quite a few rare treasures. Several of these rare treasures were either not in the Virtual Universe Corporation treasure vault, or he did not have the authorization to exchange for them. The evolution plan that Sandus had set for Gao Xiang was that in exactly 30 years, the cloud-caressing vine could evolve into a World Lord rank 9 with 108 vines. Sandus had also come up with a plan to evolve it to 216 vines, which cost less than 1/10 of the original plan's resources, but it would take a full 1,000 years. Gao Xiang could not wait that long. 1,000 years was enough for him to become a champion. After becoming a champion, what use would he have for the cloud-caressing vine? Your turn. Gao Xiang held a space ring toward the star-eating grass, which was already at World Lord rank 8. A large amount of ore fell frantically from the space ring. At the same time, Gao Xiang also threw over a piece of emerald green spiritual wood. This was a type of spiritual wood called myriad spirit marrow wood. Its exchange price in the Virtual Universe Corporation treasure vault was 5 million points per piece, and it could promote the rapid evolution and strength enhancement of plant-type lifeforms. Is it tasty? Gao Xiang stroked the branches and leaves of the star-eating grass, very dotingly. These two plant-type lifeforms would be his greatest reliance when he ventured into the universe rank task trial grounds in the future, so he had to be willing to invest in them. This is the 8th piece of myriad spirit marrow wood you have eaten. I hope you can evolve this time. It was too difficult, far too difficult, for plant-type lifeforms to evolve. The cloud-caressing vine was lucky. After eating quite a few treasures, it successfully evolved into having 218 vines. The star-eating grass, however, was less lucky and was still in the state of having 100 vines. The star-eating grass could evolve up to 1,000 vine star-eating grass. Once it became undying, its strength would approach the king peak level. Woo woo woo. The star-eating grass understood Gao Xiang's meaning, and through telepathy, it conveyed all its grievances to Gao Xiang. It was not that it was not working hard, but that it had already tried its very best. In just 30 years, he wanted it to grow from Territory Lord rank to World Lord rank 9. What kind of master was this? For a wild 100-vine star-eating grass, it was impossible to grow from Territory Lord rank to World Lord rank without millions of years. The lifespan of plant-type lifeforms far exceeded that of the human race. Gao Xiang's approach was completely akin to helping seedlings grow by pulling them upward. However, just after the star-eating grass swallowed the spiritual wood, a surprising scene occurred. Tiny vines unexpectedly sprouted from the roots of the star-eating grass. The number of vines reached 216. Not bad, not bad, star-eating grass, you are very impressive. A star-eating grass with 216 vines was several times stronger than a 100-vine star-eating grass. After Gao Xiang fed the two plant-type lifeforms, his consciousness entered the virtual universe, and he began to comprehend the giant axe chaos steel. There were two ways to comprehend the giant axe chaos steel. One was to comprehend the giant axe chaos steel face to face. The other was to indirectly comprehend the chaos monument by studying the corresponding secret methods. Gao Xiang adopted the latter. The comprehension efficiency of the latter was only 1/10 of the former. From this, one could see the value of face-to-face comprehension of the chaos monument. Spatial stasis is composed of 86 essence of space combined together. There are a total of 16 combination forms, and each combination form is layered sequentially on the basis of the original one. The secret technique of Axe Force is a super detailed secret method targeting the first 4 diagrams of the giant axe chaos steel. It not only contains many combat-type secret methods but also includes comprehension experience regarding the direction of space. The fingers in Gao Xiang's mind began to delineate the first combination form of spatial stasis. Chapter 92, Making Ample Preparations. The 86 essence of space are equivalent to the bricks used to build a house. And the experience of comprehending the law of space is the most intuitive blueprint. What a cultivator must do is follow the blueprint to construct the corresponding house. Therefore, if Gao Xiang wants to fully comprehend spatial stasis, he must construct at least 16 different houses. The axe force technique introduces in detail that there are actually many concrete and feasible schemes to comprehend the minor branch of spatial stasis. Some secret techniques require only 48 essence of space and only 12 types of combination forms, yet they can still reach the perfect state of the minor branch of spatial stasis. This is what is meant by reaching the same destination by different paths. But the author of the axe force technique explicitly states that the method he recorded is absolutely the most efficient and least troublesome scheme. For example, the scheme mentioned just now that only requires 48 essence of space has a very high actual operational difficulty. Because the number of essence of space used is very small, some unique structures must be composed using these limited essences. The result of this is that the first combination of spatial stasis actually requires over 100 million types of unique structures. Unique structures are formed by the first stacking of essence of space, equivalent to ladders, floor slabs, walls, etc., built by stacking bricks. In contrast, the secret technique Gao Xiang is comprehending requires fully mastering over 60 million types of unique structures before he can begin to formally construct the first form of spatial stasis. And this is only for comprehending one minor branch of the law of space. A world lord rank genius who does not follow the path of the law of space would be unable to fully master these 60 million plus unique structures even after exhausting their entire life. From this, it is evident how difficult it is to become a venerable. Difficult, truly difficult. When Gao Xiang attempted to outline the first unique structure, he was completely dumbfounded. This special structure is merely the first special structure of the first form of spatial stasis, composed of over 300 billion essence of space, containing 34 different essence of space. To fully master this special structure, one must follow the records in the secret technique, stroke by stroke, using the 34 essence of space to outline a complete special structure. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The secret technique is only a written record, not a pictorial one, so the difficulty of comprehension is extremely high. But the law manifestation in primordial chaos city is completely different. After the law of space manifests, the special structures of the law of space are completely visible. Although there is some overlap and complexity, combining it with the secret technique being comprehended to outline them can increase efficiency several times over. After entering the primitive mystical region, Gao Xiang had already discovered that the speed of comprehension here was far, far slower than in the primal universe. If he were to enter the apocalypse secret region, wouldn't the comprehension speed be even slower? After I reach the world lord rank, I must redeem the qualification to go to the primal universe to comprehend. The Virtual Universe Corporation has regulations that core members who want to go to the primal universe to comprehend again must redeem the opportunity with points. Gao Xiang has plenty of points, enough to redeem it countless times. But the company stipulates that one does not have the permission to redeem such comprehension opportunities until reaching the World Lord rank. The Virtual Universe Corporation will not let you cultivate in peace all the way. Otherwise, with Gao Xiang's comprehension ability, he could completely stay in the primal universe until breaking through to undying. Universe rank missions can be chosen freely and are not mandatory. But universe rank missions often hide immense benefits, not doing them would be a waste. At the territory lord rank, one needs to be dispatched, usually returning to the universe country where one is located to hold an important position. At the same time, one must also complete the assessment missions issued by the company. For example, Luo Feng's mission to judge his father. After reaching the World Lord rank, one must go to the outside territory battlefield or secret realms to adventure. Wanting to stay safely and honestly in the primal universe to cultivate, don't even think about it, the high-level officials of the Virtual Universe Corporation would not agree. The company wants true powerhouses. Ordinary undying cultivated in a greenhouse have no meaning to the company. 15 years passed. Gao Xiang had already stayed in the primitive mystical region for a full 15 years. During this period, the cloud-caressing vine had already reached 108 vines at World Lord rank 9th level 13 years ago. The star-eating grass had only just reached 216 vines at World Lord rank 9th level recently. The growth speed of the two plant-type life forms was 5 years later than planned. Your Highness, your items have arrived. Please inspect them. An undying powerhouse wearing a black uniform appeared in front of Gao Xiang. When Gao Xiang saw him, he was stunned. King-level undying Zhan Miwang, I didn't expect you to come and deliver the goods in person. King-level undying Zhan Miwang is a king-level immortal of the Virtual Universe Corporation's transportation department. Because the goods this time were extremely expensive, the transportation department decided to let king-level undying Zhan Miwang deliver them personally. I didn't expect Gao Xiang to redeem such precious treasures, even I am very tempted after seeing them. King-level undying Zhan Miwang responded with a smile. After Gao Xiang signed for the goods, his consciousness entered the world ring. A world ring is made using spatial cutting technology. It can not only store inanimate objects but also living things. Furthermore, a world ring can even house people. It is like a miniature world inside that can be self-sufficient. A blood-red D9 biological spaceship with 3 wings appeared in front of Gao Xiang. Its length exceeded 1,000 meters, and its entire body was crafted from pure metal. Gao Xiang originally wanted to directly redeem an F9 level spaceship, but his permission was insufficient, and he could not redeem it. He could only redeem up to a D9 level spaceship. He settled for the next best thing and redeemed a D9 level biological spaceship. This spaceship cost him 100 million points, more than 30 times the price of the Yunmo planet ship. The spaceship's primary value lies in it being a biological spaceship. It is not only equipped with the most advanced planet-destroying cannon, laser cannons, and propulsion systems, but it also possesses unique functions. It has self-repair capabilities. As long as the core device is not damaged, it can self-recover. At the same time, it also possesses evolution capabilities. As long as sufficient resources are provided, its level will gradually increase, and it is not impossible for it to rise to a G-level spaceship. This special effect is somewhat similar to the Bona race metal, which can also parasitize on the spaceship, not only repairing the spaceship's damage but also evolving. Besides the spaceship, there was a bottle of Loch Divine Water worth 50 million points, a large detector worth 1 billion points, a miniature detector worth 5 billion points, and 3 enslaved monster race royal servants worth 100 million points. Loch Divine Water is expensive. Even outside undying powerhouses might not be able to buy it. Within the Virtual Universe Corporation, it belongs to the restricted level treasures. Gao Xiang had already used up his qualification to redeem Loch Divine Water, so logically, he could not continue to redeem Loch Divine Water. He sought out his teacher, the Lord of Ganwu, and only then managed to obtain this 50 million points worth of Loch Divine Water. The 2 detectors were also restricted level. With his current permission, he could not redeem them, and it was only by relying on the Lord of Ganwu's connections that he succeeded in redeeming them. As for the 3 enslaved monster race royal servants, Gao Xiang did not use any connections. Chapter 93, 3 Territory Lord Rank Servants. The Virtual Universe Corporation has many alien races available for enslavement, ranging from astral rank to peak king. With Gao Xiang's clearance, he can currently exchange for at most 3 Territory Lord rank level 9 monster race royal servants. Gao Xiang looked at the 3 massive monster race bodies inside his world ring and was deeply shocked. As expected of a core member of the Virtual Universe primitive mystical region, even these can be exchanged. One was a silver moon fierce wolf with a pitch-black body, exuding a terrifying aura. One was a spike-ring centipede with a hard red armored body, black thorn rings on its back, and a terrifying appearance. One was a dark gray 9-eyed cobra with a triangular head. These 3 monster race members were all royals with noble bloodlines and ferocious strength. They had been captured by human race powerhouses and fell into a deep slumber after their souls were struck by a secret technique. The Virtual Universe Corporation warned Gao Xiang that these 3 servants had noble bloodlines, and once the monster race found out, their master would be hunted down to the end by the monster race. Therefore, the company advised that when his strength was insufficient, he should not easily release them unless absolutely necessary. So big. The little fairy Sandus appeared above the head of the spike ring centipede, shocked as she looked at its head, which was the size of a mountain. Gao Xiang flew into the world ring and similarly stared in astonishment at these three sleeping monster race royals. As expected of the Virtual Universe Corporation, even this kind of thing can be exchanged. The price was also quite staggering. Gao Xiang did not care about that. What he wanted was sufficient safety. If his clearance were sufficient and his points were enough, he would even want to exchange for a peak king servant. The actual situation was that even if he were given a sleeping peak king servant, he would not be able to enslave it. Given Gao Xiang's current soul strength, he could at most enslave a territory lord rank level 9 powerhouse. Let's start the enslavement now. Gao Xiang was already impatient. The enslavement secret technique of the Virtual Universe Corporation was much more powerful than that of the master of Yunmo planet. Gao Xiang had already learned a powerful enslavement secret technique in advance. The three monster race royals had already fallen into a soul slumber, and their strength was sealed, so it was very safe. The biggest risk now was that the enslavement would fail, leading to the servant's soul being extinguished and turning into a soulless body. Gao Xiang was cautious, afraid that if he were careless, his 100 million points would be gone. Starting with the spike ring centipede first. Gao Xiang placed his palm on the head of the spike ring centipede. Wisps of invisible soul power were peeled away from Gao Xiang's soul. To enslave a servant, one must peel off a small fragment from one's own soul and, with the miraculous effect of the enslavement secret technique, plant it deep within the servant's soul. The theory was very simple, but it was very complex to put into practice. When Gao Xiang peeled off a small piece of his soul, he felt a wave of intense pain, and his mental state deteriorated quite a bit. Failed. When the first wisp of soul fragment acted upon the spike ring centipede's soul, because Gao Xiang's soul strength was significantly weaker than the opponent's, he quickly encountered the opponent's instinctive resistance. The opponent had fallen into a soul slumber. Logically, its soul strength should have decreased significantly. But Gao Xiang had not expected that even a fallen giant remained formidable. After trying 3 times and spending 3 whole days, Gao Xiang finally succeeded in enslaving the spike ring centipede. Next is you. Gao Xiang looked at the 9-eyed cobra in the distance. The 9-eyed cobra had 9 eyes and was naturally suited for illusions, so most 9-eyed cobras were powerful illusionists. Enslaving the 9-eyed cobra wasted quite a bit of time, taking Gao Xiang a full 7 days. The last one, the silver moon fierce wolf, took the shortest amount of time. It was successfully enslaved in less than a day. Release the seal. To ensure safety, the Virtual Universe Corporation not only made the enslaved servants' souls fall into a slumber but also sealed their bodies. At this moment, Gao Xiang could feel the connection deep within his soul to the 3 monster race servants in front of him. Soon, the seals of the 3 monster race servants were completely opened by Gao Xiang. As the seals were opened and their sleeping souls were awakened, the 3 monster race servants slowly opened their eyes. Human brat, you seek death. The first to wake up was the silver moon fierce wolf. He saw Gao Xiang standing in front of him with his hands on his hips, looking at him like he was a monkey, which made him very angry. After standing up, he opened his mouth and bit toward Gao Xiang's direction. In front of him, Gao Xiang was like a tiny person before Mount Everest. Kneel down for me. This was unreasonable. Just woke up and haven't realized what's going on, right? After the silver moon fierce wolf heard Gao Xiang tell him to kneel, he expected himself to be furious, but this command was like the word of God. He was unable to resist. Rumble. The silver moon fierce wolf's massive body actually knelt down. At this moment, his unbridled eyes actually revealed obsequiousness. The Gao Xiang before him seemed even dearer to him than his own parents. He was even willing to die for him. The current silver moon fierce wolf was like a bootlicker trying to pursue a goddess. If the other party told him to jump into a river and commit suicide, he would be willing. The silver moon fierce wolf thought to himself, I actually became a human servant. I remember I was still fighting in the outside territory battlefield and was killed by a world lord combat general. I hope I can live a good life following this master. From now on, you are Silver Moon, and your primary mission is to protect my safety. A slaved territory lord rank level 9 Silver Moon fierce wolf was worth over 30 million points. If it were a corpse, it would only be worth 10,000 points. The difference in value between the two was over 3,000 times. Very well, my master, but my soul has been damaged quite a bit, and I fear I can only exert half of my strength. This is for you. Gao Xiang tossed a bottle of treasure that could recover external soul injuries to the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. For souls below undying to recover, the cost is relatively small. If it were an undying powerhouse's soul injury, the cost would be an astronomical figure, and the required treasures were things Gao Xiang currently lacked the clearance to exchange for. At this time, the spike-ring centipede and the nine-eyed cobra woke up one after another. Gao Xiang named them Thorn Ring and Nine Eyes, respectively. Thus, Gao Xiang had gained another trump card. After everything was prepared, Gao Xiang ordered Sandus to apply for the Shuiluo continent mission. Soon, Gao Xiang received an email. Severe warning, severe warning. The system has detected that you have just come out of the primal universe and are accepting a universe rank mission for the first time. Although Shuiluo continent is a difficult level mission, the estimated mortality rate for this mission is as high as 90%. The Virtual Universe Corporation's mortality rate estimation is determined based on various factors. This mortality rate is actually on par with a desperate level mission. Important reminder, Shuiluo continent is extremely xenophobic. If they discover an alien race, they will unite and exterminate them together. This is the basic information about Shuiluo continent, please check it. Gao Xiang opened the attachment in the email. Soon, he finished reading the attachment. Chapter 94, Mission begins. In short, Shuiluo continent is a world where experts roam everywhere, even newborn infants possess planetary-level strength. They are extremely xenophobic, internal strife is severe, and there is no unified power in existence. Shuiluo continent has millions of races, and Gao Xiang's race is similar to many of those within, so there is no need to adjust his physique or appearance. Gao Xiang has a World Lord rank plant-type lifeform by his side, so he can completely store all his belongings within the internal world of that plant-type lifeform. He only has one life, so naturally, he carries his valuable items with him. Cloud-caressing vine, transform. The cloud-caressing vine can form any style of Mo Yun vine armor and can also conceal its aura. As long as it is not an undying expert, no one can discover the anomaly of the Mo Yun vine armor. Although the technology on Shuiluo continent is not advanced, they have already imitated force armor, so Gao Xiang decided to let the Mo Yun vine armor transform into the appearance of force armor. Shuiluo continent does not have powerful weapons like the Blood Edge God weapon or the Golden Bronze Battle Blade. Their force weapons and spiritual force weapons are all very crude, so Gao Xiang has already prepared some crude weapons in advance. After everything was prepared, Gao Xiang selected the Mission Confirmation module in the virtual universe. Select Confirm again, this mission is about to begin. Confirm. Shuiluo continent is located in the highest beginning mythical region. In 3 days, the company will send a spaceship to pick you up and head to Shuiluo continent. The journey will take half a year. So long. Gao Xiang remembered that when Luo Feng went from the highest beginning mythical region to Shuiluo continent, it took 3 months. The sky above Shuiluo continent is covered in debris belts, neither spaceships nor individuals can accelerate to a sufficient speed to enter the dark universe. Therefore, it is almost impossible for the natives of Shuiluo continent to go outside and explore. 3 days passed in a flash. For Gao Xiang, it was merely the interval between opening and closing his eyes. Your Highness, the spaceship responsible for picking you up for your mission has already appeared above the manor. Guardian General Catherine transmitted to Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang walked out of the cultivation room and looked up at the spaceship in the sky. To ensure the safety of geniuses, the Virtual Universe Corporation executes very strict confidentiality protocols every time a genius selects a mission. Even Guardian General Catherine, who is responsible for Gao Xiang's safety, cannot know where Gao Xiang is going next. Your Highness, I am the staff member responsible for picking you up for your mission. At this moment, an expert wearing a black uniform descended from the spaceship. His aura was powerful, far exceeding the World Lord rank. Gao Xiang guessed that the other party was at least at the level of an immortal general. Sorry to trouble you. You were welcome. The staff member smiled, looking very respectful. Although he was an undying expert, an immortal general like him who had ground out his cultivation over time did not have a high status within the company. At most, he was just an errand runner. Being able to build a relationship with a future high-level member of the company in advance was the most important thing. After entering the spaceship, Gao Xiang chose a quiet cultivation room and soon closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the immortal general beside him smiled and said, "Your Highness, we have arrived above Shuiluo continent, but it is still very far from Tianxi Palace, and the journey is filled with debris belts. We can only fly there slowly, and this process will take 3 months." All right. Gao Xiang had already prepared himself mentally. During these 3 months of cultivation, he had already outlined 1/10 of the special combinations composed of over 300 billion essence of space within the small branch of his spatial stasis. The essence of space is like the amino acids that make up proteins. The special combinations are the primary structure that makes up proteins. Numerous primary structures form secondary structures, and these secondary structures are also known as imperfect small branches. For a small branch to be perfected, it needs to be constantly refined with special combinations, similar to renovating a house, and only then can it finally become a complete small branch tertiary structure. Therefore, no matter how heaven-defying Gao Xiang's comprehension ability is, it will take a very, very long time for him to completely comprehend a small branch. Fortunately, Gao Xiang was not in a hurry, he had plenty of time to comprehend. Gao Xiang's consciousness entered the world of the star-eating grass. The star-eating grass is currently Gao Xiang's strongest combat power, so the vast majority of the treasures on his person were placed inside the internal world of the star-eating grass. The internal world of the star-eating grass is very spacious, possessing 216 vines. Its internal world has a diameter of fully 10 million kilometers. Awoo! Far away above the lake on the horizon, a silver moon fierce wolf flew straight over like a cannonball. At the same time, a giant blood-colored centipede crawled out from the hard rock and soil. A towering mountain's rock and soil cracked, and suddenly it transformed into a huge poisonous snake. Silver Moon, Thorn Ring, and Nine Eyes appeared before Gao Xiang simultaneously. They bowed their heads, their voices incomparably devout. "Master, how is your injury recovery coming along?" In order to let these 3 servants recover from their physical and soul injuries sooner, Gao Xiang spared no expense in exchanging for quite a few good items. However, even with the nourishment of many treasures, they still needed quite a bit of time to fully recover. "Master." The Silver Moon fierce wolf's voice was like thunder. He had tried his best to lower his voice, worried that his master would find it too loud. "I should still need 2.5 years to fully recover." "Master," the nine-eyed cobra transmitted to Gao Xiang. Her voice was like that of a domineering female CEO, filled with magnetism and an irresistible majesty. "My injuries are relatively severe, I might still need 3 years to recover." "What about you?" Gao Xiang looked at the spike-ring centipede, who had not spoken yet. "I also need 3 more years." The spike-ring centipede's mouth structure was special, making him unable to make a sound, so he also told Gao Xiang via transmission. "Then when will you be able to break through to the World Lord rank?" These 3 servants were all from the royal families of the monster race, with bloodlines second only to the imperial families of the monster race. The price for exchanging them in the virtual universe was several times that of ordinary monster race members. However, there are benefits to a high price. They are powerful, have noble bloodlines, and have great growth potential. For them, becoming a world lord is only a matter of time. "Master, our bodies and souls have not fully recovered yet. To become a world lord, we must at least wait until our strength has fully recovered." Nine Eyes replied, "All right. To become a world lord, there are 3 hard requirements. Strength elevated to Domain Lord level 9, Law entry, and Domain level 9. The 3 monster race members, Nine Eyes and the others, were from royal backgrounds. The difficulty of becoming a world lord was not high. You all should recover your bodies well, and do not neglect the comprehension of laws. Before leaving, Gao Xiang specifically gave them instructions. He did not want these 3 monster race servants to start slacking off in their cultivation after having their master's protection. "Master, please, wait." Just as Gao Xiang was about to leave, Nine Eyes called out to him via transmission from behind. Chapter 95, Shuiluo Natives. Is there anything else you want to say? I have some doubts regarding the essence of space. Nine Eyes lowered her head, her triangular head almost pressed against her eye-like chest and abdomen, appearing incomparably respectful. After she had just been enslaved by Gao Xiang, she was very unwilling when she learned that her master was actually just a universe-ranked guy. All three of them, these monsters, had the desire to become powerhouses, otherwise, they wouldn't have ventured to the outside territory battlefield when they were only territory lord rank. Even if they became someone else's servants, they still wanted to find a master with powerful strength or talent. Nine Eyes was most skilled in illusions, and at the same time, the laws she comprehended were the law of fire and the law of space. At that time, she had only grasped 48 essences of space. She had been studying the 49th essence of space for over 20 years and had never been able to comprehend it. As a result, after Gao Xiang's guidance, she comprehended the 49th essence in less than 10 days. Master, there is also me. Thorn Ring also had quite a few doubts. Woof woof woof. Master, I also have doubts. Because of his anxiety, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf actually let out a dog's bark. A month later, Gao Xiang finally left the internal world of the star-eating grass. Although the three monsters, Nine Eyes and the others, were already territory lord rank powerhouses, their comprehension of the laws was truly too shallow. Take Nine Eyes for example, she had now comprehended 49 essences of space. However, she only followed the path of pure comprehension, the kind that scores 60 out of 100 on a test. Therefore, the further she went, the harder it became to comprehend the law of space. In contrast, Gao Xiang had always followed the path of dissecting the essence of space, scoring 100 out of 100 on every essence of space. His foundation was incomparably solid. Gao Xiang was more than qualified to serve as a teacher for Nine Eyes and the others. Master, those three are just servants, do not waste precious time guiding them. The little sprite Sandus appeared on Gao Xiang's shoulder. Since they have become my servants, and their talent and comprehension ability are not bad to begin with, as long as they are guided properly, they will definitely become my capable assistants in the future. Gao Xiang did not want these three servants to become useless ornaments once he became undying. When Gao Xiang walked out of the cultivate room and appeared in the control room of the spaceship, the immortal general standing at the very front of the control room bowed slightly toward Gao Xiang. Your Highness, the spaceship has already passed Tianxi Palace, and we are now heading to the skies above Shuiluo continent. Good. When the spaceship hovered over Shuiluo continent, a huge and peculiar ancient continent appeared before Gao Xiang. The sky of Shuiluo continent had a total of 18 layers. The natives living on Shuiluo continent dared not break through the 18 layers to reach outer space. Because once they entered outer space, they would be killed by the powerhouses stationed at Tianxi Palace. Your Highness, take care on your journey. Good. Gao Xiang descended from the spaceship. Before long, the spaceship that had escorted Gao Xiang to Shuiluo continent departed. Gao Xiang released the D9 biological spaceship from the internal world of the star-eating grass. A giant spaceship over 1,000 meters long appeared in the outer space of Shuiluo continent. The force battle armor manifested by the cloud-caressing vine could not be detected by ordinary Shuiluo continent powerhouses, unless the opponent was undying. It was very safe. Sandus, scan the entire ancient god ruins for me and find a huge pit with a temple at the bottom. Understood. Master, Shuiluo continent is too vast, I can only scan it slowly. Sandus split off a portion of her consciousness. To control a D-grade spaceship equipped with large-scale detectors, flying toward the ancient god ruins. Good. Manifest the biological spaceship into a meteorite, and synchronize my position in the sky. Understood, Master. Oh, right, have all the spaceship's laser cannons ready for me, prepared to fire at any moment, and keep the planet-destroying cannon on standby as well. The planet-destroying cannon is a restricted weapon. Gao Xiang managed to get one through the connections of the Dragon Whale King. Understood. For the sake of safety, Gao Xiang had the D9 biological spaceship keep in sync with him in outer space, with all laser cannons ready to fire. If he encountered an opponent he could not handle, he would fly directly into the sky and use the spaceship's D9 laser cannons to kill the opponent. The D9 laser cannons could kill Territory Lord rank Stage 9 powerhouses and could lightly injure World Lord rank powerhouses. The planet-destroying cannon could instantly kill World Lord rank powerhouses. After everything was ready, Gao Xiang flew out of the spaceship and flew downward. When he broke through the 18 layers of clouds, a powerful gravity pulled him downward. He no longer resisted the gravity and fell downward along with it. "What is that?" A tender young boy pointed at the sky and asked curiously. In the distance, a caravan was on its way when they saw a ball of fire suddenly appear in the sky. "Young Lord Nabu, it's a meteor, it's nothing to worry about." A sturdy middle-aged man was already accustomed to such things. The entire sky above Shuiluo continent was a fragmented star belt, and meteorites often fell, eventually turning into meteors. "Uncle Hillman, I heard that transporting goods in the wild is very dangerous, but we have been on the road for a whole month, and we haven't encountered any danger." The powerhouse known as Hillman was the leader of this caravan and also the strongest person here. "Young Lord Nabu, don't say such things, not encountering danger is the best thing." Hillman was battle-hardened, he had previously been a member of a wild hunting team and knew the dangers of the wilderness. "Oh, I was just saying." Nabu became a little dejected. As the young lord of the Na family in Yangon territory, Nabu had been pampered since childhood. Now that he had finally reached adulthood, he could finally go out to train with Hillman. His first training experience was to transport goods with Hillman while clearing out dangers along the way. As a result, they had walked all this way and were almost at Yangon territory, yet they hadn't encountered any danger. This made Nabu, who desperately wanted real combat, feel a bit upset. Hillman saw Nabu's thoughts and laughed out loud. "Young Lord Nabu, since you want to train, you can come along the next time we go out to deliver goods." "I definitely won't. Delivering goods is boring to death." Nabu was simple-minded. As the only son of a big merchant family, living in luxury since childhood, how could he know the dangers of the outside world? "Boss, look." At this moment, someone pointed to the billowing dust in the distance. "It's bandits," Hillman roared, gripping the weapon in his hand. Although he took it very seriously, he was not nervous. The Na family was a second-rate power in Yangon territory, and the clan chief was a cloud-level, universe-rank powerhouse. As long as they announced that they were a Na family caravan, almost no bandits dared to touch them. 20 kilometers away, there was a group of more than 20 people. They were riding strange-looking exotic beasts, holding weapons in their hands, and were galloping toward the caravan where Nabu was. "Boss, they seem to be people from Yangang." "Good," Hillman responded. Yangang was a bandit force wandering around Yangon territory, and their strongest member was also cloud level. When the people from Yangang came over later, Hillman only needed to announce the name of the Na family, and the people from Yangang would naturally retreat. The opportunity for battle has arrived. Chapter 96, Yangon Territory. Watching the Yangang bandits rushing over, the weapon in Nabu's hand was already starting to heat up. His heart rate accelerated, and he was very excited. The long-awaited battle was about to begin. "Young Master Nabu, don't do anything later, and put your weapon away." Seeing that Nabu was eager to fight, Hillman said to him sternly. "Why?" Nabu was a bit puzzled. "They are from the Yangang and won't dare to touch us. Later, I only need to announce that we are a caravan from the Na family and they will naturally retreat." "All right." Nabu, who had just been extremely excited, felt very dejected after hearing that there would be no chance for a fight. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to do anything during this training experience. Although Nabu had come out this time for training, his father, for the sake of Nabu's safety, had specifically told Hillman to only protect Nabu's safety on the road and not to go hunting desolate beasts. Therefore, throughout the journey, Nabu had not hunted a single desolate beast. "Hee, fat meat has arrived." The leader of the Yangang bandits, a sky-rank powerhouse, led the team. Seeing the Na family caravan, he discovered that the carriages behind them were actually fully loaded with goods. However, at this moment, 19 rays of light flashed silently, actually slaying the 19 Yangang members one by one. Only the weakest bandit remained. This. Just as Hillman was preparing to announce their name, he discovered that of the Yan gang members not far away, only one was left alive. Are you all right? At this moment, a youth wearing black armor walked over. This person was Gao Xiang, who had transformed into the appearance of a native of the Qiulong continent. What are you doing? These are people from the Yan gang. Our Na family only needs to announce our name, and they would naturally leave. Hillman was stunned and didn't know what to do for a moment. Although their Na family was not afraid of the Yan gang was not afraid of the Na family either. The Yan gang had strict principles, they only hunted caravans of third-rate powers. Big brother, you are so amazing. Nabu discovered that Gao Xiang was about the same age as him, and he was very impressed by Gao Xiang's strength. He jumped off his mount, preparing to walk over to Gao Xiang. Hillman blocked Nabu's path. Uncle Hillman, what are you doing? Young master, the Yan gang members were killed by him, it has nothing to do with our Na family. We had better leave quickly. Hillman held the mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble and did not want this matter to be known by the Yan gang. I helped you kill the bandits, you don't need to thank me. Gao Xiang didn't want to be a good guy. He decided to intervene after seeing the other party in danger, aiming to better infiltrate the Yangon territory and gather intelligence. There is still one more. Nabu discovered that there was another survivor not far away. Little brother, I saw you from afar and noticed you were eager to try. You must be out here for training, right? I'll leave that guy to you. Gao Xiang had been observing Nabu and the others for a long time and had roughly figured out Nabu's thoughts. Thank you, big brother. Nabu had long been unable to restrain himself, the weapon in his hand began to sway left and right, like a dancing maiden. Young master, they are from the Yan gang, let's leave quickly. Hillman shouted anxiously. From the speed at which Gao Xiang killed, Hillman had already judged that Gao Xiang must be a cloud-level, universe-rank powerhouse, so he dared not act rashly. Otherwise, he would have already moved to kill Gao Xiang and left quickly, pretending to know nothing. Your name is Hillman, right? Gao Xiang sized up Hillman and discovered that the other party was merely a sky-rank, astral-rank powerhouse, completely no match for him. Senior. Although Hillman was angry, he dared not offend Gao Xiang. Call me Xiang. Although I killed these people, as long as you don't say anything, who would know it was me? Hillman remained silent. He still could not feel at ease. He really wanted to distance himself from Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang collected all the space bracers from the corpses and put them into his internal world. These people had quite a few secret techniques and local currency of the Qiulong continent on them. Uncle Hillman, just let me go and kill that person. Nabu had long been unable to restrain himself. At this moment, the survivor who had been scared silly discovered that Nabu was preparing to kill him, so he prepared to flee without looking back. His desolate beast had already been killed, so he could only rely on flying. The gravity of the Qiulong continent was far greater than that of ordinary planets, so his flight speed was very slow. Little guy, fight to your heart's content. Gao Xiang's speed surged, and in a short while, he grabbed the survivor and placed him in front of Nabu. Good heroes, spare my life. The survivor knelt on the ground, his courage already shattered. You only need to defeat this young master, and I will let you leave. At this moment, Gao Xiang gave the other party hope for survival. Senior Xiang. Hillman was furious but dared not speak. He wanted to kill Gao Xiang, but he knew he was no match for him. At this moment, the survivor who had just been kneeling suddenly stood up, his weapon aimed at Nabu. Ha, exhilarating. Nabu discovered that the opponent had made a move, so he could fight to his heart's content. Before long, the two began to fight. Although Nabu's talent was average, once they started fighting, he gained the upper hand. Just as Nabu was preparing to kill this survivor, the latter actually controlled a hidden weapon from afar, flying it towards the back of Nabu's head. Young master, look out. Hillman wanted to help block it, but everything happened too suddenly. Ha, die. The survivor knew he was doomed today, so he decided to take someone down with him. Truly sinister. But Nabu is also too careless. If Nabu had been on guard, he would not have feared this hidden weapon at all. Am I going to die? Nabu was very unwilling in his heart. This hidden weapon was too fast and too close, he could not dodge it at all. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared behind him. Gao Xiang stood behind him, holding a hidden weapon in his hand. He threw it gently, and the hidden weapon flew towards the survivor's neck. "Thank you for saving me, big brother Xiang." Nabu, still shaken, discovered he had not died and began to thank Gao Xiang. "Let's part ways here." Hillman pulled Nabu's hand, preparing to leave. They needed to leave this place of trouble early. If the Yangang people found out, it would be a huge problem. "Big brother Xiang, do you want to return to the Yangang territory with me?" Since Gao Xiang had just saved his life, his favorability towards Gao Xiang was now through the roof. "Young master, that might not be a good idea." Hillman was wary of Gao Xiang. He always felt that Gao Xiang did not have good intentions. "I am an ascetic cultivator, and I happen to have nowhere to go." Gao Xiang's plan this time was to infiltrate the Yangang territory. "That's great, come with me to the Yangang territory. Our Na family happens to be lacking a powerful retainer like you," Nabu said with a laugh. "That works perfectly." Gao Xiang readily agreed. Just like that, Gao Xiang followed Nabu and the others and entered the Yangang territory. Chapter 97 Slaughter begins. After entering the Na family, Gao Xiang naturally became a guest elder of the Na family and simultaneously served as Nabu's teacher. Nabu's comprehension ability was too poor, so his future achievements would likely be limited. Gao Xiang took out a few secret techniques translated into the common language of the Shuiluo continent and gave them to Nabu, hoping the latter would become a powerhouse in the future. On a ridge more than 800 kilometers away from the Yangang territory, a mountain stronghold covering an area of over 10 kilometers was situated. A black shadow suddenly descended. It was Gao Xiang. To eliminate future troubles, Gao Xiang decided to go all the way, found the lair of the Yan Gang, and began a frantic slaughter. After finishing off all the members of the Yan Gang, Gao Xiang flew toward the sky. Someone has left the Shuiluo continent. On the first level of the Tianxi Palace, the staff responsible for monitoring the Shuiluo continent discovered Gao Xiang. Once it was confirmed that he was a native of the Shuiluo continent, they would activate the laser cannons to kill the target. "Wait, it is Your Highness Gao Xiang." Someone confirmed that this person was Gao Xiang. "I remember that Your Highness Gao Xiang has been in the Shuiluo continent for a month. Has he not completed the mission yet?" "I do not know either." The Shuiluo continent is a difficult level mission, and 95% of geniuses choose it as their first mission. Generally speaking, it only takes about 10 days to complete the first mission. Infiltrate a city, kill a domain level territory lord rank early stage. For a genius, killing a territory lord rank early stage is not difficult, and run away immediately after obtaining a blood river crystal. If one is unlucky, that territory lord rank early stage might not be carrying a blood river crystal. In that case, one just needs to switch to a different city. There are too many complex factions in the Shuiluo continent, with little communication between them, so it is quite normal for a domain-level territory lord rank to die in a city. "Master." The fairy-like Sandus appeared on Gao Xiang's shoulder. "How are the scanning results?" "The scanning results are out. The entire ancient god ruins is too vast, with a diameter of over 100 billion kilometers. I have already started scanning from the direction closest to the Yangang territory and have now discovered over 300,000 giant craters, and each of these giant craters has a palace at the bottom." "So many." "Of course." "All right, from these giant craters, find me a faction that possesses a World Lord rank 9 human race, a World Lord rank 9 Qi Niu, and over 90 subordinates." Gao Xiang did not know which direction Ba Qi's giant crater was in, so he could only have Sandus scan them one by one according to the conditions. "Very well." After giving his instructions, Gao Xiang ordered Sandus's ordinary spaceship to fly toward the ancient god ruins. His destination was not the ancient god ruins, but the cities along the way. During his time as a guest elder in the Yangang territory, he spent his time understanding the basic information of the Shuiluo continent while waiting for Sandus to collect information on the ancient god ruins. Now that everything was ready, he could begin his hunting game. Star-eating grass internal world. Gao Xiang suddenly appeared in front of 9 Eyes. He looked down at the three huge monster race beings below. The nine-eyed cobra below had a head as huge as a small mountain, and its long body reached an astonishing length of over 60 kilometers. The surface of her body was covered with grayish-brown scales, each the size of a washbasin. Under the sunlight, a world lord's internal world can simulate sunlight effects. She emitted a dazzling radiance as if her entire body were forged from metal, looking both terrifying and massive. 500 or 600 jong away from the nine-eyed cobra, the silver moon fierce wolf and the spike-ring centipede, who were already near the edge of the star-eating grass's internal world, paused for a moment after learning of Gao Xiang's appearance. They looked at the nine-eyed cobra simultaneously before flying toward Gao Xiang. Rumble. Two monster race beings as massive as mountains appeared below Gao Xiang. They both lowered their arrogant heads. Tell me, why are you so afraid of Nine Eyes? The appearance of the spike-ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf just now clearly showed they were afraid of the nine-eyed cobra, and they even deliberately kept their distance from her. HMPH. The nine-eyed cobra let out a low sound. Judging from the performance of the three monster race beings, they did not seem to get along well. However, Gao Xiang did not find it strange. Before they were enslaved, the three monster race beings, even if they were not the chosen ones of the monster race, each had grand backgrounds. The human race values comprehension ability the most, and bloodline does not have much effect in the late stage. The monster race is different, they value not only comprehension ability but also bloodline. The more noble the monster race bloodline, the higher their comprehension ability tends to be. Since they all reached the level of the royal clan, every one of them possessed powerful legacy secret techniques. Compared to the legacy secret techniques of the monster race imperial clan, their legacy secret techniques were fewer in number and relatively lower in level. The nine-eyed cobra in the middle of the three had a gene multiplier that had reached an astonishing 4 times, which was very close to the imperial clan of the monster race. The spike ring and the silver moon fierce wolf were relatively worse, but they also had 3 times the gene multiplier. Master. The silver moon fierce wolf let out a low sound from his mouth. He glanced at Nine Eyes on the side and decided to voice all the grievances of this period. Nine Eyes is relying on her strong power to forcefully occupy the largest and most central area of this internal world. Yes, yes, yes. The spike-ring centipede on the side nodded its huge black head up and down, causing a violent wind to blow around them. We cannot beat her. Very well, from now on, you two will live in the internal world of the cloud-caressing vine. After Gao Xiang finished speaking, his gaze fell on the strongest of the three. Nine Eyes, how much longer until you can fully recover? Master, my recovery speed is faster than I expected. I still need 1 year. Good. During the month Gao Xiang stayed in the Yangon territory, besides collecting intelligence, he also shouldered the responsibility of guiding the 3 monster race beings, including the nine-eyed cobra. The cloud-caressing vine and the star-eating grass were at the World Lord rank, but the Shuiluo continent did not have plant-type life forms, so once they were released, Gao Xiang would definitely be recognized as an extraterrestrial race. Therefore, unless it was a life-or-death moment, Gao Xiang would not easily bring them out. In contrast, once the nine-eyed cobra and the other 2 were released, the natives of the Shuiluo continent would only think they were powerful desolate beasts. The desolate beasts of the Shuiluo continent have 4 levels of bloodlines, and their numbers and types are extremely complex. The nine-eyed cobra and the other 2 were undoubtedly of the highest level. Nine Eyes, you can shrink your body, right? Yes. The nine-eyed cobra used her innate secret technique, and her body quickly shrank, turning into a giant snake 3 kilometers long after a while. The desolate beast with the most noble bloodline in the Shuiluo continent still had a bloodline far inferior to the nine-eyed cobra, so under the same power level, the nine-eyed cobra's body size was much, much larger. The nine-eyed cobra had cultivated a legacy secret technique for shrinking her body. Size. Follow me out. At this moment, Gao Xiang's blood was boiling. After half a year of traveling and a month of preparation in the Yangon territory, he was finally about to make his move. That night, the blood-colored moon in the sky was exceptionally eerie. The earth was not covered by white moonlight, instead, it was replaced by a crimson ground. Chapter 98, 3 Strikes, Domain Level Target. This is the unique night scenery of the Shuiluo continent. The cold wind whipped across Gao Xiang's face, blowing away a lock of black hair by his ear and revealing his handsome profile. Master. A respectful voice came from behind Gao Xiang. A massive shadow descended upon the area where Gao Xiang was located. The nine-eyed cobra raised her head, spreading her spectacle-like chest and abdomen. The blood-colored moonlight fell upon her smooth yet hard scales, refracting a faint red glow. Let's start with the Chunyu family. There are 3 major first-class powers in the Yangon territory. 2 of them are located within the city of the Yangon territory, the City Lord Shifeng family and the Chunyu family. City Lord Shifengshang and his younger brother Shifengjin should both have blood river crystals on them. But Gao Xiang decided to let the 2 of them go tonight. Shifengshang has a background, his master is a world master. Rashly killing the Shifeng brothers would provoke the wrath of the world master. Gao Xiang could easily retreat unscathed alone, but the Na family would be in trouble. On the other hand, the Chunyu family has always been at odds with the Shifeng family, and the latter would love to see them dead. After wiping out the Chunyu family, it would not cause any adverse consequences for the Na family. Stop. For every 100 meters of the Chunyu family mansion's perimeter wall, there was a guard stationed, and there were also 2 guards monitoring from the shadows. The gate of the mansion was even more strictly guarded by 10 sword-wielding guards. After Gao Xiang disguised himself, his image was completely different from how he appeared in the Yangon territory. He stood before the 10 sword-wielding guards, his voice cold, "Move aside, I am going to take your old ancestor's dog life." With the 9-eyed cobra protecting him, why would he fear these guards? Among the 10, only one was Cloud Level. Seeing that Gao Xiang was ill-intentioned, the Cloud Level squad leader took his combat blade and slashed at Gao Xiang's head. "You're courting death. A mere late-stage Cloud Level universe rank wants to kill him." An afterimage appeared from the combat blade in Gao Xiang's hand, as if it had never moved from start to finish. His blade speed was so fast that the 10 men couldn't even see it clearly, only the afterimage. While they were still in shock, they simultaneously touched their necks. Blood began to seep from their necks, and shortly after, 10 heads fell toward the ground, followed by the corpses collapsing downward. "You're courting death. How dare you come to the Chunyu family to cause trouble?" The 10 cloud-level powerhouses responsible for guarding in the shadows suddenly jumped out from behind the gate. Gao Xiang lunged forward, forming 10 lingering bolts of thunder on the ground. These thunderbolts connected together through electric light, just like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. This was a movement technique that far exceeded the 3rd level of rushing thunder, which Gao Xiang had executed by combining his insights into the law on the foundation of the 3rd level. The pupils of the 10 cloud-level powerhouses contracted violently. They knew that Gao Xiang was also cloud-level, but they couldn't see his speed at all. Is this even human? In less than a breath of time, the 10 cloud-level powerhouses were easily killed by Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang bent his legs and began to build up power. A moment later, he leapt up, reaching a height of 100 meters. He looked down at the very center of the Chunyu family area, then dove down, his voice booming like thunder, echoing throughout the entire Yangon territory. "Old man ancestor Chunyu Dao, I have come to take my revenge on you." Revenge was just an excuse Gao Xiang had randomly found. Just then, over 100 cloud-level universe rank and over 1,000 astral rank powerhouses from various directions of the Chunyu family mansion charged toward Gao Xiang's direction. Gao Xiang smiled lightly. Don't be fooled by the fact that the opponent has over 100 cloud-level, appearing to be powerful. In reality, they are not. What kind of powerhouse is Gao Xiang? He is the strongest universe rank selected from among the billions of human ethnic groups. The opponents he cares about have never been cloud level, but domain level. 10,000 li rivers and mountains tilde. In order to let these people witness the terror of the races from beyond the heavens, Gao Xiang decided to unleash his strongest blade. The surging sea of blood, 100 meters high, was actually split in two under the control of the mad blade. Gao Xiang was the powerhouse who split the sea of blood with a single blade. The sea of blood soon gathered together again, and they poured down toward the thousands of powerhouses below like a torrential rain. After the waves of blood fell onto these powerhouses, they were instantly ignited. In an instant, the Chunyu family mansion, covering an area of tens of miles, was plunged into a sea of flames. Below domain level, death is certain. Such a clean and decisive move was naturally not to show off, but to flush out the strongest person here. Ah, no. A fat-eared cloud-level powerhouse did not come out to fight immediately. He was still hugging two beautiful women, desperately enjoying their scent. As the current clan chief of the Chunyu family, he was not worried about invaders. Because his old ancestor is the #1 person in the Yangon territory, a domain-level middle-stage powerhouse. The fat-eared current clan chief, after being ignited by the sea of blood, was instantly burned to ashes, along with his two beauties, who also turned into two piles of ashes. You're courting death. How dare you exterminate my entire family? In the monstrous sea of blood, the scorching high temperature did not kill him. Instead, he rushed out, glaring at Gao Xiang in the sky. He is the old ancestor of the Chunyu family, ancestor Chunyu Dao, and also the #1 person in the Yangon territory. He had no connections or backing, and he had not performed fusion with a blood river crystal, so after outliving two city lords, the position of city lord still did not fall to him. Hand over all the blood river crystals, otherwise, die. Gao Xiang was like a demon god. He had just killed tens of thousands of people without even blinking. Ancestor Chunyu Dao sneered. He saw that the opponent was only at the peak of cloud level, yet dared to challenge him. You're courting death. In his eyes, killing Gao Xiang was as simple as pinching an ant to death. Gao Xiang was unafraid in the face of danger. He thought to himself, if I cannot kill him within 3 strikes, I will let Nine Eyes make a move. Gao Xiang set a goal for himself, to kill a domain-level powerhouse within 3 strikes. You're courting death. 2 cone-shaped telekinetic weapons appeared in Ancestor Chunyu Dao's hands. Under his control, they flew in arcs toward both sides and soon appeared on either side of Gao Xiang. At the same time, a combat blade appeared in Ancestor Chunyu Dao's hand. He was as fast as rushing thunder, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached Gao Xiang, aiming the blade at Gao Xiang's chest. This unexpected move, let alone Gao Xiang, even if City Lord Shi Fengxiang encountered it, he would stumble. The combat blade in Gao Xiang's hand slashed horizontally. The blood-red wind, carrying the fluctuations of the law of space and accompanied by the raging fire formed by the 100-meter fire domain, unleashed a powerful blade strike. However, Ancestor Chunyu Dao was a genuine domain-level territory lord rank middle stage, and an old monster who had accumulated several 100,000 years of experience. His strength was formidable. Hoochie! Gao Xiang's blade strike was shattered. 2 telekinetic weapons struck both sides of Gao Xiang's ribs simultaneously. Ha ha, die. Seeing that this loud-mouthed guy was taken out in one move and was about to die, Ancestor Chunyu Dao felt very vindicated. Chapter 99, Allocating Tasks. However, Gao Xiang's armor was not pierced. At the same time, Gao Xiang violently retreated 1 kilometer. He remained vigilant against Ancestor Chunyu Dao, breathing heavily, and thought to himself, he is actually this strong. That was close, I almost died. The strength of a middle-stage domain level was far beyond his imagination. If not for the Mo Yun Vine armor on his body, he would likely have perished on the spot. How is this possible? Ancestor Chunyu Dao was stunned, as surprised as if he had seen a visitor from outside the world. He did not immediately associate it with an outsider. Could you be a genius from the Immortal Temple out for training? Otherwise, how could you be wearing high-grade force armor? The Immortal Temple is the most transcendent power on the entire Shuiluo continent. They recruit the top geniuses from the entire Shuiluo continent. After these geniuses reach the cloud level, they must go out for training. At the same time, they will wear rare force armor and, while out, undergo fusion with blood river crystals to become blood warriors, which is the only way to complete their training mission. Yes, he is definitely a training genius from the Immortal Temple, and a top-tier one at that, otherwise he wouldn't have high-grade force armor. Even Ancestor Chunyu Dao did not have such powerful force armor. Hand over the force armor, and I will spare your life. Upon hearing Ancestor Chunyu Dao's words, Gao Xiang finally felt relieved. It seemed his Mo Yun Vine armor had not been recognized, but rather mistaken for force armor. It was not that Qiulong continent lacked force armor, their imitation ability was poor, and the force armor they produced was of such low quality that high-grade force armor was extremely rare. An immortal temple genius wearing high-grade force armor was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary status within the immortal temple. However, Ancestor Qiulong Dao was not afraid. Since it was for training, life and death were left to fate, and the immortal temple would not pursue the matter. Gao Xiang thought to himself, it seems that from now on, my identity is a genius from the immortal temple out for training. Hand over the blood river crystals, or die. Gao Xiang continued to repeat his previous words. Ancestor Qiulong Dao realized Gao Xiang was being stubborn, so he launched a surprise attack, sending out an invisible soul attack. He was a powerful controller and also quite accomplished in the path of the illusionist. A soul attack from a middle stage domain level was enough to instantly kill the soul of any cloud level little guy. However, when his soul attack touched Gao Xiang's soul pyramid, it had already been weakened by 90%. As for the remainder, he relied on his powerful soul strength to withstand it, without even needing to use the effect of the dragon soul. How is this possible? Ancestor Qiulong Dao discovered that the soul attack had not killed the opponent. He was nothing but shocked. He was worthy of being a top genius of the immortal temple, his soul strength was so high, and he had even cultivated powerful soul-type secret techniques. However, even so, it was still impossible to kill him. Ancestor Qiulong Dao released his domain, turning the surrounding 10-mile radius into a world of ice and snow. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding air also began to condense into ice. In a short while, the entire area turned into a glacier. Gao Xiang was naturally frozen within it. Sea of 10,000 blades. Ancestor Qiulong Dao took the opportunity to unleash his strongest strike to date. The 10,000 blades were like a vast ocean, capable of slashing out countless strikes in an instant. Even high-grade force armor, under the attack of the Sea of 10,000 blades, would have its repair speed unable to keep up, eventually completely destroying the fragile body inside the armor. By then, wouldn't this high-grade force armor become his break for me? Gao Xiang's law of space had reached an astonishing level, easily breaking the opponent's domain. He slashed out a strike that combined the law of fire and the law of space. Ancestor Qiulong Dao, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, discovered that Gao Xiang had actually blocked his Sea of 10,000 blades and survived. It seems I am still not strong enough. Gao Xiang was quite annoyed, he hadn't managed to kill this guy in 3 strikes. Your comprehension of the law of space actually far exceeds mine. How terrifying. Damn it. Ancestor Qiulong Dao had relied on being a domain-level powerhouse to easily suppress Gao Xiang, but now that his domain had been broken, he was very annoyed. 9 eyes, kill him for me. Gao Xiang released the 9-eyed cobra. What kind of wild beast is this? It's so big. And it's at the perfection of the domain level. When the shrunken 9-eyed cobra was released, her powerhouse pressure actually caused Ancestor Qiulong Dao to begin to tremble with fear. HMPH. Upon hearing the opponent call her a wild beast, the 9-eyed cobra was very angry. She had the noble bloodline of the monster race royal family, not some low-class wild beast. The 9-eyed cobra opened her bloody maw. At the same time, gusts of wild wind were blowing towards her big mouth. Innate secret technique, inhale. Facing a super powerhouse with 4 times the life gene and at the perfection of the domain level, Ancestor Qiulong Dao had no ability to resist and was swallowed by the 9-eyed cobra in an instant. Innate secret technique, space strangulation inside the abdomen. Let's leave quickly. After seeing Ancestor Qiulong Dao eaten, Gao Xiang ordered the 9-eyed cobra to flee quickly, while he stood on her head. The 9-eyed cobra, like a ghost, burrowed into the ground. In a short while, it appeared 100 miles outside the city, then flew into the sky, preparing to enter the 18th layer of the sky. Holy crap! Your Highness Gao Xiang actually brought a territory lord rank 9th tier servant along. After discovering Gao Xiang's identity, the staff responsible for guarding the Qiulong continent exclaimed that Gao Xiang was a freak. The Qiulong continent mission did not stipulate that one could not bring servants. If you have the ability, you can even bring an undying servant. It seems we don't need to be so anxious. Gao Xiang was a genius born once in hundreds of millions of epochs, and his talent had already far surpassed that of Qi back in the day. Lord of Ganwu had already greeted the Lord of Tianxi Palace, asking the latter to look after Gao Xiang. These staff members had been monitoring Gao Xiang's movements all along. If he were ever in real mortal danger, they would intervene. However, Gao Xiang was unaware of these things happening behind the scenes. Master. After Gao Xiang entered the D9 grade biological spaceship, Sandus appeared on Gao Xiang's shoulder. Master, this is Ancestor Chunyu Dao's space bracer. The massive nine-eyed cobra occupied a full fifth of the space in the first cabin of the spaceship as she spat out Ancestor Chunyu Dao's belongings. Only 2 blood river crystals. Upon discovering there were only 2 blood river crystals, Gao Xiang felt it was too few. At this rate, wouldn't it take over 1,000 years to collect 10,000? No, absolutely not. Both of you, come out. Gao Xiang released the spike ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf from the Mo Yunvine's internal world. Master. Woof woof woof. Although the silver moon fierce wolf was a wolf, he discovered that after he learned to bark like a dog, his master liked him even more. Sandus, tell me your plan. As an intelligent life form, her plan could definitely be called seamless. Sandus, in the form of a little elf, stood on Gao Xiang's shoulder, holding a stick, and began to direct. After my investigation of over a month, the entire Shuiluo continent is composed of tens of millions of different world cities. Under each world city, there are hundreds of cities, and each city has a territory lord rank city lord who has absorbed a blood river crystal. Chapter 100. 300,000 blood river crystals. In order not to alert the enemy, Thorn Ring and Big Dog, you two will act separately later. Each of you will use soul control on a talented cloud-level powerhouse and disguise them as geniuses from the Immortal Temple out for training. Little one, I am not Big Dog. Upon hearing Sandus call him Big Dog, the silver moon fierce wolf's eyes glowed red, wishing he could eat Sandus. Sandus was not afraid of the silver moon fierce wolf. HMPH, you are Big Dog, otherwise why do you bark like a dog? It paused and continued, after you infiltrate a city, you only need to kill the strongest territory lord rank powerhouse within that city. Leave immediately after killing, do not waste time. Remember, the cities you choose must be separated by at least one other city so that those world masters will not think it is an organized murder. The changes in city lords on the Shuiluo continent were very frequent, and the assassination of territory lord rank powerhouses within the cities was commonplace. As long as it was not determined to be the work of extraterrestrial races, the world masters would not pay much attention. This is for you. Sandus handed a world ring to each of the 2 beasts. Inside the world ring was a D-grade spaceship and a detector. Ordinary D-grade spaceships were very cheap, far lower in price than biological spaceships and automaton race spaceships. The detector could detect in time whether a world master was approaching. The D-grade spaceship could be used to escape. Okay, all right. After receiving their orders, the spike ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf flew out of the hatch one after another. Damn it. When the staff of Tianxi Palace saw Gao Xiang's 2 territory lord rank servants arriving by spaceship, they all felt very strange. What does Your Highness Gao Xiang want to do? Could he be preparing to collect blood river crystals? The Virtual Universe Corporation worried that geniuses would collect large quantities of blood river crystals while performing tasks, so they did not actively introduce the magical effects of the blood river crystals. These staff members, however, knew it well. I must perfectly complete Master's task. After the spike ring centipede's body shrank, he released the D-grade spaceship and then entered it. Woof, woof, woof. The silver moon fierce wolf's eyes were scarlet, and he stared at the beautiful Shuiluo continent below, very excited. Gao Xiang had already informed the 2 beasts about the magical uses of the blood river crystals. After fusion with the blood river crystals, one could increase their gene multiplier. Just thinking about it made them excited. His silver moon fierce wolf race's name sounded much more imposing than the celestial wolf race, yet they were still suppressed to death by the imperial celestial wolf race. The reason for this was that their gene multiplier was too low. It did not take too long to kill territory lord rank powerhouses, but traveling was very time consuming. One day later, the silver moon fierce wolf landed in a forest. His mental energy spread out, and he quickly discovered a man wearing black battle armor. The man was a cloud-level powerhouse, a young lord from a nearby city, who had come out this time to hunt powerful wild beasts. You. The man was startled by the wild beast that had suddenly appeared before him. This size, this pressure, actually made him tremble with fear. Without needing to think, it was definitely a domain-level wild beast. Domain-level wild beasts were very rare in the wild. They often occupied a large territory and were followed by many subordinates. How could there be a domain-level wild beast around Mona City? The man knew he could not be the opponent's match, so he turned and ran. Want to run. The silver moon fierce wolf only needed one mental energy attack to completely control the opponent. The man was not controlled by soul, but had fallen for his mesmerization technique. Using soul control on such a rookie, the silver moon fierce wolf would only feel it was a waste of quota. Take this. The silver moon fierce wolf entered the world ring, and the world ring was then stored in the opponent's space arm guard. Under the instruction of the silver moon fierce wolf, the man began to fly towards Mona City. The man faced no obstruction and easily entered the city. By night, the man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. The silver moon fierce wolf came out of the space arm guard. It easily evaded the guards and, with the help of powerful divine thought, found the strongest domain-level powerhouse. The silver moon fierce wolf killed him in one move, successfully slaying the domain-level city lord. After obtaining the opponent's treasures, the silver moon fierce wolf's scarlet eyes turned in the blood-colored light and quickly aimed at another family. Sandus had told him that he only needed to kill the strongest territory lord rank powerhouse in the city. Woof. I must properly complete master's task. The silver moon fierce wolf decided to go all the way and kill all the territory lord rank powerhouses in the entire city. You're courting death, daring to kill my disciple. When the silver moon fierce wolf killed the second strongest person in Mona City, a sudden thunderous shout came from afar. At the same time, a dark world projection descended from the sky, causing the silver moon fierce wolf's movement speed to drop by 30%. Oh no, this guy actually has a world lord rank background. A world master world lord flew over in a spaceship from more than 2 million kilometers away. The immortal temple could replicate simple spaceships. The one who had just died was his beloved disciple. This time, he happened to be going to visit his beloved disciple, only to find that his beloved disciple had been killed. Courting death. This world master quickly appeared in front of the silver moon fierce wolf. It's actually a wild beast. Such a powerful wild beast was very rare. Run. The silver moon fierce wolf took to his heels. Half an hour later, the silver moon fierce wolf's spaceship appeared in the outer space of the 18th layer. He was still shaken and secretly thought, I almost died just now. It seems I still need to strictly execute the little sprite's plan. The silver moon fierce wolf realized he had almost done a bad thing with good intentions, which made him very regretful. On the other side, Gao Xiang began to crazily collect blood river crystals using the same method. He had the nine-eyed cobra as a bodyguard, so even if he encountered a world master, he had enough time to escape. This hunting game lasted for a full 50 years. Gao Xiang never tired of it. He was not only trying to collect blood river crystals, but also looking for domain-level powerhouses to fight. Therefore, his speed of collecting blood river crystals lagged far behind the spike ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf. Especially the silver moon fierce wolf, who had successively used soul control on 3 domain-level perfection servants, with the 4 of them acting separately. After the spike ring centipede learned of the silver moon fierce wolf's cunning method, he followed suit. In just 50 years, the 2 beasts had collected more than 300,000 blood river crystals. In fact, this speed was not fast. Back then, Luo Feng had collected over 9,000 blood river crystals alone in 10 years. You want to kill me too? Haha, how ridiculous. A domain-level early-stage powerhouse saw that Gao Xiang was just a cloud-level little guy and felt that this was definitely the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Yes, I will kill you in 3 blades. Gao Xiang said very seriously. During these 50 years, in addition to collecting blood river crystals, Gao Xiang had also undergone fusion with 2 blood river crystals, and at the same time, he had been selecting domain-level powerhouses to fight. There were quite a few domain-level early stage, and even domain-level middle stage powerhouses who had died at his hands. But he had never been able to kill a domain-level powerhouse within 3 blades. Chapter 101, Ancestors of the Monster Race. Mountain Breaker tilde. Mountains and rivers shatter, the waves wash all away. Gao Xiang swung his first slash. Compared to his previous astral rank period, Gao Xiang's double feather blade technique had already improved by several hundred levels. Below the Territory Lord rank, no one could stop him. He had long reached the level of being invincible at the universe rank. He knew that only a battle against a Territory Lord rank could take his blade technique to the next level. My force armor. After Mountain Breaker, this domain-level powerhouse's precious force armor was actually torn wide open, which shocked him greatly. Gao Xiang's slash just now had actually reached the domain level, and it was quite high at that. Treading waves tilde. The surging blood-colored waves instantly submerged this domain-level powerhouse. Ah! The domain-level powerhouse was in a wretched state, he wailed, his eyes turning crimson. Since when was he abused like this by a mere cloud-level kid? He decided to unleash his most powerful move. However, Gao Xiang's subsequent attack made him experience the true meaning of despair. The surging waves were actually 1,000 meters high, but they quickly condensed together, shrinking to a range of less than 50 meters. I refuse to accept this. 10,000 li rivers and mountains tilde. Gao Xiang's strongest slash could now be controlled within a 50-meter range, and its power had skyrocketed by more than 100-fold. Gao Xiang looked at his opponent on the ground, who had already turned to ashes, and felt very satisfied. After 50 years of hard training, he had finally defeated a domain-level powerhouse in just 3 slashes. It's time to go to Ba Qi's giant pit. Long, long ago, Sandus had already located the giant pit where Ba Qi was using her scanner. Gao Xiang did not lack blood river metals. The 2 monsters, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and Spike Ring Centipede, had hunted down many blood warriors. Now, Gao Xiang had over 100 blood river metals on him. What Gao Xiang needed to do next was slowly fuse the blood river crystals while using the rich evil qi in the giant pit to temper his willpower. Gao Xiang believed that the 2 great treasures of the Shuiluo continent were the blood river crystals and the evil qi. Master. Sandus looked at Gao Xiang respectfully. Over these 50 years, she had watched Gao Xiang's strength rapidly improve and admired him from the bottom of her heart. From having to run for his life upon encountering a Territory Lord rank, to being able to exchange a few blows, to fighting on equal terms, and finally to being able to kill a Territory Lord rank. And now, he could even insta-kill an early-stage Territory Lord rank with just 3 slashes. The main reason Gao Xiang chose Ba Qi's giant pit was to ensure his own safety. Although his 3 monster race servants had all stepped into the World Lord level, they lacked treasures to sufficiently accumulate their force, so they were currently still stuck at the early-stage World Lord level. When Ba Qi saw an outstanding genius, he would recruit them as a subordinate, so even if Gao Xiang were caught by him, his safety would be guaranteed. However, Gao Xiang did not plan to contact Ba Qi. He intended to stay in the center of the giant pit all the time, slowly tempering his willpower. He had a D9 biological spaceship in outer space synchronized with him at all times, with the planet-destroying cannon on standby. This was his greatest trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to use it. 1 month later, Gao Xiang looked down at the massive deep pit below. After entering the ancient god ruins, the surrounding air was enveloped in pale red evil qi, causing the area to be completely barren of life, desolate, and terrifying. From time to time, the sound of kill, kill, kill echoed in Gao Xiang's ears. This was an effect caused by the evil qi. The giant pit was over 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, stretching beyond the horizon, and its depth was unfathomable. Gao Xiang stood at the edge of the giant pit, looking down into the bottomless abyss. Because the evil qi at the bottom of the giant pit was too dense, it appeared blood red, like a sea of blood, which was highly chilling. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers. As Gao Xiang descended, he felt the concentration of the evil qi. Single concentration. Double concentration. When Gao Xiang realized that the concentration of evil qi had stopped rising and had actually begun to decrease, he knew he had reached the very center of the deep pit. He looked at the very center of the deep pit, knowing that the concentration of evil qi there was extraordinary. If he rushed in blindly, he might turn into a blood demon. I should also make a residence for myself. In less than 10 minutes, Gao Xiang carved out a massive residence in the rock wall, naming it the Double Feather Residence. 9 eyes, protect me. There were 4 world masters at the very bottom of the giant pit, so Gao Xiang did not dare to let his guard down. He had already ordered Sandus to be on standby. If any world master approached, she was to immediately fire the planet-destroying cannon. At the same time, 9 eyes would immediately take him and escape. Yes, master, the 9-eyed cobra replied. The 9-eyed cobra was not confident she could kill Ba Qi, but she was fully confident she could escape from him. Let's try again. A blood river crystal appeared in Gao Xiang's hand. After a wound appeared on his palm, Gao Xiang placed the blood river crystal on it. Kill, kill, kill. The intense pain caused Gao Xiang to collapse to the ground and begin to spasm. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts to death. Gao Xiang's entire body was contorted with pain, his bones began to fracture, his skin split open, and the red blood dyed him into a bloody figure. Kill, kill, kill. A frenzied voice echoed in his mind. The dense evil qi made him desperately want to fall into madness. Hold on. Gao Xiang gritted his teeth. After enduring for 3 hours, Gao Xiang finally could not hold on any longer and blacked out. The blood river crystal, which had mostly fused into his body, quickly returned to its original state. Failed again. Gao Xiang was not discouraged, because this was only the beginning. What he needed to do now was slowly feel the tempering of the evil qi here, allowing his willpower to rapidly improve. At the same time, Gao Xiang did not waste any time and began to comprehend the law of space. During his 50 years of hunting everywhere, Gao Xiang would always comprehend the law of space while traveling. Now, he had already comprehended 80% of the first-level structure formed by combining over 300 billion essences of space. Although his speed was extremely fast, there was still a very long distance to go before he could easily master the small branch of spatial stasis. 9 eyes, how many blood river crystals have you fused? Gao Xiang split off a thread of consciousness and began communicating with the 9-eyed cobra. I have already fused 20 blood river crystals. Damn. As expected of the royalty of the monster race, your bloodline is indeed powerful. Although there was still a huge gap compared to the golden horned beast, she had already far surpassed Qi Niu at the bottom of the deep pit. Qi Niu, at the peak world lord rank, has probably only fused 12 blood river crystals, right? Of course. My current genetic multiplier has already surpassed the royalty of the monster race, drawing close to the starry sky behemoths. In the eyes of many in the monster race, the starry sky behemoths had always been a part of their race. Many powerhouses of the monster race's royalty and imperial clans liked to compare their bloodline and strength with the starry sky behemoths. Tisk tisk, 10 times the gene, you're awesome. Ha ha. The 9-eyed cobra was very happy and proud. She could finally compare to the starry sky behemoths, but her gaze quickly grew firm. It's still not enough, I must fuse even more blood river crystals. This is so unfair. Gao Xiang seriously suspected that the fallen beast gods of the past were actually the natural ancestors of the monster race. Chapter 102 Joining the Blood God Guard. Gao Xiang believed that the monster race was more favored by the will of the primordial universe compared to the human race. Send the order to Silver Moon and Thorn Ring, start executing the latest plan. Gao Xiang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, releasing the latest plan through the little fairy Sandus. The Spike Ring Centipede and the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf had plundered many blood river crystals on the Shuiluo continent over the years, and they had also obtained a large amount of wealth. Among this, there were many treasures that could enhance the accumulation of origin energy. Although the treasures on a single native domain level territory lord rank expert were not many, when accumulated due to the sheer quantity, it was a significant sum. Relying on these treasures, their strength had improved quite a bit. Nowadays, both the spike-ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf were at the world lord rank, second stage, but their true combat power was already comparable to a native world master of the 5th or 6th stage on the Qiulong continent. Through the fusion of blood river crystals, the bloodline levels of the two monsters had reached nearly 8 times the life gene, and their body size and comprehension ability had improved several times over. Inside a world city more than 30 million kilometers away from Gao Xiang, the huge silver moon fierce wolf sat on a 100-meter-high throne, looking down at the hundreds of subordinates below. Among these subordinates, the weakest were at the domain level, and there was no shortage of world masters. Beside the silver moon fierce wolf stood a world master. He was Luo Chen, the nominal owner of this world city. Externally, the silver moon fierce wolf was the brother of this world master, Luo Chen. Internally, Luo Chen addressed the silver moon fierce wolf as master. Hindered by the silver moon fierce wolf's desolate beast identity, directly ruling a world city was very troublesome and easily attracted the attention of the immortal temple, which was why the silver moon fierce wolf had thought of this method. Great world master. A subordinate looked at the silver moon fierce wolf with devout eyes. He was the silver moon fierce wolf's #1 fierce general, a world lord rank early stage expert. Speak. The silver moon fierce wolf half squinted his eyes, quietly listening to the reports from these subordinates. Under the protection of the great world master, 2,601 cities have already surrendered to us. Good. Upon hearing that the number of cities he controlled had actually reached over 2,000, the silver moon fierce wolf was very satisfied. This is for you, Tilda. Having said that, the silver moon fierce wolf casually threw a piece of metal to this subordinate. This was a secret technique he had translated. The silver moon fierce wolf was very cunning. After entering the Qiulong continent, he initially wanted to kill all the domain-level experts in a city, but ended up being hunted by a world master. After behaving himself for more than 30 years, he thought of a method. Set up his own shop. Let his subordinates help him collect blood river crystals. Every world master under him controlled a large number of cities. The silver moon fierce wolf also thought of a way to improve the efficiency of collecting blood river crystals. Regularly and secretly kill the domain-level experts under his command, and cultivate new domain-level experts. In this way, the newly born domain-level experts needed to undergo fusion with blood river crystals. The silver moon fierce wolf could order the world masters under his command to apply for more blood river crystals from the immortal temple. The immortal temple controlled almost half of the blood river crystal output of the Qiulong continent, and they would regularly transport blood river crystals to world cities everywhere. Big dog. Suddenly, Sandus's voice came to the silver moon fierce wolf's ear. The silver moon fierce wolf frowned. He really didn't like Sandus calling him that. He really wanted to tear Sandus apart, but he couldn't do it. Little girl, what do you have to say to your master? Master says it's time to execute the latest plan. Good. Upon hearing this, the silver moon fierce wolf's eyes instantly turned cold. His pupils appeared blood red, looking very terrifying. His whole body was permeated with pale mist, looking like an ice sculpture that had just come out of a cold storage, without any sign of life. All of you listen to me. From now on, as long as a city is unwilling to submit to us, slaughter the city. This. Hearing the silver moon fierce wolf's decision, the nominal world master Luo Chen was stunned. He looked at his master, who was sitting high above. I'm afraid this will be known by the immortal temple. Hee. The silver moon fierce wolf sneered. The Qiulong continent had a diameter of more than 900 million kilometers, and there were hundreds of billions of world masters. By the time the immortal temple discovered the abnormality, he, the silver moon fierce wolf, would probably have already escaped. Master. After learning that Gao Xiang's latest plan had begun to be implemented, the nine-eyed cobra was very eager to go out and fight. But she still suppressed her impulse and stared at Gao Xiang with adoring eyes. Nine Eyes, is there anything you want to say? I have doubts about my cultivation. In the end, the nine-eyed cobra dismissed the idea of going out. She knew that in the far-off outer space, there was a planet-destroying cannon protecting the master, and the master also had the star-eating grass and the cloud-caressing vine, both World Lord 9th stage, to protect him, but she still wasn't relieved enough. Below the deep pit lived two powerful World Lord peak experts. The strength of the two of them was definitely comparable to Undying. Master, I understand. Fearing that she would delay Gao Xiang's precious time, after Nine Eyes understood the doubts in her heart, she returned to the internal world of the star-eating grass very obediently. Once Gao Xiang encountered danger, the star-eating grass could release her at the first moment. Meanwhile, Gao Xiang temporarily turned off the small detector. The small detector could not only detect surrounding experts but also cover and hide Gao Xiang's position, making it impossible for World Force to probe. The Virtual Universe Corporation did not stipulate that one could not carry a detector, but the mission clearly stated that the natives of the Shuiluo continent were very xenophobic. Their technology was backward, and once you took out something that didn't belong to this world, your identity would be exposed. After turning it off, the detector was put into Gao Xiang's space bracer. Gao Xiang planned to show himself actively. It was exactly 100,000 kilometers from the palace below. Gao Xiang would need to enter the core area of evil qi to cultivate later, and if these blood god guards responsible for the surrounding security discovered him, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. The detector could mask the detection of experts. But after the blood god guard approached Gao Xiang, it was impossible not to see Gao Xiang with the naked eye, right? Instead of being discovered, it was better to show himself actively, become a subordinate of Ba Qi, and join the blood god guard. Master. A sturdy man in black armor appeared before an expert. This expert had a powerful aura, and evil qi surrounded his body. Just looking at him made people terrified. He was the owner of the palace at the very bottom of this huge pit, nicknamed Blood God Ba Qi, the #1 genius of the Immortal Temple for hundreds of millions of years. In order to fuse 10 blood river crystals and become the legendary Black Warrior, he chose to cultivate in this huge pit. What is it? A cold voice came from Ba Qi's mouth. There is a little, cloud-level guy cultivating on the rock wall in the center of the huge pit. A-Da lowered his head, his voice extremely respectful. Release the blood demon to kill him. Ba Qi replied indifferently. Rumble. Inside the side hall on the first floor of the palace at the very bottom of the huge pit was a huge space covering an area of more than 10,000 square meters. Huge cages made of special metal materials were neatly placed in the center area of the space. Bang, bang, bang. These metal cages sometimes emitted violent metal collision sounds. If someone walked over to take a look at this time, they would definitely be startled by the scene inside the cages. Inside every cage, there was a madman like a wild beast. They were blood red all over, with messy hair, and the armor and weapons on their bodies indicated that they were normal people before they went crazy. The blood demon is here. Gao Xiang's eyes had been fixed on the bottom. The thick evil qi made Gao Xiang only able to see 1,000 meters away with his naked eyes. Suddenly, a cold, murderous light attacked, accompanied by a howling wind, and a large number of rock fragments on the surrounding rock walls were shattered and flew away. Trade a few moves first, don't kill the blood demon so quickly. Gao Xiang had the strength to kill a domain-level early-stage expert with 3 sword strikes. Therefore, the blood demon, who was also at the domain-level early stage, was nothing to him. After the performance-style battle lasted for a full 10 minutes, Gao Xiang solved this blood demon with 1 sword strike. Ha ha ha. When Gao Xiang's war blade killed the blood demon, the surrounding space actually stagnated. The pressure from the World Lord instantly poured onto Gao Xiang, making Gao Xiang unable to move. Master. Sandus, who was monitoring everything in the outer sky, became anxious. It knew that all this was just self-directed and self-acted, but it was still worried about its master's safety. I am blood. God Ba Qi. You have 2 choices now. Ba Qi's cold voice did not allow for resistance. I will give you 10 seconds now, choose to die, or submit to me. 10, 9, 8. Gao Xiang knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Greetings, Master. Ba Qi's performance was exactly as Gao Xiang had expected. Ba Qi was currently hibernating in this huge pit in order to break through to Undying directly after becoming a Black Warrior in the future. He had a powerful team of blood warriors under his command, which would be his most capable assistants when he conquered the world and occupied large areas of world cities in the future. From now on, you are number 96 of my blood god guard. 96. Gao Xiang muttered in his heart. If he remembered correctly, Luo Feng was 97 back then. Ada, you are responsible for guiding 96. After Ba Qi finished speaking, he turned and flew towards the bottom. At this time, a blood god guard with equally powerful strength appeared in front of Gao Xiang. He had a kind attitude and smiled at Gao Xiang. 96, since you have come to our blood god guard, we will all be brothers of life and death from now on. These blood god guards would all follow the blood god Ba Qi to conquer the world in the future, living and dying together, destined to become partners who relied on each other. Although Ada did not trust Gao Xiang for the time being, he had to show enough sincerity and enthusiasm. Come, follow me to the bottom. Good. The palace at the very bottom of the huge pit was very large, with the size of over 100 football fields. 96. Welcome to the blood god guard. Haha, another new partner. When Gao Xiang entered the palace, he was soon surrounded by a group of blood god guards. They looked at the newcomer enthusiastically, greeting him and asking about his well-being. Da said with a smile, don't look at 96 as the only cloud level in our blood god guard, but he easily killed a blood demon. So powerful, no wonder he could join our blood god guard at the cloud level. Chapter 103, 12th level law comprehension. The minimum requirement to join the blood god guard is to reach the domain level, and one's talent and strength must not be too poor. Ba Qi has a fierce reputation abroad, possesses formidable strength, and is the most famous genius of the Immortal Temple. He is also skilled at training subordinates, which is why many geniuses on the Shuiluo continent want to join the blood god guard. However, Ba Qi has extremely high requirements for his subordinates. Over so many years, he has only recruited 96 blood god guard members. Rumble. When Gao Xiang appeared on the second floor of the palace, a thunderous voice came from ahead. He looked over and saw a massive desolate beast in front of him. It was a bovine desolate beast. Greetings, Lord Qi Niu. I have heard of your great name since I was young and have always wanted to see you. Now, that wish has finally been fulfilled, Gao Xiang said, having already guessed the other party's identity. Ha ha ha. Qi Niu was very pleased with Gao Xiang's flattery. Suddenly, 10 blood river crystals flew out from in front of him and floated towards Gao Xiang. Use these 10 blood river crystals for now, tell me if you need more. 10. I won't be able to use them all. Gao Xiang was surprised. Discovering that Qi Niu had given away 10 blood river crystals at once, he found it incredible. Qi Niu said with a chuckle, little guy, I see that your bone structure is remarkable. One day, you might have the potential to become the legendary Black Warrior. Perhaps because of Gao Xiang's flattery, Qi Niu's favorability towards him was off the charts, to the point that he actually believed the other party could become the legendary Black Warrior. It was impossible for him to become a Black Warrior. Otherwise, if Ba Qi saw it, wouldn't he lose face? After paying his respects to Lord Qi Niu, Gao Xiang decided to return to his twin feather immortal cave. Da and Aer looked at Gao Xiang sternly. Da said, remember, you must keep this communicator with you at all times. Do not lose it, or it will mean you have betrayed our master. The communicator could contact other blood god guard members and Ba Qi, and it also served the purpose of monitoring Gao Xiang. Added, Master requires that we must not be more than 100,000 kilometers away from him. Your immortal cave is exactly on the edge. The implication was to remind Gao Xiang not to take the opportunity to run away. Very well, joining the blood god guard is my supreme honor. I look forward to fighting alongside our master in the future. After Gao Xiang finished speaking, he turned and flew upward. After Gao Xiang left, Aer sent a telepathic message to Ada. Number 96 joined the blood god guard too decisively. It's as if all of this was part of his plan. I think there's something fishy going on. Had seen too many geniuses, and every one of them was arrogant and conceited. In the past, several geniuses had been scouted by Ba Qi, but they adamantly refused to join the blood god guard and were ultimately killed by Ba Qi with a single finger. I will keep monitoring him in secret. If anything seems wrong, I will kill him immediately. Da's inner thoughts were basically the same as A's. When Gao Xiang returned to his twin feather immortal cave, he let out a long sigh of relief. Now, his safety was guaranteed. Although he had many means of self-preservation, living under someone else's roof was bound to cause problems eventually. Kill, kill, kill. After resting for a few days, Gao Xiang began to attempt to approach the evil qi vortex in the center of the giant pit. The evil qi in the central vortex was so dense that it had materialized, looking like a giant blood sphere. It was quite terrifying. 5 times the concentration of evil qi is already my limit. Gao Xiang's willpower was not particularly outstanding. It was at the level of a late-stage territory lord rank, and there was still a long way to go before reaching the threshold of the world lord rank. And the evil qi here was the perfect place to hone his willpower. After staying in the 5-fold concentration of evil qi for a month, Gao Xiang returned to the twin feather immortal cave and began to attempt the fusion of a blood river crystal. He had now fused 2 blood river crystals and was only 1 step away from becoming a blood warrior. Gao Xiang guessed that the reason he could fuse 2 blood river crystals so quickly might be related to his 2x life gene level. Rip. A wound appeared on his palm. The power of the blood river crystal immediately seeped into Gao Xiang's entire body. Kill, kill, kill. Intense pain, accompanied by the lingering sounds of slaughter in his mind, caused Gao Xiang to collapse to the ground as his body began to contort. His skin and muscles tore, his bones shattered, and his internal organs ruptured immediately. It hurt so much. Gao Xiang finally couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. The blood river crystal, which had just become ethereal, suddenly returned to its original state. Fusing a blood river crystal was not life-threatening. Upon failure, it would simply revert to its original blood river crystal form. Master, don't be discouraged. I believe you will succeed before long. The nine-eyed cobra, who had just fused her 21st blood river crystal, sent a telepathic message to encourage Gao Xiang. Although her master had heaven-defying comprehension ability, when it came to the path of fusing blood river crystals, he was far behind her. The nine-eyed cobra was different from ordinary members of the monster race. They were natural illusionists. She had 4 pairs of normal eyes, and a single eye on her forehead. This single eye was her most important organ. Relying on this organ, she was born with the ability to master certain illusions. Ha ha ha, the hardness of my single eye is already comparable to an undying magic treasure. The single eye was the magic treasure of the nine-eyed cobra, but it was also their weakness. Once their single eye was destroyed in battle, their combat power would drop significantly. Therefore, after fusing the blood river crystal, the nine-eyed cobra chose to prioritize strengthening her single eye. A month later, Gao Xiang tried to approach the evil qi vortex again. Kill, kill, kill. The killing intent in Gao Xiang's ears was constantly tempting him. If he were to lose focus for even a moment, he would be controlled by the slaughter and turn into one of the blood demons at the very bottom of the palace. 6 times the evil qi. Gao Xiang smiled. After a month of hard work, he was finally able to withstand 6 times the concentration of evil qi. 20 years later, Gao Xiang suddenly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Just now, he had finally completely outlined the first layer of the minor branch of spatial stasis. With this, his law comprehension had reached the threshold of an immortal general. If he could fully outline the final layer of spatial stasis, he would possess law comprehension at the level of a marquee-level immortal. I am now at least at the level of the 12th level of the heavenly bridge. Gao Xiang felt terrified just thinking about it. More than 70 years ago, his law comprehension was only at the level of the 8th level of the heavenly bridge. He couldn't believe that in just 70 years, he had improved so much. Virtual Universe, Yushang Mountain, Primitive Mystical Region. Kazan suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the email he had just received, and his heart turned cold. Just now, he had received an email from the Virtual Universe Corporation. The email informed him that the once-in-a-century universe rank qualification battle would begin in a few years. Which of the old universe rank members in the primitive mystical region hadn't stayed at the universe rank for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years? The rate of law, comprehension at the universe rank and the territory lord rank was not much different, so these old universe rank guys chose to stay at the universe rank, which allowed them to avoid leaving the primitive mystical region and having to participate in the territory lord deployment. Kazan knew that he no longer qualified to stay in the primitive mystical region, and when the time came, he would be demoted to the highest beginning mythical region. I hope Gao Xiang can stay in the primitive mystical region when the time comes. Currently, the highest level reached by a universe rank genius in the highest beginning mythical region on the heavenly bridge is the 7th level. The highest level reached by a universe rank genius in the primitive mystical region on the heavenly bridge is the 9th level. Kazan believed that with Gao Xiang's level of the 8th level of the heavenly bridge, he had a very good chance of staying in the primitive mystical region. HMPH. This time, I will definitely conquer the primitive mystical region. Chao had just walked out of the heavenly bridge. He was in high spirits and very proud of himself. Just now, he had defeated the guardian of the 7th level of the heavenly bridge. The 7th level of the heavenly bridge already qualified one to compete for the universe rank status in the primitive mystical region. However, it was only a chance to compete. The opportunity to enter was very slim. Little guy, very good. Ba Fen smiled as he looked at Chao. Chao's talent was very good. He had accumulated knowledge and was now blooming. He had already surpassed Kazan and was the existent second only to Gao Xiang among this batch of geniuses. He quickly drafted hundreds of emails and sent them out simultaneously. Chao actually passed the 7th level of the heavenly bridge. Impressive. When Jifeng learned that Chao had passed the 7th level of the heavenly bridge, she was very envious. Although she had taken King Haiwu as her master, her comprehension was still stuck at the 5th level of the heavenly bridge. She was very lucky because even a genius like Chao did not yet have a champion master. Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang's handsome face appeared in Jifeng's mind. Ever since she left the primal universe, she had not contacted Gao Xiang. She secretly vowed that she would definitely catch up to Gao Xiang's footsteps. Not bad, not bad. When Gao Xiang learned that Chao had passed the 7th level of the heavenly bridge, he was genuinely happy. Chao was his best partner in this genius competition. Seeing the other party improve, he was naturally happy. As for the earlier email from the Virtual Universe Corporation, he did not take it to heart. Asking him to participate in the universe rank qualification battle. Wouldn't that be bullying children? After gaining law comprehension of the 12th level of the heavenly bridge, Gao Xiang estimated that he could now kill an early-stage world master of the Shuiluo continent in 3 strikes. Although his comprehension had improved, his own origin energy accumulation was still insufficient, and combined with the fact that his treasures were not powerful enough, it was almost impossible for him to kill a late-stage world master. However, fighting a few rounds against them shouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, I still have 4 universe rank missions to complete, otherwise I would just use nutrient solution to advance directly to World Lord. The 5 universe rank missions that the Lord of Ganwu selected for Gao Xiang were all rare opportunities. Once missed, it would be a huge loss. After years of being nurtured by the evil Qi, my willpower should have reached the peak of the late-stage World Lord, and I should be getting close to the undying level. As early as a year ago, Gao Xiang could already resist 9 times the evil Qi, and he was only 1 step away from entering the core of the evil Qi vortex. Let's give it a try. Gao Xiang decided not to waste any more time. It was time to try entering the core of the evil Qi vortex. 9 times the evil Qi. Gao Xiang looked at the evil Qi vortex 1 kilometer away, staring at the dense blood sphere, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was the reaction of his body after the evil Qi took effect. Shut up, all of you. Gao Xiang forced himself to calm down, making the sounds of the evil Qi in his ears cease. His willpower was astonishing. It was no longer what it used to be. Ba Qi, who was below, was now far inferior to him in terms of willpower, as he could only resist 6 times the concentration of evil Qi. Chapter 104, The Big Dog is Mighty. Gao Xiang slowly entered the vortex of evil Qi. However, when he entered the vortex, a shocking scene appeared. It was not blood red inside, but golden yellow. Countless golden dense patterns, like ribbons, shuttled back and forth in the inner space. It is the law secret patterns. Law secret patterns visible to the naked eye, comparable to the primal universe. However, Gao Xiang soon decided to leave. He did not walk the path of the beast god, did not have the law affinity to comprehend the charm of the divine beast, and could not see the three beast god images inside. Since his willpower could no longer be improved, there was no need for him to stay here. Silver Moon, Thorn Ring, let's stop here, we are preparing to leave. Sandus, prepare to activate the planet-destroying cannon. Energy reduced to 80%. Target the temple beneath the giant pit. Understood, Master. Upon his order, the planet-destroying cannon, which had been on standby, began its countdown. 60, 59. At the same time, Gao Xiang rushed out from the core of the vortex, and he flew along the direction of the giant pit's rock wall. At the same time, an ordinary spaceship appeared beside him. After entering the spaceship, he quickly arrived at the rock wall. The rock wall was very far from the center of the giant pit and was already out of the attack range of the planet-destroying cannon. 96. Suddenly, the space around Gao Xiang became stagnant, and the flight speed of the spaceship dropped sharply. The furious Ba Qi unleashed his world projection, and the area within a radius of 1,000 kilometers was affected by the projection. Just a moment ago, he discovered that Gao Xiang had actually moved more than 100,000 kilometers away from him. In other words, Gao Xiang had betrayed him. 3, 2, 1, fire. A huge laser beam descended from the sky. The planet-destroying cannon is standard equipment for F-grade spaceships or E9-grade automaton race spaceships. By logic, Gao Xiang's D9-grade biological spaceship was not qualified to be equipped with it. But Gao Xiang had the help of Lord of Ganwu and two powerful senior brother and senior sister, so he managed to get a restricted planet-destroying cannon. What is this? Ba Qi looked up at the sky. It was a terrifying, huge beam of light. The scorching high temperature instantly burned through everything, turning everything into nothingness. The temperature of the laser emitted by the planet-destroying cannon already exceeded that of a star. Those below the undying rank would definitely die if they tried to resist it head-on. It is actually an extraterrestrial race. At this moment, Ba Qi finally knew Gao Xiang's true identity. No wonder he could withstand 9 times the evil Qi, and he could easily kill domain-level blood demons as a cloud level. Rumble. The power of the planet-destroying cannon was no joke. As strong as Ba Qi was, after seeing the laser fall, he knew that he would definitely die today. Rumble. The palace beneath the giant pit was instantly razed to the ground. Only 2 broken bodies remained. 96. Damn it. Ba Qi lay in the deep pit, furious. It is damnable. Qi Niu was equally furious. Both of them had entered a near-death state. At this moment, any cloud-level expert who appeared could kill them. Goodbye. You have treated me well, so I will spare your lives today. Hope to see you again if fate allows. As Gao Xiang left, he looked back at Ba Qi and Qi Niu. After entering the outer space of Shuiluo continent, Sandus looked at Gao Xiang with some confusion. Master, why didn't you just kill Ba Qi and the others? No need. Gao Xiang was not being merciful. It was just that Ba Qi and Qi Niu had indeed treated him well, and there was really no need to force himself to kill them. However, the blood god guards did not have such good luck. Master. Woof woof woof. The spike ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf appeared behind Gao Xiang at the same time. After receiving Gao Xiang's order, the 2 monsters left their respective lairs. Let's see the harvest of you two. As the spaceship gradually approached Tianxi Palace, Gao Xiang began to look forward to it. In the last 20 years, Gao Xiang had the spike ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf kill wantonly, and they would never stop unless they encountered the immortal temple taking action. Master, look. The spike ring centipede was very proud. The 2 hard mandibles in front of its huge head were clicking back and forth from time to time because it was too happy, and its thousands of centipede legs tapped up and down on the cabin, making a pleasant thumping sound. Look at how smug you are. The silver moon fierce wolf scanned the spike ring centipede with disdain. That stubborn spike ring centipede must be slow at collecting blood river crystals. Gao Xiang's divine thought entered the world ring. It is actually a small mountain. Ha ha ha. The spike ring centipede was very proud and continued to dance with joy. In these 20 years, I have collected 1.2 million blood river crystals. My goodness. The elven-looking Sandus opened its small mouth, looking at the spike ring centipede in surprise, while using its small palms to forcefully tap the spike ring centipede's huge black head. The stubborn spike ring centipede, it has actually become so capable. Thorn ring, well done. In the future, I will guarantee you step into the undying rank. Gao Xiang was very satisfied with the performance of the spike ring centipede. 1.2 million blood river crystals, converted to points, is over 700 million points. Thorn ring, look at how smug you are, you really have no ambition. However, the silver moon fierce wolf on the side was not surprised at all, and he said with great disdain. Oh, big dog, do you have more than him? Sandus pursed its lips. Don't call me big dog. I am the silver moon fierce wolf, the royal family of the monster race. No, I am a starry sky behemoth. Having fused 18 blood river crystals, his gene level had reached 10 times, and he considered his bloodline not much worse than a starry sky behemoth. Tisk tisk tisk, are there any starry sky behemoths that look like dogs? Sandus rolled its eyes. Master, look. The silver moon fierce wolf could not out-argue Sandus, so he took out his world ring. After Gao Xiang's divine thought entered the world ring, he instantly gasped. The blood river crystals were piled into a big mountain. And it was dozens of times larger than the spike ring centipede's small mountain. Let me see. Sandus saw Gao Xiang's exaggerated expression and was anxious to see it. My goodness. Sandus was stunned. A full 16 million blood river crystals. Converted into points, it was a full 9.6 billion points. Silver Moon, tell me, how did you get so many blood river crystals? At this moment, Gao Xiang looked at the silver moon fierce wolf with new respect. That's simple. The silver moon fierce wolf adopted a model similar to a pyramid scheme. He controlled a few powerful world masters. The world masters then controlled a few other powerful world masters. If a world master could not control another world master, he would take action to seriously injure the opponent, allowing his subordinates, the world masters, to control the opponent. Relying on this method, the silver moon fierce wolf madly snowballed on the Shuiluo continent, growing larger and larger. You wolf clan are indeed cunning. Gao Xiang was very satisfied with the performance of the silver moon fierce wolf. The silver moon fierce wolf narrowed his eyes and smiled proudly. Master, what about me in the future? I guarantee you will reach the marquis rank. Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. The silver moon fierce wolf was overjoyed. It's Your Highness Gao Xiang's spaceship. The staff responsible for monitoring the Shuiluo continent soon discovered Gao Xiang's biological spaceship. I don't know if I can meet the Lord of Tianxi Palace this time. Gao Xiang was quite interested in the Lord of Tianxi Palace. A universe overlord who had guarded the Shuiluo continent for hundreds of millions of years, his fame was far greater than that of the Lord of Ganwu and others. Your Highness Gao Xiang, please follow me. When Gao Xiang's spaceship entered the first floor of Tianxi Palace, a staff member walked up to Gao Xiang, looking at him respectfully. More than 70 years ago, when Gao Xiang was on the Shuiluo continent, he had been under their surveillance. However, as Gao Xiang released his 3 World Lord rank monster servants, they gradually reduced the frequency of monitoring Gao Xiang. Therefore, they all mistakenly thought that Gao Xiang had at most collected a few 100,000. Okay. Gao Xiang guessed that the Lord of Tianxi Palace might really want to summon him. As Gao Xiang followed the staff member flying up along the huge and seemingly endless staircase, he asked the staff member, "Is the Lord of Tianxi Palace going to see me?" Yes. Your Highness Gao Xiang, you are really very lucky, the Lord of Tianxi Palace is actually going to summon you. Since the Lord of Tianxi Palace had guarded the Shuiluo continent for hundreds of millions of years, he had almost never summoned the little guys who came to perform missions. On the top floor of the palace, Gao Xiang finally saw an expert whose aura was restrained, but whose strength was definitely far superior to the Lord of Ganwu. Gao Xiang pays respects to the Lord of Tianxi Palace. Gao Xiang greeted him very politely. Not bad, not bad. The Lord of Tianxi Palace carefully sized up Gao Xiang. He had watched quite a few videos of Gao Xiang's battles on the Shuiluo continent. The video of him killing a territory lord rank early stage expert in 3 slashes left a particularly deep impression on him. Being able to kill, and killing in an instant, were of completely different natures. When Gao Xiang successfully entered the core of the evil qi, the favorability of the Lord of Tianxi Palace towards Gao Xiang increased again. The Lord of Tianxi Palace is too kind. Gao Xiang did not know that the Lord of Tianxi Palace had been secretly paying attention to him for a long time. I made a bet with some friends. They don't think highly of you, but I think you can at least become a universe overlord like me. Ah, only a universe overlord. Gao Xiang was indignant in his heart. Gao Xiang's goal was to break through the reincarnation and enter the origin continent. Today, I bestow upon you a heavy treasure as an investment in you. A heavy treasure. This is the Shadow Xuanhua axe. I suggest you only use it after becoming a world lord. Remember, a heavy treasure is a good thing that even a universe exalt might snatch if they see it. Your subordinate understands. Gao Xiang replied heavily. Retire now. I hope to see you become a universe exalt one day soon. After Gao Xiang left the palace of the Lord of Tianxi Palace, a wisp of his consciousness entered the world ring where the Shadow Xuanhua axe was stored. After the Shadow Xuanhua axe recognized its master, it could not exert 100% of its power. One needed to fully comprehend the law-secret patterns on the surface of the axe to fully exert its power. It will take about a year for me to fully comprehend these law-secret patterns. I didn't expect the harvest this time to be so rich. After entering the reception spaceship of Tianxi Palace, Gao Xiang decided to head to the next target. Qiulong Star. The 3 missions of Qiulong Star, Shuiluo Continent, and Demon Mountain are all in the highest beginning mythical region. Qiulong Star is also a very dangerous mission. The mission introduction of the Virtual Universe Corporation clearly states that Qiulong Star is a huge planet of the Dragon Clan, containing various types of Dragon Clan, and the weakest are of Universe rank. There are many of Territory Lord rank, World Lord rank, and even Undying. The mission of Qiulong Star is to hunt different breeds of the Dragon Clan. Mission 1. Hunt 1,000 different species of the Dragon Clan. Reward points, 10,000. Mission 2. Hunt 200 different species of Territory Lord rank Dragon Clan. Reward points, 100,000. The first mission is very simple, just pure hunting is enough. The second mission is somewhat difficult. For a genius of universe rank, hunting a single territory lord rank early stage Dragon Clan is not difficult. But the difficulty lies in the requirement of 200 species in terms of quantity. Once besieged by a group of territory lord rank Dragon Clan, even if riding a spaceship, there is a risk of falling. Master, received a reminder from the Virtual Universe Corporation. You need to return to the branch of the highest beginning mythical region of the company to submit the mission before you can continue to the next mission. Sandus appeared on Gao Xiang's shoulder. Okay. Going to the branch of the highest beginning mythical region. 2 months later, Gao Xiang's biological spaceship appeared on the star fragment numbered 8,026,068. This is the temporary residence arranged by the Virtual Universe Corporation for Gao Xiang, a star fragment with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers, which contains a huge manor. Greetings, Your Highness Gao Xiang. The group of people responsible for the reception looked at Gao Xiang with very respectful eyes, followed by more than 1,000 neatly arranged guards behind them. This is a highness from the primitive mystical region, whose status is far superior to that of a highness from the highest beginning mythical region. Have you contacted the company's mission spaceship for me? It has been contacted. The World Lord expert responsible for receiving Gao Xiang said respectfully. Chapter 105, Beast God Inheritance Token. I need to go into seclusion for a day, none of you are to disturb me. After explaining the situation to the butler, Gao Xiang headed straight toward the cultivation room. Before submitting his mission for Shuiluo continent, he needed to fuse with one more blood river crystal to become a blood warrior. Under the control of his spirit weapon, Gao Xiang made a cut on his palm. After placing the blood river crystal on the wound, it began to dissolve gradually. At the same time, the dual pain from his soul and body made Gao Xiang suffer greatly. Ah, After falling to the ground, Gao Xiang began to wail continuously. It was truly too painful, painful to the point that words could not describe it. Fortunately, Gao Xiang's willpower had already reached a level between peak World Lord and early stage Undying, so he could still retain a sliver of clarity. Rolling on the ground, he quickly became a bloody mess due to the tearing of his skin and muscles. Why didn't Nine Eyes and the others feel this much pain when they fused with the Blood River crystals? Gao Xiang remembered clearly that when Nine Eyes, the nine-eyed cobra, fused with her third Blood River crystal, she only wailed in pain for a while, and the entire snake remained motionless and did not collapse. Gao Xiang was in too much pain to keep track of time, but fortunately, he remained conscious. When he recovered, he finally stood up and looked at his palm. It seems there are some new changes. Could it be that his gene multiplier had increased again? Gao Xiang was not sure. On the second day after Gao Xiang arrived at his temporary residence in the highest beginning mythical region, a 100-meter-long black triangular spaceship appeared above his temporary manor. Every Your Highness in the highest beginning mythical region had an enormous area for their residence, and the manors between each Your Highness were at least 100 million kilometers apart. Thousands of guards stood neatly in the plaza of the manor, their gazes fixed on Gao Xiang, motionless, as if they were made of iron. Being a temporary guard for a primitive mystical region, Your Highness was their honor. Gao Xiang stood at the front of the plaza, watching the black spaceship descend slowly. After the spaceship landed steadily, 3 female staff members stepped out, all of whom were outstanding in both strength and appearance. One of the staff members walked up to Gao Xiang and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness Gao Xiang. I am Sang Min, responsible for receiving Your Highness's mission submission. You may enter the spaceship now, there is a smart system inside to handle the reception. Rest assured, Virtual Universe Corporation will keep all the gains from your mission confidential." "Good. Thank you," Gao Xiang responded politely. Gao Xiang highly approved of this practice by Virtual Universe Corporation. Having a smart system handle the mission handover could minimize the risk of leaks to the greatest extent. Especially for strategic resources like Blood River crystals, if others knew how many you had privately hoarded, and a knowledgeable staff member tipped someone off, that would be a huge problem. Except in the primal universe, no one could guarantee 100% that there wouldn't be spies from other races, even in the primitive mystical region. Sang Min was slightly stunned, then revealed a faint smile. She was responsible for receiving many Your Highnesses, but Gao Xiang was the most polite and courteous one she had ever met. Most Your Highnesses would enter the mission spaceship without looking back after she finished her lines. After Gao Xiang entered the mission spaceship, the hatch that had just been opened closed instantly. A gentle electronic female voice came, "Hello, Your Highness Gao Xiang." The electronic female voice paused and continued, "Please expose your chest to verify the Shuiluo secret patterns." Okay. Gao Xiang unbuttoned his shirt, exposing his chest. On his chest were symmetrical blood-colored secret patterns. These were the unique secret patterns formed after Gao Xiang fused with his third Blood River crystal. He could rely on these secret patterns to unleash powerful strength. Gao Xiang guessed that this might be the legendary Shuiluo power. Detected that Your Highness has fused with 3 Blood River crystals, please provide your Blood River medal. Here, Gao Xiang placed a Blood River medal on the counter. He had many Blood River medals, enough to sell wholesale. Please provide a drop of blood, Your Highness. Okay. Before long, the electronic female voice replied, "According to the system detection, Your Highness's life gene has reached 3 times, and your blood meets the requirements for a blood warrior. Congratulations to Your Highness for completing the first and second missions, obtaining 110,000 points. Would you like to sell your Blood River crystals? Our Virtual Universe Corporation will purchase them at a price of 600 points per Blood River crystal." What if I don't intend to sell? Gao Xiang believed that the value of the Blood River crystals was far more than these 600 points. 100 Blood River crystals could extract 1 drop of Beast God blood. Beast God blood was something beneficial even to champions and universe venerables. However, Gao Xiang believed he had to sell a large number of Blood River crystals so that the company's senior management would know his potential was extraordinary, in order to receive a large amount of resources for cultivation later. You can choose whether or not to sell Blood River crystals to our company. However, I must remind Your Highness that Blood River crystals are restricted items by the company. The company is the only purchasing channel. Please do not sell them to others. Furthermore, if you wish to gift Blood River crystals to others, you must apply to the company in advance. Only after the application is approved can you gift the corresponding amount to the relevant person. If you violate the above two regulations, you will face severe punishment from the company. Then, I brought servants on this mission. They also obtained Blood River crystals on Qiulong continent and have already fused with some of them. How should I handle this? Gao Xiang was not worried that he would be punished by the company after saying this. He believed that Tianxi Palace, which was responsible for monitoring Qiulong continent, should have long discovered that he had brought servants and was crazily collecting Blood River crystals on Qiulong continent. If bringing servants was illegal, he would have been arrested by the staff of Tianxi Palace long ago. Very well. The company already has relevant regulations. Servants who have collected Blood River crystals and successfully fused with them are qualified to continue using the Blood River crystals they have collected, but they must still strictly implement the company's two regulations. Gao Xiang registered the information of the three demons, including 9 eyes, in the system. From then on, the three demons, including 9 eyes, could safely fuse with Blood River crystals. These are the Blood River crystals I want to sell. Gao Xiang placed a space ring on the counter. After detection, there are 1.5 million Blood River crystals in the ring. Does Your Highness wish to sell them? Confirm. These 1.5 million Blood River crystals were the total amount collected by him and the spike ring centipede in the first 50 years after entering Qiulong continent. He decided to wait until he had enough strength to sell the remaining 16 million Blood River crystals. Otherwise, taking out 16 million Blood River crystals now would likely shock the entire senior management circle of the company. A total of 900 million points. The points will be deposited into Your Highness's account shortly. After completing the mission, Gao Xiang flew out of the spaceship. He was very satisfied with the company's decision. From now on, his 3 servants could safely fuse with Blood River crystals. With the life gene enhancement from the Blood River crystals, their future growth ceiling was raised by several levels, preventing them from becoming mere decorations in the late stage, mostly just watching the door or teaching disciples. Virtual Universe, Yushang Mountain, Dragon Whale King's Virtual Universe Mansion. Second Senior Brother. Gao Xiang saw Dragon Whale King drinking alone and greeted him with a smile. He did not know that Dragon Whale King had been very annoyed recently because he failed to enter a universe secret realm. Just a short while ago, one of his champion friends accidentally discovered a hidden universe secret realm. Normal operation of the universe laws would evolve into normal galaxies. But sometimes when the laws operated incorrectly, some special universe secret realms would be formed. Inside a universe secret realm, unexpected things that completely defied common sense might be formed. Therefore, some strange treasures were often born in universe secret realms. Dragon Whale King had already died once in a universe secret realm, and the treasures on him had all been lost. His strength had dropped from invincible king level to peak king. Being a peak king, there was a huge difference between having various treasures on one's body and having none. Several of Dragon Whale King's friends were unwilling to invite him to adventure in the universe secret realm because of his current drop in combat power. If Dragon Whale King wanted to go on an adventure, he would have to go alone. But how was that any different from suicide? Junior brother, I didn't expect you to stay on Qiulong continent for so long. It seems you have gained quite a lot of Blood River crystals. Dragon Whale King composed himself, picked up a wine pot, and began to pour wine for Gao Xiang. The two drank for a whole day. The virtual universe could simulate the state of drunkenness, which was why Dragon Whale King was willing to drink in the virtual universe. Second Senior Brother, if you have any hidden difficulties, why not tell me? Although I may not be able to help you, I believe I can at least offer you some advice. Gao Xiang came here this time to ask his senior brother again. Before his first trip to Qiulong continent, the restricted treasures Gao Xiang bought were almost all through Dragon Whale King's connections. Without the help of his second senior brother, as a universe rank member of the primitive mystical region, he wouldn't have been able to buy them at all. It's fine to tell you. Dragon Whale King had been with Gao Xiang for so long and had always trusted this junior brother very much. I lack a suitable weapon. Dragon Whale King was a king-level powerhouse, yet he actually lacked a suitable weapon. Dragon Whale King was preparing to go on an adventure in the universe secret realm this time, and he had already borrowed a heavy treasure from his seventh junior sister, King Zuwei, and his junior nephew, King Shui. It was a domain-type heavy treasure and a soul defense-type heavy treasure. The reason King Zuwei and King Shui were willing to lend them was that they happened to have an extra one, and Dragon Whale King had already asked them many times, so they had to lend them out of face. However, the price was that if Dragon Whale King fell again, he would have to compensate twice the equivalent value in heavy treasure points. Dragon Whale King gritted his teeth and agreed. He knew that his comprehension of the laws had been stagnant for countless epochs, and there was no longer any possibility of becoming a supreme, unless he could obtain a treasure of the level of the Beast God Inheritance Token. Only then would there be a chance to turn the tables. Chapter 106, Insect Race Biological Spaceship. Entering a brand new and unknown universe secret realm for an adventure was his only chance to turn the tables. He had once witnessed a king-level powerhouse in a universe secret realm obtain a fruit worth over 2,000 treasure points. Relying on this fruit, this king-level powerhouse exchanged it for a Beast God Inheritance Token and eventually managed to become a venerable. Senior brother, take a look at this. Since Gao Xiang was asking for a favor, he had to offer sufficient benefits. He just didn't know if the Dragon Whale King would find this benefit lacking. Gao Xiang placed the Shadow Xuanhua axe on the table. PFF'd. The wine in the Dragon Whale King's mouth sprayed out instantly, and he stared wide-eyed at the axe on the table. A treasure. And a high-level treasure at that. It's actually the Shadow Xuanhua axe, a treasure used by the Lord of Tianxi Palace in his early years. So, senior brother knows it. This Shadow Xuanhua axe was gifted to me by the Lord of Tianxi Palace. I never expected the Lord of Tianxi Palace would be willing to gift you such a precious item. The Dragon Whale King's gaze was burning as he stared at the Shadow Xuanhua axe. A powerhouse of the Lord of Tianxi Palace's level possessed many treasures and might not necessarily value this axe. But the Dragon Whale King was different. What he craved was precisely a treasure weapon. Seeing the gleam in the Dragon Whale King's eyes, Gao Xiang knew that what he craved was exactly a weapon. But, the Dragon Whale King hesitated. If you gift me such a precious treasure, wouldn't that be a huge loss for you? The Dragon Whale King believed that such a precious treasure was a liability for Gao Xiang, who was still quite weak. Senior brother, aren't you about to go on an adventure in a universe secret realm? It won't be too late to return it to me after you come back. All right. With those words from Gao Xiang, the Dragon Whale King gritted his teeth and decided to borrow the treasure for the time being. But he couldn't take the other party's treasure for free. He stared at Gao Xiang and said seriously, "Junior brother, if there is anything you want, just tell me. If I can't do it, I'll shamelessly ask our teacher. To be honest with you, senior brother, I am preparing to go to Qiulong Star and Demon Mountain to complete missions this time." You're also planning to go to Demon Mountain. That place has a 90% mortality rate. The Dragon Whale King was stunned. How long had it been since Gao Xiang broke through to the universe rank, and he dared to go? The Dragon Whale King believed that if Gao Xiang wanted to execute a desperate level mission, he should at least remain at the universe rank for over 1,000 years. The safest bet was to stay at the universe rank for 10,000 years before going to Demon Mountain. I hope you can help me get an F9 laser gun, an E9 laser gun, a biological evolution heart, and a full set of resources sufficient for a 108 vine cloud caressing vine to evolve into a 360 vine undying one. That request of yours is very difficult to fulfill. Although the E9 laser gun and biological evolution heart are restricted level treasures, I can still manage to get them by pulling some strings. But the F9 laser gun is an absolutely restricted level treasure that even a venerable might not be able to obtain. Furthermore, the evolution plan for the cloud caressing vine will likely cost at least 15 billion points, and it contains a large number of restricted level items that cannot be bought without connections. Gao Xiang had already learned about the power of the F9 laser gun in advance. The F9 laser gun was the most powerful among F-grade laser guns and was a restricted level treasure of the automaton race that humans currently could not replicate. It could instantly kill an undying powerhouse, and its charging time was extremely short, requiring only 0.2 seconds. In principle, as undying powerhouses, whether immortal general, marquis-level immortal, or even king-level immortal, they were all undying powerhouses, and their physical defensive capabilities were not much stronger than one another. Therefore, in principle, the F9 laser gun could kill a marquis-level immortal powerhouse. But in reality, marquis-level and even king-level powerhouses generally possessed powerful battle armor and plant-type life forms to protect themselves, so the F9 laser gun might not necessarily kill them. Junior brother, oh junior brother, how should I help you? The Dragon Whale King held his fine wine, gulped it down, and became distressed again. Buying an F9 laser gun and borrowing a treasure weapon were both equally difficult problems for him. I will go and try for you, but you must be prepared for failure. In the end, the Dragon Whale King gritted his teeth and decided to agree for now. He was very eager to obtain Gao Xiang's treasure weapon. By comparison, the F9 laser gun was not as important to him. I am still at my temporary residence in the highest beginning mythical region, senior brother can come to take it at any time. I will wait for good news from you, senior brother. Gao Xiang believed that the Dragon Whale King should be able to manage to buy the F9 laser gun. On the 5th day of Gao Xiang's stay at his temporary residence in the highest beginning mythical region, a black transport ship docked at the plaza. Gao Xiang knew that the items he ordered had arrived. He walked to the plaza, prepared to receive them. The ship's hatch opened, and an immortal general walked out. He looked respectfully at this highness whose status was comparable to a marquis-level immortal. Your Highness Gao Xiang, these are the goods you ordered. A black box. After receiving the goods, Gao Xiang entered his cultivation room and ordered his subordinates not to disturb him. Ha ha. The spike ring centipede was very excited. Its huge black head swayed from side to side, and its long, blood-red body writhed. The ground made a thumping sound under the beating of its thousands of centipede legs. Awoo! The silver moon fierce wolf sat on the ground and roared, but its sound quickly changed, woof, woof, woof. He looked at Gao Xiang in embarrassment. Perhaps he had gotten used to acting like a dog recently and had forgotten that he was a wolf. The nine-eyed cobra was coiled on the ground, her huge, grayish-brown body was like a mountain peak, very majestic. Among these three monster race servants, the nine-eyed cobra was the most normal. The spike-ring centipede was a simpleton. The silver moon fierce wolf was an idiot. These are treasures to increase your origin force accumulation. Gao Xiang threw 3 space rings to the 3 servants respectively. Because the 3 servants were too huge in size, the resources needed to raise them to the World Lord rank level 9 were several hundred times that of Gao Xiang. If it weren't for Gao Xiang's massive amount of points to support them, he wouldn't be able to afford these 3 behemoths whose life genes were comparable to starry sky behemoths. According to the physical characteristics of each servant, Gao Xiang had Sandus specify the best and fastest improvement plan. Unlike the golden horned beast, which needed to devour a large amount of different metal minerals, the treasures needed by the 3 monster race servants were much simpler, and their improvement speed far exceeded that of the golden horned beast. It would only take about 30 years for the 3 monster race servants to become World Lord level 9, the speed of improvement was comparable to soaking in a nutrient chamber. The nine-eyed cobra and the others now had a gene multiplier comparable to the golden horned beast. If they could master their legacy secret techniques, their combat power would directly approach that of an immortal general after reaching World Lord level 9. Some powerful peak World Lord golden horned beasts possessed combat power comparable to an immortal general, and some individual heaven-defying ones could even manage to kill an immortal general. The nine-eyed cobra and the other 2 monsters might be slightly weaker in strength than a peak World Lord golden horned beast, but fortunately, 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. These 3 servants had cost Gao Xiang a full 300 million points this time. After settling the 3 monster race servants, Gao Xiang began to cultivate. Before waiting for the Dragon Whale King's reply, he might have to stay here for a long time. Master, call request. The little sprite Sandus appeared in front of Gao Xiang. Chow, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to our highest beginning mythical region. Why didn't you say hello to me? Upon learning that Gao Xiang had come to the highest beginning mythical region, Chow was very happy and called Gao Xiang immediately. You are currently outside executing a mission, so it wouldn't be convenient for me to disturb you. Gao Xiang knew how dangerous it was to make calls while doing missions. Chow was speechless. I'm not you. I wouldn't dare to go do a dangerous level mission. I am currently doing a difficult level mission, which is very safe. Although the mortality rate of difficult level missions is low, you still shouldn't let your guard down. Gao Xiang never dared to underestimate any mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent over 10 billion points to arm himself to the teeth. Wasn't it all to increase his survival rate? By the way, the universe rank qualification battle is coming up soon. Those few universe rank veterans in our highest beginning mythical region are very powerful. You must be well prepared. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Gao Xiang said very indifferently. Damn, such an important matter, and you don't even take it to heart. I'll do my best. If I really get eliminated from the primitive mystical region, it will save me from having to move, haha. Gao Xiang pretended to be very calm. Wasn't he currently living in the highest beginning mythical region? It was just as well, he wouldn't have to move. You're awesome. Chow was speechless. For this universe rank qualification battle, Chow had already made sufficient preparations. His requirement was not to aspire to enter the primitive mystical region, but to ensure he kept his position in the highest beginning mythical region. Currently, there were 5 universe rank members in the entire primitive mystical region. Gao Xiang and Kazan were old members. After the qualification battle, the primitive mystical region could only retain 3 territory lord rank members. Therefore, Gao Xiang had to compete with these 5 primitive mystical region members. If he lost, he would drop into the highest beginning mythical region. By the way, you haven't challenged the Heavenly Bridge for over 80 years. Why don't you go challenge it? We are all dying of anxiety. We all want to see which level you have reached now. Not only newcomers like Chow and Kazan wanted to know Gao Xiang's current level of law comprehension, but those veteran students also really wanted to know. No rush. Let's wait until I finish all my missions. Awesome. You can even endure that. Chow greatly admired Gao Xiang's decision. He couldn't do that himself. As soon as he found that his strength had improved, he would go challenge the Heavenly Bridge. By the way, have you challenged the Illusion Sea? Not yet. You're awesome. The Illusion Sea can provide a large amount of points, and you can actually endure not going. Chow didn't know that Gao Xiang had received 20 billion points gifted by the Lord of Ganwu. He also didn't know that Gao Xiang had sold Blood River crystals not long ago and earned 900 million points. He really didn't look down upon the few points from the Illusion Sea, Immortal Altar, and Heavenly Bridge. However, the main reason he hadn't challenged them yet was that he didn't want the alien races to know. Otherwise, with his level of being at the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge while at the universe rank, he would definitely be subjected to joint assassinations by the insect race, automaton race, and monster race. Chapter 107, Dragon Whale King Secret Realm Adventure. Gao Xiang had been waiting in the highest beginning mythical region for 12 days, and he finally waited for a powerful expert to arrive. A G9 grade biological spaceship descended from the sky. My god. The group of guards were stunned after seeing the biological spaceship in the sky. In the sky, there was actually a gigantic biological spaceship over 10,000 meters long. It was not a common mechanical spaceship, but a huge insect race mother nest. This insect race mother nest was dark brown overall, and at the very bottom was a huge mouth with long fangs, extending from the very front of the mother nest all the way to its tail. At the same time, on both of its sides were hundreds of huge tentacles with a diameter of over 10 meters and a length of 1,000 meters. The ends of the tentacles had oval-shaped bulges, which could serve as landing supports or for defense. Its appearance was similar to the Leviathan in games. This G9 grade biological spaceship is a priceless treasure. After Sandus checked all the data, she quickly reached a conclusion: priceless. A top-tier insect race biological spaceship that absolutely could not be bought. This spaceship had been reported and inspected in advance before entering the highest beginning mythical region, otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to enter the highest beginning mythical region. Senior brother actually drove such a luxurious spaceship here. Gao Xiang had already guessed that this biological spaceship belonged to the Dragon Whale King, but he was still shocked. The Dragon Whale King descended from the spaceship and walked up to Gao Xiang. Let's go, we will go to the secret room to talk in detail now. Okay. Before the Dragon Whale King followed Gao Xiang into the secret room, he did not put away the biological spaceship, but let it hover quietly in the air. My God. This spaceship, at least a venerable would be able to afford it. Right. But that person just now seemed to be the Dragon Whale King. I didn't expect the Dragon Whale King to be so rich. After the two of them entered the secret room, the guards, who had been orderly and dared not make any noise, began to discuss it through sound transmission. Senior brother, your biological spaceship is so imposing. After entering the secret room, Gao Xiang began to compliment the Dragon Whale King. It's all right, it's all right. The Dragon Whale King did not want to discuss this spaceship. Because this spaceship was borrowed from his teacher, the Lord of Ganwu, after he pestered him relentlessly. If he said too much and his junior brother found out, wouldn't he be very embarrassed? He went straight to the point and took out a space ring. I have helped you get everything. This time, to help you get these restricted items, I not only used up all my favors, but I also owe a mountain of favors. Thank you, senior brother. Inspect the goods first. The Dragon Whale King threw the space ring to Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang's consciousness entered the space ring, and he quickly saw the items inside. A restricted E9 laser gun. A restricted F9 laser gun. A biological evolution heart. A pile of top-tier treasures that could allow the cloud-caressing vine to evolve to 360 vines and break through to undying. These are it. After confirming everything was correct, Gao Xiang's consciousness withdrew, and he nodded in satisfaction. The E9 laser gun is not expensive, redeeming it from the company only requires 5,000 points. Because it is a restricted weapon, I pulled some strings and spent a full 15,000 points. The F9 laser gun is also a restricted weapon, and it requires 2 million points to redeem from the company. I pulled some strings and spent a full 4 million points. However, I want to remind you that this F9 weapon has already been set with a self-destruct program by the company, and it can only be fired at most 30 times. After the uses are exhausted, it will enter the self-destruct sequence. Okay. Gao Xiang nodded heavily. He could accept that. This was an F9 laser gun capable of killing an undying expert. How could the company's upper management dare to release it casually? If something went wrong, they would have to bear the responsibility. This biological evolution heart is a necessary item for a D-grade biological spaceship to evolve into an E-grade biological spaceship. Because only the insect race can manufacture it, it is also a restricted item. It cost me a full 3 million points. Of course, the most expensive ones are the treasures for the cloud-caressing vine. They cost me a full 20 billion points. The Dragon Whale King paused, then continued, although these things are very precious, compared to a heavy treasure, they are nothing. How about this? I will give you a 50% discount, and you can just transfer 10 billion points to me. The Dragon Whale King did not tell Gao Xiang that one heavy treasure point is approximately equal to 10 trillion Hunyuan units. Furthermore, that was merely theoretical redemption data. To give an analogy, heavy treasure points are like Ganwu coins, and Hunyuan units are like Black Dragon coins. For residents living on the 10 major administrative planets of the Ganwu universe country, Black Dragon coins are not very useful. The reason the Dragon Whale King wanted to collect benefits from Gao Xiang was mainly because, in order to buy these restricted treasures this time, he owed a mountain of favors and even had to do quite a few embarrassing things. Thank you, senior brother. Gao Xiang was very grateful to the Dragon Whale King. He treated the Dragon Whale King well, asked him to sit down, and then instructed the maids to prepare good wine and food. However, the Dragon Whale King had not been there long. After seeing that Gao Xiang was very satisfied with these treasures, he did not sit down but prepared to leave. There is no need to sit. When I return from the secret realm, I will definitely find junior brother to have a good gathering. Alright then, I wish senior brother a full return in advance. Okay. The Dragon Whale King walked out of Gao Xiang's secret room. At this moment, if one were standing in front of him, one could see that his gait was flustered, and his face was full of anxious expressions. Those champion friends of his who were preparing to go on an adventure in the newly discovered universe secret realm had already set off according to the plan. But the Dragon Whale King shamelessly pestered them, saying all sorts of things, and even claimed that he had borrowed several heavy treasures, which was the only way he successfully got those friends to wait for him. For this universe secret realm adventure, the Dragon Whale King was already holding the determination to succeed or die. If he were to die again this time, I am afraid the race would not resurrect him again. Even if he were lucky enough to be resurrected, it might be something that happens hundreds of millions of years later. By then, he would have to enter days of paying back debts for hundreds of millions of eras. After the Dragon Whale King left the secret room, Gao Xiang closed the secret room again. On the walls of the entire secret room, there were triple protective secret patterns set up, which could isolate mental energy detection and defend against attacks from powerful experts. Is this the biological evolution heart? Gao Xiang looked at a huge, beating heart on his palm. This heart was dark green overall, with 3 bulging blood vessels on the surface, and over a dozen gradually thinning blood vessel branches on the blood vessels. Every time the heart beat, these blood vessels would also swell up accordingly. Master, this biological evolution heart is a masterpiece of the insect race. Currently, only the insect race can manufacture it. After using it, it can allow a biological spaceship to evolve to E grade. Understood. Gao Xiang already knew the miraculous effect of the biological evolution heart. He flew into the internal world of the star-eating grass. Master. The nine-eyed cobra, who was sitting cross-legged on the central continent of the star-eating grass's internal world, discovered Gao Xiang's appearance. She lowered her head, which was as big as a small mountain, her voice respectful and her eyes filled with worship. After being enslaved by the soul, the servant would worship the master from the depths of their soul, eliminating all possibilities of betraying the master. Chapter 108 Qiulong Star. Furthermore, once the master's soul is extinguished, these soul servants will also have their souls extinguished along with the master. A massive biological spaceship appeared before Gao Xiang. The spaceship was over 1,000 meters long, entirely emerald green, and its metal surface was covered with a thick layer of biological moss, upon which intertwined tree root structures could be seen. Inside its engine room, there was a power heart the size of a small mountain. Biological spaceships, like automaton race-life spaceships, are miracles among spaceships. They not only possess self-repairing capabilities but also have evolutionary abilities. Throughout the entire primal universe, the insect race is the most adept at constructing biological spaceships. They have mastered the core technology for manufacturing biological spaceships, and especially regarding the technology for biological spaceship evolution, it has always been strictly kept secret. Almost all biological spaceships of the human race are obtained by capturing insect race biological spaceships, and special materials like the biological evolution heart are also obtained this way. Therefore, even a D9 rank biological spaceship is a restricted level spaceship. Without connections and massive amounts of points, it is impossible to obtain. Gao Xiang carried the biological evolution heart into the biological spaceship and walked to the entrance of the engine room. He placed the biological evolution heart onto a special interface. Soon, new branches grew from the blood vessels on the surface of the biological evolution heart, and they actively connected with the massive heart in the engine room. Subsequently, this heart gradually merged into the engine room, slowly raising the rank of the entire biological spaceship. Master, this biological spaceship will still need 1 year to complete its evolution. However, before that, this spaceship can still be used. Very well. As long as it does not affect its usage, that is fine. Cloud caressing vine. Over a dozen massive green vines surged from the surface of Gao Xiang's battle armor. They danced wildly in the air, appearing very excited. The cloud-caressing vine, already at the World Lord rank, was muddled and ignorant, like a 2-year-old child. Its intelligence was very undeveloped, but it possessed the instinct of life, to feed. It knew that its master was preparing to feed it something good. Gao Xiang brought out a large pile of resources. The cloud-caressing vine formed a massive oral cavity with a diameter of 1 kilometer on Gao Xiang's back. This oral cavity was like the mouth of the cloud-caressing vine. Gao Xiang placed all these resources onto the cloud-caressing vine's oral cavity. Soon, the cloud-caressing vine's vines twisted and intertwined with each other, wrapping up all the resources on the oral cavity. Soon, the cloud-caressing vine fell into a deep sleep. These resources were too abundant and too nutritious for the cloud-caressing vine to digest them. The burden was immense, so it had to fall into a deep sleep to absorb them. Master, for the cloud-caressing vine to evolve from 108 vines to 360 vines, it will take at least 1,000 years. Although we have gathered the resources for the breakthrough to undying, whether it can successfully break through will depend on the cloud-caressing vine's luck. Under normal circumstances, the more vines a plant-type lifeform has, the lower the difficulty of the breakthrough to undying. The weakest World Lord rank cloud-caressing vine has only 36 vines, and its difficulty in breaking through to undying is relatively low. Whereas the most powerful 360 vine cloud-caressing vine has a very high difficulty in breaking through to undying. Gao Xiang had prepared no fewer than 20 types of treasures for the cloud-caressing vine to increase its breakthrough success rate, raising the cloud-caressing vine's breakthrough success rate to infinitely close to 50%. A 50% success rate is the maximum success rate for a 360 vine to break through to undying. Master, once the 360 vine cloud-caressing vine breaks through to undying, it will have the strength of a king peak. I know. For the upcoming mission, I have the World Lord rank 9 star eating grass to protect me. As for when the cloud-caressing vine wakes up, I will likely already be training in the outside territory battlefield. Raise soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a single moment. The last 2 items were the F9 laser gun and the E9 laser gun, respectively. Both treasures were products of the automaton race and were restricted level treasures. The E9 laser gun is a restricted level treasure for World Lords. The F9 laser gun is a restricted level treasure for undyings. Sandus, can you try to help me crack the self-destruct program of the F9 laser gun? It would be a pity to only be able to fire it 30 times. I'll try. Sandus scratched her head and decided to give it a try. Sandus looked at the F9 laser gun in Gao Xiang's hand, which had a caliber of 1.5 meters and a length of 3 meters, and gulped. She placed a small palm on the chamber of the laser gun and immediately closed her eyes. Don't let the 1.5 meter caliber fool you. In front of laser cannons that are often tens or even hundreds of meters long, this truly counts as a gun. Beep, beep, beep tilde. Before long, the F9 laser gun in Gao Xiang's hand emitted a warning sound and simultaneously spoke in the language of the automaton race. External intrusion detected. The laser gun will enter its self-destruct program within 10 seconds. Damn. Sandus, what are you doing? Oh no, something big happened. Sandus had intended to crack the self-destruct program, but who would have known that it would trigger the self-destruct program instead? It seems the firewall of this laser gun is very powerful. 9, 7. As the countdown sounded, Sandus placed her palm back onto the laser gun's chamber. Let me see if I can restore it. 6, 5. Hurry up, otherwise my greatest life-saving trump card will be ruined by you. Gao Xiang was also very anxious, but he was helpless. 3, 2, 1. Self-destruct program disengaged. That scared me to death. After confirming the self-destruct program was disengaged, Sandus slumped onto the ground. Don't think about trying to crack it for now. Gao Xiang had overestimated Sandus's ability. If it were Babada, perhaps it might really have the ability to crack it. 3 days later, a black, 100-meter-long spaceship appeared before Gao Xiang. Your Highness, I am the pickup spaceship for this Qiulong Star mission. Please board, Your Highness. A staff member wearing black battle armor respectfully invited Gao Xiang to enter the spaceship. Your Highness, it will take another month to reach Qiulong Star. You may rest in the spaceship for now. Good. Gao Xiang sat cross-legged on a prayer mat, closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Virtual universe, Yushang Mountain, an independent combat battle plane. Inside the plane, thousands of geniuses had already gathered. After Gao Xiang entered this plane, familiar faces soon appeared before him. Wearing animal skin shorts, carrying a large axe on his back, and with scruffy stubble, Chao looked like a savage. He didn't care about the strange looks from the surrounding crowd as he strode up to Gao Xiang, threw the axe on the ground, and gave Gao Xiang a bear hug. "You guy, you finally showed up. The universe rank qualification battle is about to start. How did you end up looking like a savage?" After Gao Xiang and Chao released their hug, he looked Chao up and down, who was dressed as a savage. The Chao from before also looked a bit like a savage, but at least his attire was that of a normal person. "Hey, aren't we comprehending the giant axe Chaos Steel? The founder of the Chaos Monument, the great axe founder, doesn't he like to be like this?" So, it turned out that Chao was intentionally imitating a savage to make it more convenient to comprehend the giant axe Chaos Steel. "Gao Xiang, long time no see." A familiar woman's voice came from behind Gao Xiang. Chapter 109, Territory Lord Rank Brachiosaurus. Ji Feng. Gao Xiang turned back and smiled at Ji Feng behind him. Ji Feng, Heavenly Bridge 6th level, disciple of King Haiwu. After being accepted as a disciple by King Haiwu, she received King Haiwu's full cultivation support. As the only personal disciple of the other party, Ji Feng enjoyed the best cultivation resources, and her strength increased rapidly. In this universe rank qualification battle, King Haiwu said that she could easily enter the heaven and earth secret realm, and if she was lucky, she might even be able to enter the highest beginning mythical region. "Gao Xiang, long time no see." The seductive woman Cicely, wearing purple armor and sporting purple twin tails, appeared at Gao Xiang's side. She leaned one side of her face against Gao Xiang's shoulder. Cicely followed the path of an illusionist. She believed that words and body movements must be extremely seductive in order to be conducive to her insights into illusions. However, this path was not easy to walk, and there were not many seniors who could guide her. Among those who entered the top 10 in this genius competition, only Cicely was an illusionist. Cicely, Heavenly Bridge 5th level. This time, if there were no surprises, it was highly likely that Cicely would fall to the heaven and earth secret realm. This universe rank qualification battle lasted for 3 full days. For Gao Xiang, there were not many surprises in the competition. He won all 6 of his battles, only using a portion of his strength, and successfully retained his qualification for the primitive mystical region. As Gao Xiang expected, Cicely fell to the heaven and earth secret realm. Ji Feng successfully advanced to the heaven and earth secret realm. Kazan failed to retain his position in the primitive mystical region and fell to the highest beginning mythical region. Luo Feng's future opponent, Molo, previously written incorrectly, Molo passed the universe rank heaven and earth secret realm primitive celestial mountain and successfully advanced to the heaven and earth secret realm. This has been corrected, performed excellently and successfully advanced to the highest beginning mythical region. Your Highness, we have arrived. The black spaceship stopped in the outer space of a huge, beautiful planet. Because this huge planet was in the highest beginning mythical region, the surroundings of the continent were asteroid belts, making space travel impossible. For the convenience of space travel, the Virtual Universe Corporation had opened up a space travel zone in front of the huge palace guarding Qiulong Star. Gao Xiang came out of the transport spaceship, released his E1 rank biological spaceship, entered it, and ordered the spaceship to travel through the asteroid belt, preparing to enter Qiulong Star. He already knew the mission manual for Qiulong Star like the back of his hand. Furthermore, he had already had Sandus search for relevant mission guides in advance. Unlike desperate level missions, where less than 5% of geniuses could complete the mission, the number of guides that could be collected was limited. The Qiulong Star mission was a difficult level mission. Many geniuses who survived had released quite a few paid guides on the Genius Forum. First, Qiulong Star was very, very large. Its area was thousands of times that of Earth. Logically, such a large life planet could not be formed, but this was a universe secret realm, and anything was possible. Second, the true masters of Qiulong Star were the dinosaur clan. The dinosaur clan was also an intelligent race. According to the classification of the Virtual Universe Corporation, they theoretically belong to a major branch of the monster race. However, the dinosaur clan was only distributed on Qiulong Star. The gravity of Qiulong Star was 10,081 times that of Earth, and dinosaurs born on Qiulong Star were naturally universe rank or even higher. Some dinosaur clans liked to live in groups, while others liked to live alone. They lived a life like primitive people and did not have much technological civilization. Finally, they had a holy land named Dragon Tower. The entire Qiulong Star was named after this Dragon Tower. Dragon Tower meant Legacy Forbidden Land in the Dragon Clan language. The mission from the Virtual Universe Corporation clearly stated that entering the Dragon Tower was strictly prohibited, otherwise one would bear the consequences. Many geniuses who successfully completed the Qiulong Star mission said that a great opportunity might be hidden inside the Dragon Tower. However, Gao Xiang had queried a lot of information and even specifically looked for data left by several geniuses who had entered the Dragon Tower and successfully came out alive, but the result was still no harvest at all. Go down. Gao Xiang's biological spaceship descended from the sky. Just at this moment, Gao Xiang felt his body suddenly become heavy. The gravity was 10,081 times that of Earth, which also caused Gao Xiang's body weight to soar to 1 million jin. Fortunately, after adjusting for a while, he quickly adapted to this high-load state. No wonder the weakest of the dinosaur clans on Qiulong Star were universe rank. Master, after scanning with the large detector, the strongest dinosaur within a range of 10 million kilometers below is at the late stage of the territory lord rank. Good, we can land. In a situation where he was unfamiliar with the terrain, Gao Xiang prioritized landing in an area without strong beings around. Activate the small detector. Received, Master. Gao Xiang looked around and found that the surroundings were full of tall plants. For example, 5 meters in front of him was a giant fern with a height of a full 1,000 meters. Rumble. Just then, Gao Xiang heard huge footsteps, and at the same time, the ground under his feet began to vibrate. Rest assured, Master, this is a Brachiosaurus passing by. Brachiosaurus. One of the very common dinosaurs on Qiulong Star. They love peace and like to live in groups. Adult Brachiosaurus have the strength of the peak of the universe rank, and some individuals may reach the strength of a territory lord, with a length close to 10 kilometers. Master, be careful. Just at this moment, the sky above Gao Xiang suddenly went dark. Gao Xiang had already released his divine thought, and with the help of the small detector, he had already discovered the danger approaching. He quickly flew away. As a result, his flying speed plummeted to less than 1/10. The gravity of Qiulong Star was too great, severely affecting his flying speed. Flying into the sky, Gao Xiang, whose feet were just level with a large patch of ferns below, looked ahead. A Brachiosaurus happened to be passing by his previous location. Rumble. After the Brachiosaurus left, a huge pit 10 meters deep appeared in Gao Xiang's original position. Master, these Brachiosaurus are too huge, they only have the ability to fly after reaching the territory lord rank. Kill the Brachiosaurus first to test the waters. Gao Xiang scanned around, looking for a suitable target. Master, 20 kilometers to the left, there is a straggling Brachiosaurus. Good. A huge Brachiosaurus bent its long neck downwards, its massive head facing a 1,000-meter-high fern, opening its mouth to feed. Just then, a blood-red fierce light flew in from afar. The fierce light instantly grew 100 times larger, exceeding 1,000 meters in length, like a blood-red crescent moon, appearing instantly in front of the Brachiosaurus's huge head. The head of the Brachiosaurus, which was just about to eat the fern, instantly exploded. Brain matter and bone fragments scattered over a range of more than 10 kilometers, the scene was extremely bloody. However, this huge creature did not fall down at the first moment, instead, it prepared to regenerate a head above its headless neck. Chapter 110, Cloud Caressing Vine Instant Kill. You want to reform your head? No way. Gao Xiang swung his blade again. 2 streaks of fierce light flew toward the chest and abdomen of the Brachiosaurus respectively. With a thunderous boom, the Brachiosaurus, which had stood as tall as a mountain just a moment ago, finally lost its footing and toppled toward the ground. Virtual universe synchronizing. Detected that Your Highness Gao Xiang has hunted an Earth Yellow Brachiosaurus. Please peel off and collect the reverse scale on the chest of the Earth Yellow Brachiosaurus as proof. A Territory Lord rank Brachiosaurus is nothing special. After Gao Xiang successfully killed an early-stage Territory Lord rank Brachiosaurus, he relaxed his vigilance slightly. Warning, warning, Master, a late-stage Territory Lord rank Bloodthirsty Rex has been discovered 30 kilometers ahead. The Bloodthirsty Rex is a type of brutal, solitary dinosaur. They possess Territory Lord rank strength from birth, and upon adulthood, they possess peak Territory Lord rank strength. At this moment, Gao Xiang's battle intent was high. Roar. When Gao Xiang discovered this Bloodthirsty Rex, it also discovered him. Gao Xiang had a small detector to mask the probing of mental energy and world energy, but he could not avoid the creature's naked eye detection. After the Bloodthirsty Rex discovered Gao Xiang, who was as small as a grain of rice, its eyes instantly turned red. Its two small front legs swayed left and right, appearing very happy, while it let out a low sound from its mouth. It's a human, a delicious human. This was a planet where the natural order was inverted. The entire planet was ruled by gigantic dinosaurs. Humans were like wild animals, prey to be hunted at will. There were also humans in this world, but they were all indigenous people who had not connected with the human race outside of Qiulong Star. Gao Xiang understood the Bloodthirsty Rex's voice through his translator and was furious. You bug, you actually want to eat me. Let's see if you have the ability. You actually still want to resist. The Bloodthirsty Rex discovered that Gao Xiang was merely a little universe rank fellow. It only needed to exhale a breath to burn the other party to death. When the Bloodthirsty Rex opened its bloody maw, attempting to swallow Gao Xiang, a streak of fierce light slashed toward its head. Hoochie! The Bloodthirsty Rex's head was knocked aside, and at the same time, a deep bloody scar was left on its face, which was covered in hard plating. In less than 3 breaths of time, the wound on its face healed on its own, returning to normal. So hard. You took my blade head on, and your head didn't explode. Gao Xiang was very surprised by the opponent's defensive ability. The Earth Yellow Brachiosaurus from earlier was also Territory Lord rank, but its head was shattered by one of his blade strikes. HMPH. The bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus stared at Gao Xiang with its eyes, which were only the size of eggs. Flames spewed from the bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus's 2 thick nostrils. Star-eating grass. After exchanging blows with the bloodthirsty Rex several times, Gao Xiang realized he was no match for it, so he ordered the star-eating grass to come out and fight. Hundreds of thick vines appeared out of thin air, each over 10 kilometers long, quickly surrounding the massive bloodthirsty Rex in front. The bloodthirsty Rex spun around on the spot, wary of the dense, plant-like encirclement of star-eating grass all around it, and let out a low sound from its mouth. It's an outsider monkey. After saying this, it tilted its head back, its thick neck and massive head working together to emit a deep, unique Rex call. Monkey, I have already called for companions. This bloodthirsty Rex was very smart. It knew that this star-eating grass was very powerful, so it decided to call for companions. Then you die first. Gao Xiang ordered the star-eating grass to finish off the bloodthirsty Rex on the spot. 3 huge vines flew toward the bloodthirsty Rex. The latter wanted to dodge, but the star-eating grass possessed World Lord rank 9 strength and quickly grabbed the bloodthirsty Rex. The 3 vines wrapped the bloodthirsty Rex up like a zongzi. Strangulation tilde. Roar. The bloodthirsty Rex let out a painful wail. The bloodthirsty Rex, which had been full of life just a moment ago, had no ability to resist in the face of absolute strength and was shredded in an instant. A slightly thinner but very sharp-tipped vine stabbed toward the remains of the bloodthirsty Rex. The bloodthirsty Rex's core was there. The core shattered. The bloodthirsty Rex was dead beyond any doubt. Gao Xiang peeled off the corpse's reverse scale and put it into his storage space. Star-eating grass, throw their corpses into the spaceship's power chamber. Gao Xiang had previously placed the E1 biological spaceship inside the star-eating grass's internal world. After Gao Xiang's biological spaceship evolved, it could continue to increase its rank by devouring treasures and powerful corpse materials. Let's go, we continue. To ensure safety, Gao Xiang released the 3 monsters, including the 9-eyed cobra. Master! Master! Woof woof woof. The 9-eyed cobra released world energy the entire time, wrapping Gao Xiang within it. The spike ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf were responsible for clearing the path and fighting. As long as they didn't encounter late-stage World Lord or Undying powerhouses, the silver moon fierce wolf and the other monster could sweep through everything. Gao Xiang's gaze followed the path toward the Dragon Tower. Hopefully, after reaching the Dragon Tower, all his tasks could be completed. The hunting continued for a full month, and Gao Xiang finally gathered the materials needed for the first and second tasks. Is this the Dragon Tower? Gao Xiang looked at the massive pyramid in front of him, which was over 10 million kilometers high. It was hard to imagine that this was a structure built by the dinosaur race. Gao Xiang had killed his way here and had never seen these dinosaurs possess any architecture, only some very simple nests for them and the small dinosaurs to live in. Master, we need to be careful entering the Dragon Tower, there are many Undying level dinosaurs inside. Okay. If all the dinosaurs inside the Dragon Tower were Undying existences, then Gao Xiang might not have a chance to obtain the legacy inside. However, there were not many Undying ones, so he could give it a try. What species of dinosaur is this? At the entrance of the Dragon Tower, 2 humanoid dinosaurs stood. They had dinosaur heads and human-like bodies, were over 20 meters tall, had emerald green plating, wore very primitive armor, and held long spears in their hands. I cannot find any relevant information. Sandis shook her head. She had just checked the Virtual Universe Corporation's database and had not found any such dinosaurs. Master, both of these dinosaurs have early-stage immortal general strength. I will use an illusion on one of the dinosaurs first, and the other will be left to you. The 9-eyed cobra appeared by Gao Xiang's side. After she had undergone fusion with more than 20 blood river crystals, her gene multiplier had improved, and the power of the illusions she cast had also increased several times over. She was now very confident that she could make one of the dinosaurs before them fall into an illusion. Okay. Sandis had kept the small detector on the entire way, which could block the probing of world energy and Undying divine power within a radius of 100 kilometers. The 9-eyed cobra lowered her head and then dived underground. The hard rocky ground was like tofu to her and was easily traversed. Gao Xiang took out the F9 laser gun. The charging time for this laser gun was 0.2 seconds. Once Gao Xiang killed the first dinosaur, the second dinosaur would react very quickly. The reaction ability of Undying powerhouses was extremely fast. 0.2 seconds was enough time to make a counterattack. 3, 2, 2. Gao Xiang issued an order to the 9-eyed cobra through the instant communicator. Rumble. The 2 Undying dinosaurs suddenly discovered a huge cobra rushing out from the ground in front of them. Before the cobra had even emerged, an invisible illusion had already flown toward the Undying dinosaur on the far right. At the same time, Gao Xiang's F9 laser gun had finished charging. Chapter 111, Strength Amplitude 1200 times. A massive white beam of light, a full 1.5 meters in diameter, shot over from more than 20 kilometers away. The temperature of the laser fired by the F9 laser gun had already surpassed that of a star, enough to instantly burn through the body of any Undying expert without defensive bonuses. Furthermore, the particle impact it carried could instantly form a massive shockwave in the surrounding space. Once it hit the target, it would not only burn through the target's body, but the remaining parts would also be instantly incinerated into air by the high temperature. It's actually unharmed. 9-eyed cobra discovered that her illusion attacks, which she had already strengthened several times over, had absolutely no effect on the Undying dinosaur. The Undying dinosaur hit by Gao Xiang was instantly burned until only ashes remained. As for the Undying dinosaur that 9-eyed cobra was dealing with, because it was immune to illusion attacks, it held its spear and thrust it toward 9-eyed cobra. It was a spear strike imbued with law. 9-eyed cobra was greatly alarmed. She was merely a World Lord rank Tier 3 member of the monster race and could not possibly be the opponent's match. 9 Eyes, you are responsible for escaping, I will deal with him. 9-eyed cobra turned her head, aiming her entire skull toward the underground cave that had just formed. Ah! The spear instantly pierced through Nine-Eyed Cobra's vital point. Fortunately, Nine-Eyed Cobra's origin core was not in her vital spot, but in her broad chest and abdomen, which resembled an eye. That was why she hadn't been killed in one strike. Star-eating grass, trap him. At Gao Xiang's command, the star-eating grass with 216 vines instantly surged out from Gao Xiang's body. The width of a single vine already exceeded 10 meters, and its length reached an astonishing 30 kilometers. The vines, covering the mountains and plains, wrapped around Gao Xiang and simultaneously surrounded the undying dinosaur in the distance. The star-eating grass can only hold for 3 seconds, fire quickly. Sandus concluded quickly after analyzing the data. Silver Moon, it's up to you. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf flew out from the internal world of the cloud-caressing vine. It used 3 sharp claws to grasp the F9 laser gun, looking quite comical. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf appeared above the undying dinosaur. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's pupils instantly contracted. A spear suddenly flew out from below him. Ah! The spear instantly pierced through Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's abdomen. Die. Hee hee. At the same time his abdomen was pierced, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf pressed the button on the F9 laser gun. A dazzling, massive beam of light instantly surged downward. Gao Xiang retracted the star-eating grass, looking at the entrance ahead which no longer had any guards. Thorn Ring, you go in first to scout the path. Nine-Eyed Cobra and Silver Moon Fierce Wolf simultaneously appeared behind Gao Xiang, their heads lowered. Their injuries had recovered as before, but because of the massive consumption of origin force, the time for them to reach World Lord rank Tier 9 would be delayed by several years. After receiving the order, Spike Ring Centipede was extremely unwilling, but he could not disobey his master's will. Before long, Spike Ring Centipede's long, massive body disappeared into the entrance. After waiting for a full half-hour, Spike Ring Centipede poked his massive, dark, centipede head out. Master, inside is a pyramid structure, you can walk all the way up along the corridor. I have already climbed 30 floors just now and encountered quite a few dinosaurs along the way, but they have all been eaten by me. Later, I discovered a late-stage World Lord rank dinosaur ahead, and I dared not act rashly, so I had to return. Very good. Under the guidance of Spike Ring Centipede, Gao Xiang entered the Dragon Tower. The Dragon Tower's corridor was about 500 meters in both width and height. After Spike Ring Centipede's massive body entered, it appeared particularly crowded. There's no way to use the spaceship. Gao Xiang temporarily abandoned the plan to use the spaceship. If you 3 go together, are you confident you can kill that late-stage World Lord rank? Gao Xiang held the E9 laser gun in his hand, aiming at the World Lord rank dinosaur in the distance. We'll try. Because her sneak attack had failed just now, Nine-Eyed Cobra was very vexed and decided that she must leave a good impression on Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang unleashed an illusion attack. Spike Ring Centipede unleashed a sonic attack. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, like a hunter in the dark night, quietly approached the opponent. As a result, not long after, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was discovered by the opponent. Soon, the two began to fight. When Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was knocked flying by the opponent, the massive body of the late-stage World Lord rank dinosaur, which had just been fighting, suddenly paused for a moment. Hee hee. Spike Ring Centipede did not stop. He continued to unleash his strongest sonic attack. Now was the time. Nine-Eyed Cobra, taking advantage of the opponent's moment of distraction, immediately used an illusion attack on the opponent. The late-stage World Lord rank dinosaur instantly fell into an illusion. He was a late-stage World Lord rank expert, and his strength far exceeded Nine-Eyed Cobra's, so he easily broke through the opponent's illusion. However, in that short time of less than a second, a beam of light was shooting toward his field of vision. Boom! The E9 laser gun instantly struck the late-stage World Lord rank dinosaur's body. The surrounding air was instantly heated, and because it was in a narrow space, it formed a massive air explosion on the spot. Gao Xiang's star-eating grass instantly formed a defensive wall 10 kilometers thick around Gao Xiang. After the smoke dissipated, Gao Xiang's head was buzzing. If not for the protection of the star-eating grass, he would likely have already been killed by the shockwave of the aftermath. After all, he was only a universe rank, no matter how powerful his comprehension of law was, his physical body was too weak. Any World Lord rank expert could slap him into meat paste with one palm. Almost died again. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf lay on the ground, on the verge of death. Because of this serious injury, he would have to delay reaching World Lord rank Tier 9 by at least 10 years. I'm also miserable. Spike Ring Centipede's eyes stared at his already charred body. His thousands of pairs of centipede legs had long since been burned to ashes. Nine-Eyed Cobra, who was to the side, was also not doing well. In the past, this level of aftermath would have been nothing to them. After they were captured by the alien race, everything valuable on them had been stripped away. Now, they didn't even have a single powerful piece of battle armor on them. Continue forward. Thorn Ring, you are responsible for scouting the path. Nine Eyes, you continue to be responsible for illusion attacks. Silver Moon, you are responsible for protecting me. Gao Xiang and his group spent 1 month and finally arrived at the highest level of the Dragon Tower. The Dragon Tower had a total of 999 levels, and each level had a World Lord rank Guardian, including 5 undying experts among them. Now, the number of times Gao Xiang could fire the F9 laser gun was only 23 times left. Master, to enter inside, I am afraid one must have a very high level of attainment in the law of space. Nine-Eyed Cobra stared at the stone door on the 999th level, looking at the fluorescent secret patterns emerging on the surface, and quickly guessed the method to break it. Let me try. On both sides of the stone door were densely packed characters. They were neither the universal language of the universe nor any characters Gao Xiang had ever seen. Let me translate it. Sandis appeared in front of the stone door. She turned on the scanner, and at the same time, her consciousness had already connected to the database of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Not long after, it reached a conclusion. These are the characters of the ancient civilization of Qiulong Star. Their creators were the ancestors of the indigenous people who are still surviving by staying alive on this planet. The general meaning is that this is a legacy forbidden land. To enter, one must perfectly master 108 essences of space, and one's strength must be at the universe rank. Chapter 112, The Dragon Tower Legacy. I happened to meet the requirements. As it turned out, this was where the opportunity of Qiulong Star lay. Judging by the strength of the dinosaurs on Qiulong Star, those who came here to accept the legacy could not be too powerful, otherwise, it would fail to serve as a proper trial. For a universe rank to reach this place, they needed both luck and strength. The 3 of you can protect me while you cultivate. Gao Xiang stared at the secret patterns on the stone door in front of him and began attempting to crack them. After 3 days of observation, Gao Xiang had a rough understanding of the meaning behind these stone door secret patterns. This was a secret technique that utilized 108 essences of space. To open the stone door, one had to learn this secret technique. A universe rank capable of mastering 108 essences of space was absolutely a super genius who only appeared once in hundreds of millions of eras. Looking across the entire human territory, Gao Xiang was probably the only living person who could do it. There were a total of 10,081 secret patterns of the law of space, each containing at least 120 billion essences of space. To master these secret patterns of the law one by one had to trace out each of these essences of space individually. It was like copying an artwork. Every stroke had to be drawn neatly and precisely. This is so hard. 10 years later, Gao Xiang finally learned and cracked the first spatial secret pattern. 8 years later, Gao Xiang learned and cracked the second spatial secret pattern. 6 years later, Gao Xiang learned and cracked the third spatial secret pattern. Later on, the speed at which he traced the secret patterns grew faster and faster. Finally, after spending a total of 138 years, he completely learned and cracked all 10,081 secret patterns. Rumble. The indestructible stone door finally opened. I didn't expect you to crack it in just over 100 years, Master. You were truly amazing. The Nine-Eyed Cobra was the servant among the 3 demons who was most skilled in the law of space. Through her tireless efforts over the past century, she had already mastered 86 essences of space. This speed was only possible because her gene multiplier had increased to 10 times, which multiplied her comprehension speed by nearly tenfold. Comprehending a supreme law was incredibly difficult. The further one progressed into the late stage, the more the difficulty of comprehension escalated exponentially. To think there would be a whole different world in here. The silver moon fierce wolf looked up at the sky, finding it stretched out endlessly beyond his sight. It's an independent space. The nine-eyed cobra knew that this was the very top of the dragon tower. Logically, a triangular pyramid could not possibly contain such a vast space. Gao Xiang paid no attention to this, his gaze already landing on the 32 bridges directly ahead. Each bridge was 10 kilometers long, ending at a small plaza. On the plaza stood a simple, small palace made of black rock. 20 of the palaces have collapsed, leaving 12 normal ones. It seems 20 geniuses have already received the legacy. The Dragon Tower was extremely ancient, having existed even before the Virtual Universe Corporation occupied the highest beginning mythical region. It was not surprising that 20 geniuses had received the legacy. Gao Xiang randomly chose an intact palace. After he entered, a golden barrier quickly formed around the edge of the plaza, enveloping the entire area. Gao Xiang guessed that once someone entered, the legacy process would begin, and no one else would be allowed in. As Gao Xiang entered the palace, countless golden rays of light suddenly appeared above him. These golden rays struck Gao Xiang's body, bringing an intense, burning heat as if he were being drenched in molten lava. Gao Xiang discovered that his flesh and bones were actually starting to fuse. Gradually due to these rays. Corrosive rays. Gao Xiang frantically circulated his genetic energy to heal his injuries. If his healing speed could not keep up with the rate at which his body was melting, he would eventually be dissolved into a pool of putrid water. Right at that moment, countless secret patterns of the law silently entered Gao Xiang's mind. It was a secret technique. Gao Xiang quickly realized that cracking the secret patterns on the stone door was the first level of this secret technique. And now, he was receiving the complete, full secret technique. Dragon Blood Tyrant Body Technique. Once the first level of the Dragon Blood Tyrant Body Technique reached perfection, the strength amplitude of the physical body would reach a perfect level of 100. This secret technique informed Gao Xiang that if he wanted to resist the rays shining all over his body, he had to continue learning the second level. Once the second level reached perfection, his strength would increase by 4 times. Combining a strength amplitude of 100 and a life gene multiplier of 3, if Gao Xiang could cultivate the second level of the Dragon Blood Tyrant Body Technique to perfection, his strength amplification would reach an astonishing 1,200 times. Once Gao Xiang reached the World Lord peak, he would possess 1,200 times the strength of an ordinary World Lord peak, making him comparable to a newly advanced Undying. Knowing the benefits of this secret technique, Gao Xiang withstood the pressure, endured the dual pain in his soul and physical body, and forced himself to cultivate the second level of the secret technique. 3 years later, Gao Xiang finally mastered the second level of this secret technique. Once he mastered the second level, the dazzling beams of light falling upon him instantly vanished. Following that, the palace collapsed, turning into ruins just like the other collapsed palaces. A disc appeared on the plaza beneath his feet. Ancient characters of Longta Star were carved on the surface of the disc. The general meaning was, Dragon Blood Reservoir. It was recorded in the Dragon Blood Tyrant Body Technique that to continue cultivating the subsequent secret techniques, one had to provide dragon blood. The minimum requirement for the dragon blood was that it must come from an existence with at least the strength of a king-level immortal. If there was no dragon blood, the blood of other races could also be used as a substitute. A king-level immortal. Gao Xiang understood. If he wanted to continue cultivating this powerful secret technique, he would have to hunt down king-level immortals to replenish the energy of the Dragon Blood Reservoir. There were 3 slots on the Dragon Blood Reservoir, allowing for a total of 3 uses. Once fully charged, they would turn blood red, and after being used, they would turn black. All 3 slots are black. It seems I'll have to wait until I'm strong enough to continue cultivating. Fortunately, a 1,200-fold strength amplification was already more than enough for now, so Gao Xiang had no need to find a way to charge it for the time being. After putting away the Dragon Blood Reservoir, Gao Xiang walked out of the plaza and appeared before the 3 demons. Nine Eyes, how has your comprehension of the laws been during this time? The nine-eyed cobra opened her eyes and looked at Gao Xiang with a respectful gaze. The harvest has been good. I'm afraid it won't even take me 300 years to completely master the 108 essences of space. Not bad, not bad. That is extremely fast. You flatter me, Master. It is all thanks to your excellent guidance. Master. The silver moon fierce wolf tucked his tail, glanced at a legacy palace in the distance, and said quite unwillingly, while you were accepting the legacy, I also went over there to try, but I was bounced back out. That's normal. You haven't learned the secret technique at the entrance, and you've already surpassed the universe rank. The silver moon fierce wolf sat on the ground, hanging his head as he rubbed it with a front leg, looking a bit embarrassed. I've only mastered 48 essences of space. I still have a long way to go. The silver moon fierce wolf had already guessed how to accept the legacy. He had specifically gone to the front of the stone door to comprehend it, but even after watching for over a decade, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. It was like reading a book from heaven, and in the end, he could only give up in frustration. Let's go. Now that we have obtained the legacy, it's time to head back. As Gao Xiang and his group stepped out of the stone door and reappeared on the 999th floor of the Dragon Tower, a massive opening suddenly appeared in the sky above them. Chapter 113, Demon Mountain, Here I Come. The opening had a diameter of over 1,000 meters, which was enough for Gao Xiang's biological spaceship to leave. Activate panoramic simulation. Gao Xiang sat cross-legged on the cabin floor, looking at the panoramic simulation below. He had stayed on this beautiful and moving planet for over 100 years. Now that he was leaving, he actually felt a bit reluctant. After traveling for a month, Gao Xiang's biological spaceship arrived at his temporary residence in the highest beginning mythical region. Welcome back, Your Highness. The guard general stood at the very front of the guard army, respectfully welcoming Gao Xiang back. The next stop, Demon Mountain. The danger level of Demon Mountain was definitely not much lower than that of the Dragon Tower on Qiulong Star, and might even surpass it. Virtual Universe, Yushang Mountain, King Zuwei's residence. Junior brother greets 7th senior sister. Gao Xiang bowed respectfully to King Zuwei. Gao Xiang planned to go to Demon Mountain to do a mission. He prepared to purchase a batch of life-saving treasures. Because his authority rank was not high enough, and his second senior brother, the Dragon Whale King, had already gone to explore a universe secret realm and turned off all communication networks, Gao Xiang could only go to King Zuwei. Little junior brother, I heard you spent a whole 100+ years returning from Qiulong Star. It seems you had a good opportunity. King Zuwei was a king-level immortal existence and also a high-level executive of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Her authority rank was several ranks higher than Gao Xiang's, so she knew what the opportunity of Qiulong Star was. She guessed that Gao Xiang had most likely obtained the opportunity of Qiulong Star. It was just a small opportunity. However, I came to find 7th senior sister this time hoping you could help me purchase some life-saving treasures. I will transfer the required points directly to you then. Oh, King Zuwei carefully sized up Gao Xiang. She knew that Gao Xiang had already completed 2 missions and obtained great opportunities from both. From another perspective, this little junior brother was someone with great luck. King Zuwei believed that to become a top powerhouse, one not only needed high innate talent and good comprehension ability, but also must possess great luck. What kind of treasures do you want? I want some treasures that can trap an undying. Treasures to trap an undying. Let me think what there is. King Zuwei narrowed her eyes, falling into deep thought. She was a king-level powerhouse, and her brain worked extremely fast. She immediately thought of some treasures. Treasures to trap an undying, I can help you get a few kinds. That's great. I will wait for 7th senior sister's good news. After leaving King Zuwei's residence, Gao Xiang was in a good mood. Next, he only needed to wait quietly in the highest beginning mythical region for 7th senior sister's good news. Congratulations, Your Highness Gao Xiang, on completing the Qiulong Star mission. You have received 110,000 points. After submitting the Qiulong Star mission, Gao Xiang returned to his cultivation chamber to begin closed-door cultivation. It wasn't until 10 days later, when a spaceship from the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters appeared at Gao Xiang's star fragment, that Gao Xiang emerged from his closed-door cultivation. Your Highness Gao Xiang, these are the goods you requested. Please sign for them using your Origin Force imprint. All right, thank you. Gao Xiang entered the secret realm and opened the chest containing the goods. 6 mechanical flow chains, which were single-use consumables. Once used, they could trap an undying for a short period of time. At the same time, there was also an extra E9 laser gun. Gao Xiang sent an email to King Zuwei, asking how many points he should transfer to her. King Zuwei quickly replied to the email. 1 mechanical flow chain cost 20,000 points, so 6 would be 120,000 points. The E9 laser gun was one she had used before, so she gave it to him for free. Gao Xiang quickly transferred the points to King Zuwei. Your Highness Gao Xiang, please confirm once again whether you wish to execute the Demon Mountain mission. After Gao Xiang clicked to confirm the Demon Mountain mission, a red warning quickly appeared on the screen in front of him. Confirm again. Without any hesitation, Gao Xiang directly clicked to confirm again. The Demon Mountain mission has been confirmed. This mission cannot be cancelled. The corporation will dispatch a spaceship in 3 days to take Your Highness to Demon Mountain. Gao Xiang closed the virtual universe, and his consciousness returned to reality. Standing in front of him were 3 monster race servants. All 3 monster race servants had reached the peak World Lord strength, which was enough to deal with peak World Lord enemies. But Demon Mountain was different. Its legacy Forbidden Land had quite a few undying phantom beasts, which would be very difficult for the 3 monster race servants to handle. Silver Moon and Thorn Ring, you two quickly comprehend the lower laws completely and step into the undying stage as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Woof woof woof. The gene multiples of the 2 monsters, the Spike Ring Centipede and the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, were not low, meaning their future upper limits were destined to be very high. They both wanted to comprehend the supreme law to its limit before stepping into the undying stage. However, they had no choice but to execute Gao Xiang's decision. The master's command was above all else. 9 eyes. Gao Xiang looked at the servant with the strongest comprehension ability among the 3 monsters. This subordinate awaits your command. 9 eyes had already roughly guessed her master's thoughts. Since the other 2 monsters, Silver Moon and Thorn Ring, had to make a breakthrough to become undying earlier, she probably didn't need to rush her breakthrough, but only needed to comprehend as many supreme laws as possible. You will continue to comprehend the law of space, and you must not neglect the lower laws either. When I step into the undying stage, you must also step into the undying stage at the very first moment. Yes. 3 days flew by, and a black spaceship landed above Gao Xiang's manor. Your Highness, we are the staff members responsible for escorting Your Highness to Demon Mountain. All right, thank you for your hard work. The spaceship accelerated to the speed of light and entered the dark universe. It would take a month to reach Demon Mountain. At a palace at the foot of Demon Mountain, a cold voice echoed in the palace constantly, no shouting or fighting, otherwise you will be killed without exception. We've already waited for a month, why can't we go in yet? A universe-rank native looked at the huge public screen in front of him with dissatisfaction. The public screen read, current number of waiting people, 6,950. The Virtual Universe Corporation has a rule that we must gather 10,000 people before they will let us in, a World Lord rank powerhouse replied. This World Lord rank powerhouse was a native powerhouse from one of the 9 planets surrounding Demon Mountain. Just then, a cold broadcast announced, you may enter Demon Mountain now. Everyone, please get ready immediately. What a coincidence. The universe rank native who was complaining just now muttered. The World Lord powerhouse looked into the distance and noticed a youth clad in blood-red armor being surrounded and protected by several undying powerhouses. It seems a genius from the Virtual Universe Corporation has arrived this time. The World Lord powerhouse had lived for millions of years and knew that every once in a while, some geniuses from the Virtual Universe Corporation would come here to adventure. Xiao Feng, as long as you can kill that genius in Demon Mountain, you can directly become a core member of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Elder, is that true? Xiao Feng could hardly believe it. Of course. In the distance, Gao Xiang held the newly distributed red token in his hand. He listened as the undying staff member in front of him explained, "Your Highness Gao Xiang, once you enter Demon Mountain, all killing is legal. Please do not trust anyone. If your red token is obtained by someone else, they will directly become a core member of the Virtual Universe Corporation. By the way, if you can collect 10,000 black tokens, you can obtain a special reward." All right, thank you. Gao Xiang had already learned these mission details in advance. As the massive spaceship docked at the foot of Demon Mountain, over 6,000 trialists flew out from the spaceship one after another. There were over 100 paths at the foot of the mountain, and one could choose any of them to enter Demon Mountain. "Your Highness, please." Gao Xiang randomly chose a path and entered. Chapter 114, Servants in Hand, Instant Killing a World Lord. Whoosh 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 tilde. The passage was not spacious and wound around quite a bit, making it very unsuitable for flying. A piercing demon sound echoed in his ears. The characteristics of Demon Sound Mountain are its powerful and vast illusions, as well as the demon sounds that can drive people mad. "All of you, come out." Gao Xiang released his 3 servants. 3 World Lord Peak servants were absolutely top-tier combat power inside the Demon Mountain, with no fear of any trial takers. Unless they encountered a genius adventurer like him. Gao Xiang held his E9 laser gun and marched forward. If one stayed in one place for too long, the demon sound would grow stronger and stronger, eventually reaching the World Lord level. Those with insufficient willpower could easily go mad and become living dead. To survive, one had to constantly change positions and avoid the deadly World Lord rank demon sounds. "Master, there are 3 Territory Lord rank experts 30 kilometers ahead." Through her small detector, Sandis easily discovered the 3 Territory Lord rank experts. "Silver Moon, go kill them." "Understood, on it." After Silver Moon Fierce Wolf spoke, he instantly vanished. 2 seconds later, a faint wail echoed from the distance. "Hee hee." In less than 10 seconds, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf appeared before Gao Xiang once more, his palms stained with freeze-dried blood. These 3 guys had a total of 208 black tokens. Demon Sound Mountain was extremely cold, any dripping blood would quickly freeze into ice. "Master, there are 302 passage entrances ahead. Which one do we choose?" "Choose the leftmost one." "Master, there is a World Lord and a Universe rank 25 kilometers ahead." "Master, that World Lord expert is scanning our direction with his world force." With Gao Xiang's small detector shielding them, the opponent's world force could not detect them. "Approach quickly and make sure to kill them." Swiftly. At Gao Xiang's command, he took the lead and flew forward. "Elder, we're really lucky this time. We've only been here a short while and we've already collected over 100 tokens." Of course. The World Lord expert was very proud. "Following me, it won't take long to complete the mission." "Then, Elder, aren't you going to choose to join the Virtual Universe Corporation?" Xiao Feng was worried that this World Lord expert would compete with him for the black tokens. "I'm not going. I'm so free and easy in the 9-star sea, why should I be an errand boy?" This World Lord expert was broad-minded and experienced, knowing what would happen after entering the Virtual Universe Corporation. "Isn't it great to live like a king in the 9-star sea? Why go run errands for the Virtual Universe Corporation?" "Oh no." The World Lord expert was shocked. He discovered that a group of people was rapidly approaching, and they were coming from the very area his world force had just swept over. In other words, the other party most likely possessed a powerful small detector. Many natives of the 9-star sea had ventured outside and knew about high-tech products like detectors and the virtual universe. "We've been discovered so quickly. You 3, hurry and kill that World Lord." At Gao Xiang's command, the 3 monster race servants instantly vanished ahead. They are actually 3 World Lord Peak servants. This genius's background is monstrous. Knowing that Gao Xiang was someone he absolutely could not afford to provoke, the World Lord expert ignored Xiao Feng beside him, turned around, and fled. "Elder, wait for me." Xiao Feng also ran. He recognized Gao Xiang, knowing he was the genius who had been protected by a group of undying experts not long ago. Xiao Feng, the native youth of the 9-star sea, realized that he had been abandoned by his sect's elder. He accelerated frantically. But this was the deep and winding passages of Demon Sound Mountain. His speed was less than 1/10 of his usual. Seeing the elder's figure already disappearing, he felt extremely unwilling. Xiao Feng, you're on your own. The World Lord Elder glanced back and could only sigh. He picked up his speed, solely to save his own life. Although that genius youth was only at the universe rank, he had whipped out 3 World Lord peak monster race servants right off the bat. Heaven knew what other unknown means he had up his sleeve. 9 Eyes, the 3 of you are responsible for killing that old World Lord. Understood, Master. 9 Eyes narrowed her eyes. Her massive body wriggled as if swimming through water, and her speed actually increased by at least 30%. Genius, spare my life. Seeing that Gao Xiang had already arrived in front of him, Xiao Feng hoped the other party would show mercy and spare his life. However, a bloody light flashed before him, instantly slicing him in two. Only 128 black tokens, what a pauper. Gao Xiang had assumed that since this youth was accompanied by a World Lord expert, he would have at least 500 or 600 black tokens on him. Devour. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's speed also surged. During his time of bitter cultivation in the Dragon Tower, he had elevated his legacy secret technique, Devour, to the 2nd level, making him the first World Lord expert of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf clan in tens of thousands of eras to cultivate, Devour, to the 2nd level. You're looking for death. 5 egg-sized beads appeared in the World Lord Elder's hand, and he threw them toward Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf guessed it was the opponent's ultimate move and did not dare to take it head-on, so he hurriedly changed direction. I didn't expect this big wolf dog to be so cautious, but the more cautious he is, the more he falls into my trap. The World Lord Elder stopped looking back at Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, who could no longer catch up with him. Looking straight ahead, his speed increased by another 10%. You bastard, you tricked me. After dodging the opponent's beads, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf discovered that the beads that hit the rock wall did not explode, realizing only then that the old man had tricked him. Rumble. The World Lord Elder, whose speed was incredibly fast just a second ago, stopped instantly. How did I return to the 9-star sea? The World Lord Elder found himself sitting on a soft throne, surrounded by several voluptuous beauties who were looking at him with respectful eyes. Oh no, it's an illusion. He finally realized. PFF. A flying dagger instantly landed on his head, blowing it to pieces. The old World Lord did not have time to recondense his head. His speed surged once more as escaping was his top priority. Old man, your willpower is decent, waking up in less than 0.01 seconds. However, you still must die. Nine-Eyed Cobra had thought that after 100 years of bitter cultivation in the Dragon Tower, her illusion techniques would have reached the next level, enough to prevent this old man from escaping her illusion. 9 Eyes, get out of the way. By this time, Gao Xiang had caught up, and his E9 laser gun was already aimed at the World Lord Elder, who had not yet had time to recondense his head. His strength severely depleted, the World Lord Elder knew Gao Xiang had brought out a laser gun that could take his life, but he was powerless to resist and could only wait for death. Rumble. The massive beam instantly blasted the World Lord Elder into ashes. Having the E9 laser gun is awesome, I can walk tall here. Gao Xiang put away the laser gun and continued on his way. Master, this old man didn't even have any black tokens. What a pauper. After obtaining the World Lord Elder's belongings, Nine-Eyed Cobra found that the value of the treasures on him was less than what she, a servant, possessed. As Gao Xiang passed a fork in the road, he noticed a genius holding an E9 laser gun who had just killed a World Lord. That genius shouted, Your Highness Gao Xiang, don't kill me. I'm from the Great Axe Battleground. Chapter 115, The Furious Venerable Shihuo. Gao Xiang had his 3 peak World Lord slaves surround the genius on all sides, making it so that even with an E9 laser gun, the opponent might still be killed. HMPH, Gao Xiang sneered. I saw you aiming that E9 laser gun at me just now. This genius from the Great Axe Battleground had indeed aimed the E9 laser gun at Gao Xiang. But once Gao Zhang's 3 slaves surrounded him, he had no choice but to move the E9 laser gun away and beg for mercy. This is Demon Mountain. Killing you is perfectly legal, Gao Xiang cold snorted, pulling the trigger of the E9 laser gun in his hand. However, this genius actually pulled out a chain. Gao Xiang had seen this chain before. The chain instantly bound the spike ring centipede. Haha, I'll be taking my leave first. Under the genius's control, the spike ring centipede became his shield, and an American football-like object appeared in his hand. Gripping the football-like treasure in his hand, the genius youth's flight speed actually surged by more than twofold. Rumble. Gao Xiang's E-class laser gun instantly struck the spike ring centipede. You two, catch up and kill that kid. Gao Xiang ordered the nine-eyed cobra and the other to continue the pursuit. Although the two demons, including the nine-eyed cobra, were somewhat worried about the opponent's E9 laser gun, their master's command was absolute. Unbelievable, right? I have a mechanical acceleration ball on me. My speed is comparable to an ordinary undying, you won't catch up. This was a special flying treasure for Psyker masters. It was extremely expensive and was also a restricted item even for a universe-ranked genius. This. The genius had been extremely smug just a moment ago, but he suddenly realized his speed had decreased by half. Looking back, he pulled out the E9 laser gun in his hand and shouted at Gao Xiang, who was rushing over from a distance, die. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and the Nine-Eyed Cobra released their world projections at the same time. Any ordinary universe-rank powerhouse without a protective treasure would have already been crushed into mush by the world projection. I'd like to see who is the one dying. An E9 laser gun, even larger than the one held by the Great Axe Battleground youth, appeared in Gao Xiang's hand. What grade is that? The youth couldn't care less. He only needed to kill the person in front of him, and the opponent's slaves would naturally die as well. However, he had underestimated Gao Xiang's laser gun. The two laser guns fired at each other. A beam of light with a diameter of a full 1.5 meters, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures, instantly pierced through the opponent's laser beam, vaporizing the youth into gas and instantly turning his laser gun into charcoal. Master, this Great Axe Battleground genius was Xing Feng, the champion of the previous genius competition. He cleared the 9th floor of the Heavenly Bridge at the universe rank. He had already taken one of the Great Axe Battleground's venerables as his master. The nine-eyed cobra quickly confirmed the other party's identity after retrieving his belongings. How many black tokens does he have? Gao Xiang did not care about the opponent's identity, he only cared about how many tokens the opponent had. 1 red token and 8,500 black tokens. That many. Of course. If he hadn't run into Master, he could have walked tall in Demon Sound Mountain. The nine-eyed cobra teased, but he was unlucky to have crossed paths with our master. Master, wait for me tilde. Just then, a huge centipede flew over from behind. Thorn ring, you actually didn't die. Gao Xiang looked at the spike ring centipede in surprise. It had been hit by the E9 laser gun, yet it actually survived. Thanks to my massive body, the E9 laser gun only destroyed 80% of my physical body. Fortunately, my original core is in my butt. Impressive. Gao Xiang was somewhat speechless. 2. Actually keep one's original core in one's butt, only a simpleton like the spike ring centipede would do such a thing. At the same time, at the far end of the universe, a man clad in fiery cannon armor suddenly received an email. Master, save me. Gao Xiang of the Virtual Universe Corporation wants to kill me. The armored man frowned and immediately dialed the other party's virtual number. He knew his disciple was currently undergoing the dangerous Demon Mountain mission, so logically he shouldn't be dialing his virtual communication number right now. No answer. The armored man had a bad premonition. An hour later, inside the massive palace beneath Demon Mountain, the armored man suddenly appeared. This. When the palace staff saw the armored man appear, they were so terrified that they hurriedly knelt down. Bowing their heads, they said, "Greetings, Venerable Shihuo." It's actually a venerable. The natives waiting in the hall for the group to gather instantly felt their legs go weak upon learning that a venerable had arrived. Many natives also knelt down along with the staff. Go and check immediately. Is my disciple Xing Feng alive or dead? Venerable Shihuo had left a divine power imprint 100 million kilometers away from Demon Mountain, allowing him to instantly perform a god country teleportation to get here. He teleported twice in succession, appearing inside the palace at the foot of Demon Mountain. If not for the deep and winding passages inside Demon Mountain preventing him from finding Xing Feng immediately, he would have already entered Demon Mountain by now. This lowly one will go and check immediately. The leading staff member knew that Venerable Shi Huo's disciple, Xing Feng, was currently executing a mission in Demon Mountain. He hurriedly accessed the virtual network and ordered his subordinates to look into it. 10 minutes later, the staff member stood trembling before Venerable Shi Huo. Reporting to Venerable Shi Huo, "We cannot track Xing Feng's trajectory. Useless." Raging flames instantly erupted from Venerable Shi Huo's body. He extended a finger, intending to poke this useless staff member to death. "Venerable, please wait." At this moment, a powerhouse with a formidable aura appeared in front of the staff member, blocking the murderous Venerable Shi Huo. "Venerable Shi Huo, I am Double Feather King, the one responsible for guarding Demon Mountain. This is the territory of our Virtual Universe Corporation. Please stay your hand." Double Feather King was an invincible king-level powerhouse. His own strength was extremely formidable, and he was confident he could escape with his life even when facing Venerable Shi Huo. At the same time, backed by a giant tree like the Virtual Universe Corporation, he merely respected the other party's strength and did not fear him. "Double Feather King, my disciple Xing Feng sent me an email saying that Gao Xiang of your Virtual Universe Corporation wants to kill him." Double Feather King was taken aback, but he quickly recovered and adopted an exceptionally firm stance. "This is Demon Mountain. Killing is legal here. Double Feather King, I want an answer right now. Is my disciple Xing Feng dead?" Venerable Shi Huo had discovered that Xing Feng's Virtual Universe network connection was offline. In this sort of situation, it was highly likely he had already been killed by Gao Xiang. "I cannot give you one." Double Feather King responded firmly. "Fine then." Venerable Shi Huo glared coldly at Double Feather King. He commanded his accompanying intelligent life form, "Transmit my order to issue a Demon Mountain mission. Anyone who can bring my disciple back alive from Demon Mountain, or successfully kill Gao Xiang, will be rewarded with 10 million points." Oh my god. The thousands of 9-star sea natives were all dumbfounded by Venerable Shi Huo's reward. They might be natives, but they were not ignorant. They knew exactly what points from the two super giants represented. "Venerable, can we natives of the 9-star sea also accept this mission?" A confident and bold native asked Venerable Shi Huo. Chapter 116, Genius Meat Grinder, this is the real 90% mortality rate. Venerable Shi Huo turned his head to look at these natives, HMPH. A moment later, he relented, that is also possible, and it comes with an extra benefit. Completing either of these two missions will allow you to become a core member of our Great Axe battleground and enter the Great Axe secret realm to cultivate. Being able to kill Gao Xiang in Demon Mountain meant the opponent's strength was sufficient to enter the Great Axe secret realm. The Great Axe secret realm. The Great Axe Battleground's premier secret realm, equivalent to the Virtual Universe Corporation's primitive mystical region. After Venerable Shi Huo issued the mission, it quickly caused a huge stir within the Great Axe Battleground. A 10 million point Demon Mountain mission. After completing it, you can directly enter the Great Axe secret realm. I was just about to go to Demon Mountain for a mission anyway. Under such huge temptation, there would always be some who didn't fear death. And some super geniuses from the Great Axe secret realm happened to have plans to go to Demon Mountain for trials in the near future. Now it seems they can set off early. Why haven't I encountered the Vortex Abyss yet? At this moment, Gao Xiang did not know that he had already been put on a wanted list by Venerable Shi Huo. He was searching for a forbidden area in Demon Mountain. The mission manual clearly stated that the Vortex Abyss was a forbidden area of Demon Mountain. Once you fell in, you would undoubtedly die. Gao Xiang knew that this statement was indeed true. But it was also not true. If you had the ability to deal with the dozen or so undying phantom beasts below that were as massive as mountains, along with hundreds of World Lord phantom beasts, then the Vortex Abyss would not be a certain death sentence. Gao Xiang, I am Double Feather King. You have been put on a wanted list by the Great Axe Battleground. You cannot trust anyone right now. I suggest you leave Demon Mountain immediately. Thank you. Gao Xiang replied simply after receiving Double Feather King's email. He did not know Double Feather King. The other party was likely acting out of kindness because of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Stay alert, all of you. Once you spot an enemy, kill without mercy. Gao Xiang was no saint, so he ordered his 3 slaves that they could kill without worry. This was Demon Mountain, where killing was legal. Since they chose to come in, they had to be prepared to be killed. Good, good, good. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf laughed heartily. He loved killing human race geniuses in the outside territory battlefield the most, and now that he could do it again, he was naturally delighted. Your Highness Gao Xiang, spare me. A genius from the Universe First Bank had just prepared to take out an E9 laser gun to kill Gao Xiang, but he was ambushed by Silver Moon Fierce Wolf from the side and his neck was snapped instantly. Advancing along the way, passing more than 30 forks and killing over a dozen adventuring geniuses, Gao Xiang finally saw a huge, pitch-black abyss ahead. I have several E9 laser guns in my hands now. Who would have thought these geniuses were so well prepared, yet were still killed by me? The 90% mortality rate of Demon Mountain made every genius who dared to come to Demon Mountain for adventure prepare thoroughly in advance. There were quite a few geniuses who carried restricted class weapons like E9 laser guns, brought World Lord slaves, or even carried mechanical style chains. Star eating grass, wrap me up, let's go down. Under Gao Xiang's command, Star eating grass extended its huge vines, wrapping Gao Xiang up tightly. The 3 slaves jumped down together. Master, there are 10 undying phantom beasts and 100 World Lord phantom beasts below. Sandis quickly determined the number of powerful beings below through her scanner. 9 eyes, use the mechanical style chains to trap the undying phantom beasts that try to get close. Understood. Among the 10 undying phantom beasts below, some were as massive as mountains, while the smaller ones were still several hundred meters tall. The 3 slaves took out the mechanical style chains, watching the surrounding undying phantom beasts. Only 6 undying phantom beasts charged over. 6 mechanical style chains flew out simultaneously, trapping them firmly so they could not move. Master, look out. Sandis discovered an undying phantom beast 100 meters tall attacking from Gao Xiang's left rear. You're courting death. Gao Xiang aimed the F9 laser gun in his hand at this undying phantom beast. Rumble. The phantom beast's body was instantly pierced through, revealing a hole with a diameter of 30 meters. But it still didn't die and continued to chase Gao Xiang. Behind it followed a group of phantom beasts, including World Lord rank, Territory Lord rank, and even Universe rank. A mechanical style chain flew out, trapping the beast that hadn't died. After Gao Xiang killed Xing Feng, he had obtained several mechanical style chains from his belongings. At the same time, the E9 laser gun in Gao Xiang's hand was already aimed at the World Lord phantom beasts that were trying to charge over. These phantom beasts had no intelligence, they did not know the power of the E9 laser gun and would not dodge. Gao Xiang fired 5 times in succession. Let's go. Gao Xiang had already seen the Legacy Palace ahead. At this moment, the surface of the Legacy Palace was not covered by a protective shell, which meant that the legacy had not yet begun. You all enter Star Eating Grass's internal world, we will choose a Legacy Palace. Gao Xiang had initially intended to let Nine-Eyed Cobra and the others each choose a Legacy Palace. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. If the high-level members of the Great Alliance found out, they would probably skin him alive. The rock lifeform monkey guarding the palace saw some phantom beasts approaching and smashed them into broken ice with a single strike of its staff. When Gao Xiang approached, it remained quiet, as if waiting for Gao Xiang to enter. Gao Xiang successfully entered the plaza in front of the palace. Rumble. Soon, a golden protective shield rose around the plaza. The legacy began. Let's all comprehend it together. Gao Xiang released Nine-Eyed Cobra and the others. It's actually the Demon Sound Divine General Legacy. Nine-Eyed Cobra had heard of this legacy and knew even better that it was a top-tier legacy for Psyker Masters. Phew. When Gao Xiang stepped his first foot onto the first step, magical sounds reached his ears. If he were even slightly careless, he would be drawn into an illusion by these sounds, thereby failing the legacy. At the same time, countless legacy characters were transmitted into the depths of Gao Xiang's mind. Each step was a set of secret techniques, all the steps represented a complete set of secret techniques. Master, your speed is too slow. When Gao Xiang walked to the 10th step, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's voice came from ahead. Although Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and the other two were slaves, they possessed agile bodies and could also accept the demon sound divine general legacy. After Gao Xiang entered the legacy, the 3 slaves also followed and stepped onto the stairs. Master, this demon sound divine general legacy is truly wonderful. Once I reach a certain height, my psyker power amplitude will reach a truly terrifying level. Nine-eyed Cobra's eyes shone. She knew this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for her, and she had to seize it. You guys, actually so fast. Gao Xiang looked at the 3 slaves speechless. Relying on their peak world lord strength, these 3 slaves were accepting the legacy faster than him and were already quite far ahead. However, 1 year after accepting the legacy, when Gao Xiang appeared on the 260th step, only Nine-eyed Cobra was below him. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and Spike Ring Centipede were not Psyker Masters, so after walking to over 100 steps, they decided to give up early. Chapter 117, Heavenly Bridge, 12th level. Gao Xiang, where are you? While receiving the legacy, Gao Xiang split a small portion of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe, where he met his friend Chao. Chao had learned from other geniuses that Gao Xiang was actually wanted by the Great Axe Battleground, with a bounty of 10 million points. I'm still at Demon Sound Mountain. What's going on with you? Why haven't you come out yet? Chao asked anxiously. There's nothing to be anxious about. Gao Xiang wasn't surprised after learning he was wanted. Xing Feng's strength was the most formidable universe rank opponent Gao Xiang had encountered so far, so it was no surprise that the other party had a venerable as a teacher. It was just that they hadn't expected venerable Shi Huo to be so shameless. No wonder he could nurture someone like King Yanzu. Virtual universe, Heavenly Bridge Plane. Little guy, if I recall correctly, you haven't been here for nearly 200 years. Ba Fen, the man in the star robe, looked at Gao Xiang with a smile. Lord Ba Fen, I intend to challenge the Heavenly Bridge, but I hope that for the time being, the video of me passing the Heavenly Bridge can only be sent to a few universe lords in our corporation. Oh, Ba Fen was slightly surprised, but he quickly agreed. That's naturally no problem. I will send it to them according to your request. If they decide to make your video public, that's not something I can control. Good. Gao Xiang knew that this time he challenged the Heavenly Bridge, he was destined to shock everyone. The insights required for the 12th level of the universe rank Heavenly Bridge were absolutely unprecedented. Little guy, you've come again. The giant axe savage on the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge looked at Gao Xiang coldly. Being only universe rank, daring to challenge the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge was no different from seeking death. However, when Gao Xiang unleashed a blade strike that combined the law of fire and the law of space, the giant axe savage was quickly defeated. The 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge was equivalent to the level of acknowledgement of a lower law. Heavenly Bridge, 10th level. The fox-masked woman had a seductive figure and hovered in the air, holding a fan in her hand. As the fan opened, an invisible illusion entered Gao Xiang's sea of consciousness. Break. With a soft grunt, Gao Xiang easily shattered the opponent's illusion. This was the Heavenly Bridge, external items like dragon souls could not be used. Gao Xiang relied on his willpower, which had reached the undying early stage, to quickly break through the opponent's illusion. It had to be said that his arduous training amidst the evil qi of the Shuiluo continent had been extremely beneficial to his willpower. After Gao Xiang broke the opponent's illusion, the fox-masked woman fought him again, only to be quickly defeated. Heavenly Bridge, 11th level. The gatekeeper was from the furry ape race. He held a dark golden long staff, and countless small golden swords instantly appeared in front of him. World of Swords. Gao Xiang instantly manifested tens of thousands of phantom bodies. Gao Xiang's 10,000 line flow had long since reached perfection, allowing him to easily split into tens of thousands of phantom bodies, each capable of performing different actions, making it impossible for the opponent to determine which one was the real body. The dark golden long staff ape persisted for 10 minutes before finally being defeated and killed by Gao Xiang's blade. Heavenly Bridge, 12th level. Kid, I didn't expect you to make it here. Do you know what this represents? Naturally, I do. It represents having comprehended a lower law, or having touched the threshold of a small branch of a supreme law. Correct. The savage holding a great axe swung his axe down. The opponent's axe looked ordinary, but it was actually a fusion of the law of fire and the law of space. The space around Gao Xiang felt like glue. Every movement he made was extremely difficult. If he could not shake off the opponent's spatial stasis, he would be split in two by the opponent's axe. Body lockdown tilde. Gao Xiang's spatial stasis, or rather, the small branch of spatial lockdown, had just entered the threshold. Under his control, a small area around the giant axe savage was locked down. Break. The giant axe savage shouted angrily, and the lockdown on his body shattered instantly. However, Gao Xiang took the opportunity to dash more than 10 meters away. I didn't expect you to have touched the threshold of spatial lockdown. Once this small branch of spatial lockdown is fully comprehended, it equals the law comprehension of a marquee level. Die. Taking advantage of the opponent breaking free, Gao Xiang exploded with full power, his speed skyrocketing. The spatial stasis acting on Gao Xiang was instantly broken by him. At this moment, Gao Xiang finally stopped holding back. 100 times base strength. 3 times life gene. Second level of the secret technique, Dragon Blood Tyrant Body Technique, exploding with 4 times strength. Combined, Gao Xiang was currently exploding with 1200 times strength amplification. At the same time, Gao Xiang's entire body instantly swelled, his muscles became abnormally knotted, and a pair of blood-colored fleshy wings appeared on his back, terrifying just like the dragon person race. After the second level of the Dragon Blood Tyrant Body Technique, once unleashed, it would provide short-term tyrant body protection, like a bloodthirsty, berserk dragon person. Gao Xiang held the great axe with both hands, spinning and jumping to strike, like Pengu splitting heaven and earth, slashing through all demons and monsters. There were no flashy moves, only pure power, one axe. However, it was this single axe that actually hacked the opponent to death. Heavenly Bridge, 12th level. Heavenly Bridge, 13th level, was also a savage holding a great axe. After he used spatial lockdown, Gao Xiang didn't have time to break free and was hacked to death by the opponent's axe. Universe rank, Heavenly Bridge 12th level, and he's only a little over 300 years old. The future is promising. Ba Fen knew that the youth before him was definitely a rare genius. He quickly drafted an email and sent it to several universe lords. Gao Xiang's consciousness returned to the legacy steps of the Demon Sound Divine General. If I can walk to over 1,000 steps, the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge will be no problem. Gao Xiang looked up at the endless steps above, a raging fire igniting in his heart. He needed to display sufficient talent now so that the universe lords of the Virtual Universe Corporation could see it. Ideally, one of the universe lords would take him as a disciple, so he wouldn't have to worry about the upcoming difficulties from Venerable Shihuo. 60 years later, Gao Xiang appeared on the 1200th step. This was already the maximum number of steps Gao Xiang could persist. Nine Eyes had stopped at the 800th step 30 years ago. What a pity. If Gao Xiang could step onto the 3333rd step, he could obtain the Golden Soul Fruit and a flight-type treasure. If I could come here after stepping into the Undying stage, the result would probably be different. Gao Xiang decided to leave this place. He wasn't too obsessed with this place. Once he stepped into the Undying stage in the future, his strength would at least be King Peak, and by then, he might not necessarily look up to the Demon Sound Divine General's legacy. Excluding the gene multiplier, my mind power amplification has already reached 3,200 times, enough to clear the 13th, or even the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge. But before that, Gao Xiang decided to leave here first. It seems there must be quite a few guys waiting for me outside. Gao Xiang brought his 3 servants and prepared to leave. After the legacy ended, the golden light shield around the plaza disappeared, revealing the palace inside. Roar. Countless phantom beasts discovered Gao Xiang and the others. Gao Xiang's gaze fell on the very front of the legacy site. As long as he kept moving forward along the front, he could enter countless passages. Chapter 118, Primordial Chaos City Lord summons. He only needed to find a few adventurers carrying intelligent optical brains, kill them, and crack their optical brains to find the route out. But the problem was, there were several undying mirage beasts here. If you aren't willing to sacrifice something, you won't catch the wolf. Gao Xiang took out his F9 laser gun and aimed it at the few undying mirage beasts running toward him. Rumble. One mirage beast was blasted into smithereens. Rumble. Gao Xiang fired 7 shots in a row. Although he only killed 3 undying mirage beasts, and the remaining beasts did not die because their bodies were simply too massive, he had secured a chance to escape. Nine-Eyed Cobra and the others were enough to deal with the other World Lord mirage beasts. Soon, they entered a fork in the road. There were a total of 308 tunnel entrances. Gao Xiang did not hesitate and directly chose the leftmost entrance. Master, there is a universe-rank adventurer 25 kilometers ahead. Sandus reminded Gao Xiang. To dare to adventure alone, it seems they must be at least a top genius from the 5 major powers. Gao Xiang took out his E9 laser gun, preparing to take out this universe rank. How was I discovered? A universe-rank genius holding an E9 laser gun suddenly realized that Gao Xiang had already aimed at him. He had clearly turned on his small detector, yet he hadn't discovered Gao Xiang and the others. I bought a restricted class detector. Gao Xiang pressed the button, and a beam of light instantly killed the genius ahead. I am also from the virtual. Before this genius could finish speaking, he was taken care of by a shot from Gao Xiang. I don't care if you are from the Virtual Universe Corporation, if I see you, you are to be killed without mercy. This is Demon Mountain, who has time to make small talk with you. Master, this guy is Suya from the highest beginning mythical region. Sandus quickly obtained information about the opponent from his belongings. So it was him. Gao Xiang had some impression of Suya. This guy was a core member cultivated within the Virtual Universe Corporation, and like Molo, he had cleared the universe rank highest beginning heavenly bridge and successfully entered the highest beginning mythical region. Master, I have confirmed that this guy entered Demon Mountain after you were wanted by the Great Axe battleground. An opportunist, even more deserving of death. With just a mere E9 laser gun, is he here to throw his life away? What a popper. After discovering that the opponent's most powerful weapon was merely an E9 laser gun, Gao Xiang looked down on Suya even more. Aside from some weapons, his belongings were just some cultivate materials that weren't worth much. Points and Hunyuan units were all virtual items. Even if Gao Xiang killed the opponent, he couldn't obtain them. This guy is quite valuable. He actually has 2,620 black tokens. Not bad, not bad. With this, Gao Xiang had collected 10,000 black tokens. 1 month later, Gao Xiang appeared at the foot of Demon Mountain. The staff responsible for guarding Demon Mountain saw Gao Xiang appear and hurriedly ran over to welcome him. When Gao Xiang came out, he didn't run into many Great Axe battleground geniuses here for missions. From the time Venerable Shi Huo issued the mission until now, more than 60 years had passed. Those geniuses who wanted to be opportunists naturally gave up after failing to find any trace of Gao Xiang. Your Highness, please follow me. The staff had received orders from Double Feather King in advance. Once Gao Xiang appeared, he must be brought to see him immediately. Gao Xiang greets Double Feather King, and thanks Double Feather King for the reminder. Gao Xiang looked respectfully at Double Feather King. After Gao Xiang was wanted, Double Feather King had sent an email to remind Gao Xiang immediately. Gao Xiang naturally had to thank him. Gao Xiang, you are very good. You are a genius of our Virtual Universe Corporation. Do not worry about the Great Axe battleground acting recklessly. Double Feather King was not afraid of Venerable Shi Huo, and he had already reported Gao Xiang's situation to his superiors. Gao Xiang. Just then, Gao Xiang heard a deafening sound. A fierce aura instantly broke through the clouds and landed above the palace. Venerable Shi Huo had already bribed the staff here in advance. As long as Gao Xiang came out, they were to contact him immediately. Gao Xiang, wait here, I will go and meet Venerable Shi Huo. Sorry for the trouble. At the foot of Demon Mountain, above the large palace, 2 powerhouses locked eyes in a confrontation. Double Feather King, step aside, I am going to take Gao Xiang away. Venerable Shi Huo's disciple had been dead for over 60 years, but his residual anger had not yet dissipated. He was a favored child of heaven from the great axe battleground, with an arrogant and conceited personality, otherwise, he wouldn't have raised his only son to be a narrow-minded person. A venerable from our virtual universe corporation is coming soon, I suggest you don't act recklessly. After Gao Xiang came out, Double Feather King had contacted his superiors immediately. HMPH. Ha ha ha, so it is Venerable Shi Huo giving our company's little guy a hard time. Just then, a fiery red figure appeared beside Double Feather King. Venerable Gui Yi, do you want to intervene? Venerable Shi Huo was wary of Venerable Gui Yi. He had originally thought an ordinary venerable would come. But instead, Venerable Gui Yi, whom he dared not offend, had come. Venerable Gui Yi was the second disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, a top universe overlord, and his strength was above that of Venerable Shi Huo. Venerable Gui Yi smiled and said, "What do you mean by intervene? This is Demon Mountain, and Gao Xiang did nothing wrong. I came here this time because I received an order from my teacher to specifically take Gao Xiang to Primordial Chaos City." What? Venerable Shi Huo was somewhat disbelieving. Who is the Primordial Chaos City Lord? That is the current head of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Gao Xiang, come out and come with me to Primordial Chaos City. Gao Xiang, who was staying inside the palace, heard Venerable Gui Yi's voice, flew out from the palace, and appeared behind Venerable Gui Yi. Greetings, Venerable. Let's go. Venerable Gui Yi grabbed Gao Xiang's hand, and the two instantly vanished. A moment later, the two appeared in a starry sky. Teleportation. Let's go, get on my spaceship, we are setting off now. Venerable Gui Yi released his G-grade spaceship. This giant spaceship, which was over 10,000 meters long, was triangular, purple all over, and very majestic and imposing. Spaceship accelerate. Spaceship entering the dark universe. 2 times the speed of light. 100 times the speed of light. A top-tier G-grade spaceship can reach an astonishing speed of 100 times the speed of light in the dark universe. Primordial Chaos City. After coming to Primordial Chaos City for the second time, Gao Xiang had already adapted to the external manifestation of law in the surroundings. He was brought into Primordial Chaos City by Venerable Gui Yi and entered the City Lord's mansion. After entering the Chaos Ruins, the surrounding space changed instantly, and the surrounding swarms of alien corpses made this space exceptionally deathly silent. Venerable Gui Yi had explained to Gao Xiang in advance that the Primordial Chaos City Lord's clone stationed in Primordial Chaos City was a battle-focused clone, so please be sure to remain respectful. Little guy, you are very good. Inside the Chaos Ruins stood a man with an alien appearance, over 3 meters tall, with scales on his body and a short tail. Greetings, Primordial Chaos City Lord. Do not be afraid. The Primordial Chaos City Lord smiled, this is one of my special life form. Clones, not human race. Gao Xiang nodded and listened attentively. You are only universe rank, yet you have cleared the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, very good. Chapter 119, could it be the Great Axe Founder? If Gao Xiang were a territory lord rank who had passed the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, the Primordial Chaos City Lord would not pay too much attention. He had seen many such geniuses, they were not worth a personal summons. I should have the ability to pass the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge now. Ha ha ha, what spirit. The Primordial Chaos City Lord did not doubt Gao Xiang's words in the slightest. If I am not mistaken, you have already obtained the legacy of the Demon Sound Divine General, as well as the legacy of Qiulong Star, and the opportunity of the Shuiluo continent. As expected of the Primordial Chaos City Lord, you know everything. These legacies can only be considered medium-level opportunities, they are not worth being proud of. The Primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head, not believing Gao Xiang's opportunity was remarkable. All right. However, I am very puzzled. Your opportunity is average, so why is your comprehension ability so good? The Primordial Chaos City Lord discovered that Gao Xiang's soul was still human, and its strength had already reached the undying level. Born with it, Gao Xiang knew that his comprehension ability was bestowed by his golden finger, but he could not say that. With your comprehension ability, if you want to make a breakthrough to undying, it would take less than 100 years at the fastest. However, I suggest that you do not rush to become undying. Stay as a world lord as long as possible and try to comprehend the supreme law as much as you can. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord. Next, you should cultivate well in Primordial Chaos City. As for the Territory Lord rank external mission, I will vouch for you. When Gao Xiang walked out of Primordial Chaos City, he specifically looked toward the city gate, feeling somewhat puzzled. He already had the level of the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge, so why did the Primordial Chaos City Lord not take him as a disciple? 7th Senior Sister. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Gao Xiang went to find 7th Senior Sister immediately. 7th Senior Sister had helped him quite a bit this time. Since the City Lord told you to cultivate well in Primordial Chaos City, you should follow his wishes and prioritize breaking through to World Lord rank. Gao Xiang might not understand some things, but King Zuwei already understood. I estimate that it is possible another super powerhouse has taken a liking to you, otherwise, the Primordial Chaos City Lord would at least have taken you as a named disciple. Oh, could it be the Great Axe Founder? Gao Xiang cultivated the giant axe Chaos Steel. If possible, he would prefer to take the Great Axe Founder as his teacher. That is unlikely. However, our Virtual Universe Corporation has many super powerhouses, and I cannot guess who it specifically is. On the distant human border, in an underground area filled with lava, there was a huge metal sphere. Inside the metal sphere, there was a whole new world. A group of staff members sat in front of various instruments, their fingers tapping incessantly, very busy. At this moment, a human powerhouse walked behind these staff members. Have there been any newly promoted human geniuses recently? Yes. A staff member stood up, looking at this human powerhouse with respectful eyes. Recently, we discovered a universe-ranked genius who killed 21 geniuses during the Demon Mountain mission, including one genius from the Great Axe Secret Realm who had already passed the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge. This human powerhouse narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if they have the ability to kill a genius who passed the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge, then the other party most likely has the level of the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Soon, he issued the latest decision: raise this genius's target level to no. 1. After Gao Xiang and 7th Senior Sister had a brief gathering, he decided to return to his residence in Primordial Chaos City. This time, he did not specifically look for a suitable small building, but randomly chose one to live in. I wonder which lucky kid will be able to live in my small building in the future. After entering Primordial Chaos City this time, Gao Xiang planned to live there for a long time. He would not leave until he had to execute the World Lord rank mission. The Primordial Chaos City Lord is truly stingy. I even have to pay points myself to purchase the qualification to live in Primordial Chaos City. Gao Xiang exchanged for 3,000 years of Primordial Chaos City residency qualification at once. If he could make a breakthrough to Territory Lord rank, he would also be able to obtain a period of Primordial Chaos City residency qualification. Master, you have received an email from the Virtual Universe Corporation. The little spirit Sandus appeared on Gao Zhang's shoulder. Respected Your Highness Gao Xiang, following a resolution by the company's senior management, you have been granted 20 opportunities to comprehend the giant axe Chaos Steel. At the same time, you have been rewarded with 3,000 years of Primordial Chaos City residency qualification, and your Territory Lord rank external mission requirement has been waived. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gao Xiang felt regret for wasting so many points exchanging for the Primordial Chaos City residency qualification. The starry sky of Primordial Chaos City was exceptionally spectacular. From time to time, there were colorful galaxies connecting stars of different sizes, looking like a bunch of grapes. Everywhere here are laws visible to the naked eye, completely not inferior to the golden secret patterns of the evil Qi vortex on the Shuiluo continent. Gao Xiang sat cross-legged on the terrace, looking up at the starry sky. A small sword appeared in his hand. On the ground in front of him, a small sword danced rapidly, leaving Gao Zhang's handwriting on the ground. In one breath, a total of 108 characters were written, representing Gao Zhang's understanding of the 108 essence of space. Next, Gao Xiang would spend some time writing a notebook on his understanding of the 108 essence of space. 10 years later, Gao Xiang finally stood up and ordered Sandus, who was dozing off nearby, "Help me apply for a patent, I want to publish a book." "Publish a book? What book?" Sandus looked bewildered. "The materials have already been sent to you, please help me organize them into a volume." "Wow, there are so many characters. I estimated it, and there are at least several 100 million characters." "Master, I have already helped you access the patent registration page." "What is the name of this book?" Gao Xiang touched his chin and soon had an answer. "Let's call it, Double Feather Notes." After finishing the first secret method of comprehension, Gao Xiang decided to make a breakthrough. "Next, before breaking through to Territory Lord rank, I will pass through the heavenly bridge one more time." Gao Xiang knew that once he performed too heaven-defyingly, he would easily be targeted by alien races. But he had already decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would not leave Primordial Chaos City casually. "Haha, Gao Xiang, you have already passed the 12th level of the heavenly bridge. Could it be that you are preparing to pass the 13th level this time?" Ba Fen looked at Gao Xiang with a smile. The senior management of the Virtual Universe Corporation had now all noticed Gao Xiang, especially those Universe Exalts. Already over 300 Exalts had greeted Ba Fen in advance. Although they did not know that Gao Xiang had already passed the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, Gao Xiang's success in killing a genius from the Great Axe Battleground who had passed the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge was already indirect proof of his strength. "Greetings, Lord Ba Fen." Gao Xiang. "Now, quite a few champions, and even exalts, have greeted me in advance, saying that once you go to pass the Heavenly Bridge, I should contact them immediately." The implication was that Ba Fen was in a difficult position and wanted to see Gao Xiang's attitude. "It's okay, you can send out the news of me passing the Heavenly Bridge." At this moment, Gao Xiang did not intend to hide his strength. Haha, decisive. Ba Fen drafted thousands of emails in an instant and forwarded them all at once. 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Haha, kid, it hasn't been long, and you're here again. The giant axe savage was exceptionally excited after seeing Gao Xiang. The higher the level of the gatekeeper, the higher the level of artificial intelligence, just like a living person. "Show me whatever skills you have." All right. Chapter 120, Universe Rank Primitive Celestial Mountain. The giant axe savage held his axe with both hands and swung a simple, brutal axe strike at Gao Xiang. The great Tao is simple. All of the giant axe savage's laws and insights were fused into his axe, and not a single bit of energy was wasted. This seemingly ordinary axe strike actually possessed the power to destroy everything in its path. At the same time, the air around Gao Xiang seemed to be frozen, rendering him unable to move. This was elementary, yet very real, spatial lockdown. Although it only locked down the small area where Gao Xiang was located, it was enough to deal with him. Break. Gao Xiang was currently comprehending this small branch of spatial lockdown, and his level of insight was quite high. The Axe Force technique subdivided spatial lockdown into 16 levels. Gao Xiang had already mastered the second level to perfection and was currently advancing toward the third level. "Not bad, you actually broke my elementary spatial lockdown." The giant axe savage was not surprised. The last time he sparred with Gao Xiang, the latter did not have the ability to break it. But now, he had broken through it easily. 10,000 li rivers and mountains tilde. Gao Xiang used his self-created ultimate move. Simultaneously, he unleashed 1200 times his strength amplitude. Not bad, but to want to defeat me, it is still not enough." The giant axe savage greatly admired Gao Xiang's progress. "Is that so? Then try this." A blood-red greatsword appeared in Gao Xiang's hand. Blood Edge God Weapon. Void Realm Burning. The sixth form of the Blood Edge God Weapon, 3,888 small components fused into the Void Realm, combined with the Law of Fire, to burn the Void Realm. Haha, even like this, you still cannot kill me. Die. The giant axe savage did not fear the sixth form of Gao Xiang's Blood Edge God Weapon. Gao Xiang gritted his teeth and thought to himself, 2,800 times mental energy amplitude. Suddenly, the power of the Void Realm burning surged. However, from within the void realm flames, a giant axe savage actually emerged. He held a great axe and swung an axe strike directly at Gao Xiang's forehead. Gao Xiang stepped on his flying mental energy weapon and, while rapidly retreating, unleashed 3,200 times mental energy amplitude. Instantly, the void realm burning, which had just been like warm water, surged in power, becoming like boiling hot water. Ah! The giant axe savage wailed and was instantly burned to ashes. Heavenly Bridge 13th level. On the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge, Gao Xiang saw a fox-masked woman. The opponent merely flicked her finger lightly toward Gao Xiang, and Gao Xiang fell into an illusion. When he broke her illusion, another illusion slammed down on him. When he broke her illusion again, a massive amount of mental energy slammed down from above his head, instantly smashing his soul into nothingness. Gao Xiang, defeated. Before long, Gao Xiang walked out of the mist of the Heavenly Bridge, thinking to himself, it seems that to pass the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge, one must at least fully comprehend one small branch of the law of space. Your Highness Gao Xiang, you are very impressive. It won't be long before your inbox is likely filled to the brim. Ba Fen looked at Gao Xiang with a smile. He had already anticipated the trouble Gao Xiang would soon face. Which powerhouse should he take as his teacher? Damn, is this Gao Xiang even human? King Dilly received the news that Gao Xiang had passed the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge immediately. Indeed, he is not human, he passed the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge at the universe rank. King Suppressing Heaven was equally shocked. Teacher. Virtual Universe, Ganwu Continent. Gao Xiang looked respectfully at his teacher, the Lord of Ganwu. The Lord of Ganwu revealed a long-lost smile, and the wrinkles on his face lessened significantly. Recently, his second disciple, Dragon Whale King, refused to listen to advice, insisting on going to an adventure in a newly discovered universe secret realm. The Lord of Ganwu did not have anything good to lend this disciple, so in the end, he could only lend out his biological spaceship. Gao Xiang, you are very impressive. Quite a few universe lords have already greeted me regarding you. Really? Gao Xiang really wanted to know which universe lords. He had been summoned by the primordial Chaos City Lord, and he thought the other party would accept him as a named disciple, but it did not happen. I am not at liberty to disclose exactly which ones, but among these universe lords, there is one from the Great Axe Battleground. Gao Xiang thought to himself, I didn't expect even those from the Great Axe Battleground to come and watch the fun. Gao Xiang, I suggest you take a universe lord from the Great Axe Battleground as your teacher. Why? Gao Xiang was a bit puzzled. He was clearly from the Virtual Universe Corporation, so wouldn't it be improper to take someone from the Great Axe Battleground as his teacher? I will tell you now, you have already been noticed by the Master of Void Gold, and behind him is the Great Axe Founder. The status of the Great Axe Founder is too high. For now, he can only accept you as a named disciple, with the Master of Void Gold acting as the mentor on his behalf. After you become undying, the Great Axe Founder will accept you as a personal disciple. Being able to enter the tutelage of the Great Axe Founder is naturally good, but I am from the Virtual Universe Corporation. What if the primordial Chaos City Lord finds out? Haha, it is rare for you to have this consideration. Rest assured, this is also the intention of the primordial Chaos City Lord. However, I must tell you that even if you enter the tutelage of the Great Axe Founder, you will still belong to our Virtual Universe Corporation in the future. No one can change this. Gao Xiang guessed that the two major powers might have already reached a consensus on this. By the way, go and challenge the universe rank primitive celestial mountain now. Once you pass, the Master of Void Gold will naturally summon you. Alright. Universe rank primitive celestial mountain. At the foot of the mountain, by a small stream, under a towering tree, leaned a monkey holding a bamboo pole and snoring. Not far away, by a small lake, a minotaur wearing a bamboo hat and carrying an axe on his back was fishing with a rod. In the lake, a sultry-bodied snake person was swimming. I haven't disturbed your leisure, have I? Gao Xiang suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain, looking at the three leisurely gatekeepers. Haha, someone has finally come. The monkey hurriedly jumped up, placing his hand on his forehead and looking around. Haha, I was bored to death, finally someone has come to play with us. The Minotaur made a rough, gravelly sound. The snake woman flew out from the lake and landed in front of Gao Xiang. Using her beautiful, exquisite nose, she sniffed Gao Xiang. It's the scent of a living person, oh. When Gao Xiang arrived here, the information that he had passed the 13th level of the heavenly bridge was quickly synchronized. Ah, the monkey was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "You've already passed the 13th level of the heavenly bridge, what difference is there between challenging this place and just playing? How about this, take it easy, don't kill us too quickly." Right, slow down your strikes. The Minotaur nodded repeatedly. That's right. Be gentle with your strikes, oh. We are all intelligent lifeforms and must use our full strength, but you are different, you can completely take it easy. The snake woman looked at Gao Xiang with a smile, winking from time to time, casting flirtatious glances. Fine, I will accommodate you. Gao Xiang felt these intelligent lifeforms were quite pitiful, because the difficulty was too high, no one had been willing to come here and waste time for tens of thousands of eras. Yeah, the monkey holding the bamboo pole was swatted away by Gao Xiang with one palm. Not only did he not die, but he was actually very excited.